Book 2, Chapter 6 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Book 2, Chapter 6. Toussaint L'Ouverture prepares Crête-à-Pierrot as a point of resistance against the clerc, who, mustering his forces, besieges the redoubt, which, after the bravest defense, is evacuated by the blacks. The district into which Toussaint L'Ouverture had sent his family was that to which he meant to transfer his resistance. The mountain range which he resolved to occupy and entrench bears the name of Artibonite, and is divided into two districts, the one called the Grand Cahos, the other the Petit Cahos. These mountains, over which he spread his army, are intersected with deep ravines and precipitous outlets, at every one of which a handful of brave men could arrest an army. The principal entrance was defended by Crête-à-Pierrot, a redoubt which blocked up the pass, and which the English had constructed when they invaded the West. In passing toward the new seat of war, where he was joined by his chief generals, Toussaint was suddenly attacked with a burning fever. His mind, however, so far mastered his body that he scarcely abated his activity, and formed designs of the greatest daring, in making arrangements for attacking the enemy in the rear. Ill as he was, he set out to survey the district, and arrived in time to prevent the demolition of Crête-à-Pierrot, which had been abandoned, and which Dessalines had ordered to be razed. He then proceeded to add to its strength. He supplied it with water and food as precautions against a siege. He placed in it a garrison, and gave the command to Dessalines. Having called the officers together, he harangued them thus: "Children, yes, you are all my children, from Lamartinière, who is white as a white, but who knows that he has negro blood in his veins, to Monpont, whose skin is the same as mine, I entrust to you this post. Take measures for its defense." The officers declared that he might rely on them, living or dead. To more destructive hands than those of Dessalines, this important post could not have been confided. In his retreat, that ferocious monster had dragged away from their homes all the whites he could seize, whom the sword and the musket had spared. These were conducted to Verret, Mirebalais, and Petite Rivière, towns lying along the banks of the Artibonite. There were renewed the frightful scenes of the first insurrection. At the sight of the conflagration which reduced into ashes the villages and the fields at the foot of Mont Cahos, where Toussaint had entrenched himself, a vast carnage was made of the whites. 400 men were massacred at Mirebalais and Petite Rivière. In no place was the slaughter so terrible as at the village of Verret. At the nod of Dessalines, men who had been slaves, and who dreaded the new servitude with which they were threatened, slew 700 of the poor wretches that Dessalines had dragged after him. The daughter breathed her last on the bosom of her expiring mother. The father was unable to save the son was unable to save the father. There a sister died in the arms of a brother. Here a nurse tried to make her body a means of defense for her infant. Her milk and her blood flowed in one stream. Farther on, old men in vain implored pity from their former slaves, whom they called on by name to bring back the remembrance of past acts of kindness. Whole families were thus bathed in blood. More frightful and more atrocious still was the sight when sons slew their fathers, thus revenging themselves for the black blood of their mothers, and the neglect and disavowal of their fathers. So great was the fury of the blacks and mulattoes that they even wreaked their rage on domestic animals which belonged to the planters. Thus the banks of the Artibonite were covered with fire and blood. Before the arrival of the French expedition, all there was peaceful, prosperous, and happy. The French felt deep compassion when, on coming up, they beheld at Verret so many victims who still remained unburied, and who retained the attitudes in which they perished, as if to paint an awful picture of the evils of slavery. They there saw the arm of one victim locked in that of another, hand grasped in hand, faces fixed on the same object, father, mother, children grouped together, a family even in death. Young women who, in the last moments, forgot not they were women, bodies which had served as useless ramparts to friendship and to filial and paternal love. The scenes were horrible, nor was their horror abated by the fact that ravages scarcely less atrocious had been committed by the white invaders. A little before, the Bay of Manzanilla had smoked with innocent blood, and on more than one occasion had prisoners been slain in bands, in order to strike alarm into the defenders of their native soil. All the blacks, however, were not barbarians. Many, moved by pity or gratitude, saved the lives of unfortunate colonists. Some concealed them in the mountains and supported them by what they took in hunting. Others led them through by-paths into districts occupied by the French. There were blacks who, to prevent suspicion on the part of pursuers, covered their white friends with leaves and branches, and counterfeited drunkenness when they thought there was special danger of discovery. Calamities, public and private, so numerous and so terrible, were more than human strength could endure, and under their pressure some persons lost their reason, and others committed suicide. What a complication of sorrows, all caused by slavery! Having provided for the defense of the country of the Artibonite, and directed Belair to occupy the mountains of Verret, Toussaint proceeded to execute his daring plan of taking Leclerc in the rear in order to operate a diversion in favor of the Artibonite lines, and to reanimate the courage of the North. With a small but resolute force, Toussaint ascended the defiles and the chain of mountains which separate the Artibonite from the district of Saint Michel. In vain was General Hardy detached in pursuit of him by Leclerc, whose army was in movement to attack Crête à Pierrot. Toussaint appeared at Ennery, and the French garrison which Leclerc had left there fled at his approach to Gonaïves. He presented himself before Gonaïves, and might have captured it had he chosen. He was satisfied with alarming the garrison, which was on the point of embarking on board a frigate that was in the roads. Having attained his end, he returned to Ennery, where he organized battalions of militia who were employed to guard and defend the country. This work finished, he betook himself to Marmelade, where he sent an order to Christophe, who was at Petite Rivière, to return promptly into the north, where, in the forest of Grand Rivière, there had, without the French being aware of it, been formed a considerable depot of arms and ammunition. From Marmelade, Toussaint went to Plaisance. On his arrival, he proceeded to reconnoitre a fort situated on a height. A few hours after, he placed himself at the head of 2 companies of grenadiers and captured it. The following day, he divided his troops into 2 bodies. Taking the command of the right wing, he marched to meet Desfourneaux, who was coming up to attack him. He bore up against the impetuosity of the French troops, who were much more numerous than his own, and at length succeeded in putting them to flight. Sending in the moment of action an aide de camp to learn how things went on in the left wing, he was led to believe that Desfourneaux was manoeuvring so as to circumvent him. Thereupon he left the right to the care of Colonel Guébart, and with a few men hurried to the point of danger. Among the European troops, he recognized the uniform of the 9th Saint Domingo Regiment. Advancing quite alone to within 5 or 6 paces of the regiment, which easily recognized their proper commander, he said, "Soldiers of the 9th, will you dare fire on your general and on your brethren?" The words fell like a thunderclap on the soldiers, who forthwith were on their knees, and, but for the European troops, who began to fire, they would have joined Toussaint. Seeing the peril of their general, Toussaint's forces defended him against the Europeans. he escaped through the thick of a fire which was very destructive. A young officer, bearing a letter from Dessalines to the governor of the island, received a mortal blow at the moment that he delivered it, and expired in Toussant's arms. From that letter the General in Chief learned that his aid was urgently required at Crête-à-Pierrot. Thither, therefore, he repaired. The French had been drawing their strength under the foot of the mountains of Cahos. As they made their way, they beheld the ravages committed by the enemy. Traces of fire and death appeared everywhere. Here and there they met a great number of colonists wandering in the woods and hanging on the sides of the rocks, with their wives and children having escaped from death only by chance or flight. The soldiers restored to them hope and promised them revenge. The sight of these unhappy people, whose clothes were in rags, their cries, their moanings, the horror with which they were stricken, inflamed the minds of their rescuers and prepared them for any atrocities. Without scruple and without pity, they massacred the herds of blacks whom the fate of war had thrown into their hands. 200 they immolated at the fort of Mont Nolo. A little further on, 600 fell beneath their murderous hands. Thus carnage was added to carnage, and black blood flowed to avenge white blood. The savage and torn sides of Mont Cahos, the odorous banks of the Artibonite, offered the spectacle of barbarity opposed to barbarity, and war was only prolonged assassination. These are the horrible devastations of slavery. No graves were dug, no mounds were raised for sepulture. Dessalines had prohibited interment in order that the eyes of his assailants might see his vengeance even in the repulsive remains of carnage. It is said that the monster slew a mother for having buried her son. The French, carried away by the movements of the war, gave no attention to the religious duty of burial, so that the dead bodies became food for dogs, vultures, and crocodiles, and their bones, partly calcined by the sun, remained scattered about, as if to mark the mournful fury of servitude and lust of power. Fortune seemed to smile on Leclerc. He lost no time in announcing to his brother-in-law his success, which he failed not to exaggerate. Entire battalions that had joined his ranks, the 2 provinces of the South and the East subdued, all the maritime cities in his power, such were the heads of his triumphant report. He described Toussaint L'Ouverture as a party chief, sullen, violent, fanatical, hateful, breathing only fire and slaughter. He called him a barbarian, an unnatural father, sacrificing his children to his passion for revolt, a mere fugitive slave, devoured by remorse, abandoned and pursued. This news, which gave the Consul joy, delighted the colonists who had remained in France and revived the cupidity of the slave dealers, whose vessels had for 6 years remained in harbor unproductive. When, however, Bonaparte began seriously to reflect on all that had taken place, his satisfaction was not a little diminished. It was true that he held under his dominion the South, rich in manufactures, and the East, fertile in pasturage. But what had he conquered? Lands in ashes. Port-au-Prince had miraculously escaped from the incendiary torch, but what a sight in other parts! Those barbarians do not place the keys of their cities at the feet of their conquerors. Toussaint, designated a bandit, is a formidable general in his mountains. The Consul applies himself to study that remarkable man. He is the soul of the war, and him he must reach, seize, and put in chains. That accomplished, what then? He must attach to himself the men of mixed blood, who are already partly his. Then discord must be disseminated. The black in revolt will be overcome by the subjugated black. This was the Consul's policy. These were his means for bringing the island into subjection. To this purpose, and for these results, he wrote to Leclerc, but suddenly the war took a new aspect. 12,000 men, the bravest soldiers of the Republic, are assembled near Petite Rivière to put down a revolted slave. Rochambeau, Hardy, Debelle, generals of great skill and high powers, are stopped in a ravine by a handful of revolted slaves, their passage is barred, their valor rendered nugatory by a few men whom they despise. Officers and soldiers who have gained victory and renown against the first troops of Europe perish in huge numbers under the blows of half-civilized blacks. So much do the issues of war depend on opportunity. So dear is freedom, so odious is servitude. The first division which came up to the attack of Crête-à-Pierrot was that of Debelle. As soon as the French troops were seen in the redoubt, Dessalines opened the gates. "The gates have been opened," he said, "for those who do not feel themselves courageous enough to die. While there is yet time, let the friends of the French depart. They have nothing but death to look for here." After having sent away all whom sickness or fear made desirous of going, he spread a train of gunpowder as far as the first gate, and, seizing a torch, exclaimed, "Now for the fire! I will blow up the fort if you do not defend it." During these things, the French were advancing, preceded by a herald, 4th March, 1802. The herald held a letter in his hand. Dessalines ordered his men to fire. The herald fell dead. Firing began on both sides in real earnest. For several hours it continued without an interval. The French rushed forward with their usual bravery and enthusiasm, but it was only to meet death. The moment they were within reach, the batteries were opened and the ground was strewed with dead. The General in Chief, Debelle, was grievously wounded, as well as Brigadier General Devaux. The division was compelled to fall back with the loss of 400 men. This defeat deeply affected the mind of Leclerc, who was then at Port-au-Prince. Was his victorious career, then, to be delayed by a single stronghold? Not without apprehension, he hastened to the scene of action. He brought with him the division of Boudet. While the troops were assembling, a scout of Toussant's, in his zeal to ascertain all he could, entered their camp, pretending to be a deserter. In the midst of his guard, General Boudet questioned the man. When the former asked him how many whites he had put to death, the latter, with well-feigned fear, appeared overwhelmed. In the twinkling of an eye, having learnt the condition of the French, he leaped from his horse. Boudet, the first to observe the movement, attempted to seize him, and had his thumb nearly bitten off. The man got away, slipped beneath the horse's legs, overthrew the soldiers who attempted to stop him, ran toward the Artibonite, plunged into the stream, and escaped amid a shower of balls. Arrived on the opposite bank, he appeared to have been struck, for he fell as if his thigh was broken. The presence on the other side of the river of a reconnoitring party of the foe prevented pursuit. The black scout, who had the rank of captain, appears to have been carried off by his friends. Among the troops which now advanced to the attack, there were Rigaud and Pétion. True to his instructions, Leclerc added to the skill of the white soldiers the fury and the animosity of mulatto blood. In the interval which had elapsed since the first attack, Dessalines had erected a new fort on an eminence which commanded that on which stood the famous Crête-à-Pierrot. The new redoubt, though hastily constructed, was to witness the defeat of the Consul's boastful brother-in-law. The French, in advancing, surprised a camp of blacks who were asleep. They fell on them. The blacks ran toward the fort, and the French pursued them. Those who could not enter the fort threw themselves into the moat. Immediately the fort opened its fire and mowed down the assailants. General Boudet received a wound. At the moment when his division was on the point of perishing, that of Duguay came up. Forthwith that general was struck. Only one general officer kept the field. Then the blacks rushed to the charge. The French retreated. In the retreat, Leclerc himself, who came up with reinforcements, received a serious contusion. This second attack cost the Captain General 800 men. In their retrograde movement, the Europeans had opportunities of ascertaining how entirely the population was in enmity against them. On the plantations they saw the laborers watching their movements. Those laborers exchanged shots with the soldiers who flanked the column. If a party of scouts were detached, they fled. As soon as the scouts retired, they reappeared. The French army inspired only terror. A third attack was to be made. The stronghold was regularly invested. Fresh troops had come up. All that ability, experience, labor, and prowess could contribute was set in vigorous action. While the operations for the blockade were proceeding, the French soldiers heard from the strongholds the words of the very songs to which they had themselves marched against the enemies of liberty in Europe. The effect was singular and deep. What! Those black men the injured, and we the injurers? Those black men the oppressed, and we the oppressors? Are we, then, no longer the servants and patrons of liberty? The Republic gives freedom. We are fighting for servitude. Such impressions were little likely to increase the efficiency of Republican soldiers. Their duty they continued to do, but services higher than a mere sense of duty can command were now required. By degrees, the works were completed and brought into play against the redoubt. Partial successes were obtained. Encouraged by these, Rochambeau thought himself able to carry a battery, which he had for a moment silenced, by one blow. He lost 300 men in the useless attempt. Then a constant cannonade was commenced. From the 22nd to the 24th of March, it was carried on with great activity. The redoubt was in the greatest peril. At this time, a black man and a black woman were captured. Suspected to be spies, they were subjected to the severest punishment. The man said he was blind. Nothing but the whites of his eyes were to be seen. Only in leaning on the aged negress, his companion, did he appear able to walk. She affected to be deaf. Scarcely anything but groans and sobs could the cruelest treatment extort from them. At length, compassion prevailed. They were bid go about their business. They had dreadfully suffered, and seemed unable to move. Not before they were threatened to be shot did they attempt to walk. They were conducted beyond the outlying sentinels. When fairly out of the reach of their enemies, they began to dance, and instantly darted off for the fort, where they were received. They conveyed to its commander intelligence of the approach of Toussaint L'Ouverture. That very night, March 24, an attack was made on the French lines, which was repulsed only with difficulty and loss. That attack was led by Toussant himself, who had conceived a project worthy of his own genius. Having reason to think the North could for some time give him no more trouble, and afraid lest Crête-à-Pierrot might be carried by storm, he hastened to the Artibonite, intending with a few trusty soldiers to penetrate to Leclerc's headquarters, make him prisoner, and ship him off to France. To aid him in his daring plan, a feint was made in the attack of which we have just spoken, and the captured fugitives were sent to encourage the garrison to hold out. The stratagem was too late. Lamartinière, who had taken the command with his accustomed bravery, had done and endured everything that man can do and endure. With his soldiers he patiently bore hunger, thirst, sickness, exhaustion, and the prospect of death at any moment. With their aid, he performed prodigies of heroism. But stone walls are not proof against cannon balls and bombs. The forts were defended against thousands of brave Frenchmen, even when falling into ruins. But the hour at length came. Then, when resistance was vain, the commander resolved to cut himself a passage through the ranks of his enemies. He escaped from the hands of 12,000 men, not having lost half his garrison, and leaving to his assailants only the dead and the wounded amid a heap of ruins. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 2, Chapter 7 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography, by John Relly Beard. Book 2, Chapter 7. Shattered condition of the French army. Dark prospects of Toussaint. Leclerc opens negotiations for peace. Wins over Christophe and Dessalines. Offers to recognize Toussaint as Governor General. Receives his submission on condition of preserving universal freedom. L'Ouverture in the quiet of his home. Dearly had the reduction of Crête-à-Pierrot been bought by the French. The loss deeply afflicted the Captain General, who induced his subordinates to make it appear as slight as possible, remembering the contemptuous terms in which he had spoken of Toussaint and his forces, and well dreading the moral effect on the inhabitants of the island. After the capture of this stronghold, Leclerc took measures for reestablishing his communications. He ordered Rochambeau's division to open them by forming a junction at Gonaïves and Desfourneaux, and directed Hardy, with his forces, to make for the Cape. The latter division were compelled to form for themselves a road with their arms in their hands. Under the impression that the invaders had suffered a total defeat, Hardy had with him only bands of fugitives who hastened to the Cape in order to fly by sea from the island, while on the whole line of his march he encountered opposition from regular troops or armed laborers. But for the courage of the soldiers who were kept under discipline, and the judgment and energy of the commanders, the whole division would have perished. From 400 to 500 men were lost on the route. While the divisions of Rochambeau and Hardy proceeded toward the north, that of Boudet, under the command of General Lacroix, was commanded to return to Saint Marc in order to attack Belair, who up to that time had remained in observation on the heights of Mathieu, which stand to the southeast of that post, between it and Mont Cahos. We give a report of the undertaking in the words of its leader. We climbed the heights by the sources of Mont Ronis. I had often heard speak of a carabined road, but I was, I avow, far from forming an idea of the obstacles which I had to overcome in order to open the carabined road of Mathieu. Yet was I expert in work of the kind, having a year before opened the passage of Splugen. In the memorable campaign of the Army of Reserve, I had also traced, round Fort Bard, routes on peaked mountains declared impassable. I had conveyed cannon by those roads, thus executing an enterprise till then regarded as impossible. That path round Fort Bard threw down the barrier which stood against the fortune of the First Consul. By that road the Army of Reserve gained the plains of Piedmont, and reconquered Italy on the field of Marengo. Precipices and road accidents are everywhere the same, but in the Alps the bushwood is at least accessible, and the trees are of a determinate height, while in America the former are fine mountains, and the latter colossal masses which you can scarcely take in one view, and which you can displace only by strength of arm and length of time. I doubt whether I could have been able to gain the plateau of Mathieu if Belair had added the efforts of his resistance to the obstacles of the locality in which he was. After the most fatiguing march, I at last arrived at Mathieu. Belair had quitted the plain the previous evening to join Dessalines on Mont Cahos. I wrote to him suggesting that he should imitate the examples of Generals Clervaux, Paul L'Ouverture, and Maurepas, and announcing that I was authorized by the Captain General to guarantee to him and to his officers their military rank. He answered that he blindly followed the authority of Toussaint L'Ouverture, recognized governor for life by the constitution of the colony, and by his numberless services which France seemed disposed to disown. The lofty position of Mathieu presented to us the aspect of the Champagne lands of France. We there found its atmosphere. The lungs of our soldiers dilated. We were agile. On the contrary, the blacks whom we had as auxiliaries wore a shrunk appearance. In the different gorges of the mountain we delivered from 500 to 600 persons who had fled thither from Saint Marc and the neighboring lands. Hardy and Rochambeau had set at large 1,000 fugitives in Mont Cahos. I collected on Mathieu a large number of horses, mules, and horned cattle, which Belair had got together. 2 days after, I began to march toward Port-au-Prince. A letter was brought me from General Boudet, who, directing me to conduct his division to that city, requested that I would make a processional entrance into it, and that in so doing I should make the troops appear as numerous as possible, in order to efface from the minds of the men of color in the West the impressions they had received as to the extent of our loss. I put the troops into 2 ranks. Our sections marched at great distances. All our officers were on horseback. Artillery ready for the field was sent to meet me. I distributed it in the column with the baggage, and our entrance produced the moral effect which we expected. Footnote: Memoir pour servir l'histoire de la Révolution, etc. Volume 2, page 172, sequential. End of footnote. Nothing can more clearly show the valorous resistance made by Toussaint L'Ouverture than the frank confessions made by this respectable writer of the disorganized and weakened condition of the French troops after the capture of Crête à Pierrot. Scarcely able to keep the field, or effect a retrograde movement, the decimated and shattered armies of Leclerc could not be allowed, except when tricked out in this fashion, to return to the capital of the island. What impudence, then, was that which described the great African leader as a mere chief of banditti, and what did that leader want but the support of some European power, friendly to human freedom, in order to establish on a permanent basis that constitution which had been so wisely constructed, and that liberty which had been purchased at so large a price, and of which the Haytian negroes had proved themselves so worthy? Alas, such a friendly power did not exist. England and the United States were both committed to the support of slavery, and the great war of the African world had to be fought out by Toussaint alone. Well was the conflict sustained, and though the immediate result was adverse, the strife, we trust, will not have to be renewed. If the plains, the mountains, and the ravines of Saint Domingo say nothing effectually on behalf of negro rights, surely they cry with so loud a voice, declaring the horrors of a war of bloods, that even fear will suffice to break the bonds of the slave. From the ruins and carnage of Crête à Pierrot, L'Ouverture hastened to the recesses of Mont Cahos, whither he had ordered the brave defenders of that post to follow him. They, as well as he, needed a few days' repose, and there, where he had for some time formerly dwelt, he met his wife and family, and in their society enjoyed a short tranquillity. Of this brief leisure he availed himself to write to Bonaparte, in order to explain to him the conduct of General Leclerc, and to ask him to send another to take his place, into whose hands he might resign the command of the island. This was an hour for calm reflection Toussaint L'Ouverture did not let slip. Thoughtful by nature, he now, by the force of circumstances, was drawn to the consideration of his past career and his present position. He had effected much. At one time he thought he had achieved the permanent freedom of his color. But alas, the Constitution had not been ratified. In defence of that solemn national act, he had not only again and again risked his life and nearly forfeited all he possessed, but he had given many a severe lesson to its assailants, and taught them to respect and fear a man whom they disgracefully attempted to enslave. Yet amid these triumphs, the final success of his undertaking seemed now to recede into distant mists. The present was dark and gloomy. Leclerc, with shattered forces, was still strong, and should the army now under his command be annihilated, it could easily be replaced by the inexhaustible resources of France. Yet, so long as he himself lived, he was bound to labor in the sacred cause he had undertaken. With the past full in his view, he could not despair. Anyway, it is for man to deserve, as it is for God to give, success. Instead of sinking beneath his sense of the great loss suffered by the destruction of Crête à Pierrot, Toussaint, after a brief interval, resumed hostile operations with an active energy not surpassed even in his days of triumph. He had, indeed, disappeared from the view of his foes, but it was only to deceive them by false and rapid marches, to prepare ambuscades, to harass them on their flanks and in the rear, to make them sink under the fatigue, hunger, thirst, and want of sleep he compelled them to undergo. Now he covered his flight by deserts and by flames, to make their victory more baneful than ordinary defeat. Now he waited for his prey in a defile, always doing much, by the force of his genius, to carry the warfare beyond all acknowledged rules. Christophe in the north, Dessalines in the west, supported his adroit and rapid movements. At the sound of the church bells, he sent forth from the pulpit a manly and magical eloquence, which painted to the eye and impressed on the heart the horrors of servitude and the delights of liberty, and preached a religion which, acknowledging all men as brothers, disclaimed and condemned slavery, and made his soldiers feel that in fighting for freedom they fought on the side of God and Christ. His sermon over, he resumed the soldier and the general, disappeared, flew, reappeared, and seemed almost as if he possessed a species of omnipresence. All the time he had an army at his command, though where they were, or what the number and resources of his troops, was hidden to all but himself and a chosen few; while, by means as sure as they were hidden, he learnt all that took place among his assailants. Moved by his authority, his spies and scouts, now in appearance blind, deaf, lame, and now beggars or fugitives, made light of toil, peril, and torture in a service which religion, as well as civil obedience, seemed to them to exact. The different bodies of the French army who believed Toussaint ruined, if not dead, felt his blows on every side. As they returned to the Cape or to Port-au-Prince, he disturbed them, beat them, worried them alike in their communications, in their attacks, in their marches, in their retreat. Everywhere he carried alarm and dread. When the soldiers entered the Cape, Toussaint appeared in its suburbs. The city required both walls and defenders. The blacks, if they appeared to be friends, proved to be enemies in reality. With all dispatch, Leclerc raised anew the fortifications of a town in which, more than ever, the party of servitude and the party of liberty disputed and contended. In that war no man knew his neighbor. You lived side by side with your enemy, you slept under the same roof, you ate at the same table with him, and yet you knew him not, for there were blacks on the side of the Consul, and there were whites on the side of Toussaint. At length arms were taken up. The ships supplied cannon, and the sailor was brought on shore to fight. Only the more vigor did Toussaint put forth, and the city was about to become his prey, when fresh troops arrived from France, and the black hero thought it prudent to retire. The position of Leclerc had become one of extreme difficulty. By painful experience he had learned with what singular enemies he had to contend. Of what use was it to continue a war in which victories cost so much and were so readily effaced by reverses? Already had he lost 5,000 men in battle; a like number, sick or wounded, were in the hospitals. Besides, the war offered no reward. What glory was there even in totally subjugating semi-barbarian blacks? Conquest, instead of enriching the soldier, only carried him into burning towns or desert mountains. The army murmured. The climate was intolerable. The work they had to perform was repulsive. The Consul, they said, has sent us here to perish, companions though we are of his achievements and sharers in his glory. These and similar complaints, which reached the ears of the captain of the expedition, occasioned him lively disquietude, the rather because his army was attacked by a malady which, bad as it was, threatened to become more deadly, and although he expected fresh troops, scarcely would all suffice to keep the population in order, to say nothing of the exigencies of war. He had, it is true, many blacks under his banners, but could he count on their fidelity? Did he not know that their chiefs, who showed the most zeal and devotion, were wrapped in impenetrable dissimulation, and that he kept them obedient only by reiterated promises of liberty? The people of color appeared to him more devoted, But had they not, in preceding wars, passed now into the party of the whites, and now into that of the blacks, as much from the inconstancy as for the sake of liberty? The barbarous chiefs, however, who were his enemies, gave him most concern. Christophe, filled with prowess and intrepidity; Dessalines, that savage Achilles of unequalled courage and fury; Toussant, who by his prolific genius was capable of everything, who escaped only to reappear, who everywhere caused foes to spring up under the feet of his army, as if they were born of the mountains. Reflecting on these things, counting his losses, surveying his disappointments, measuring his enemies, calculating his difficulties, and forecasting his prospects, Leclerc came to the determination that he should act wisely if he tried what could be done in the way of negotiation. Should the attempt fail, he would have gained time; should it succeed, he would have put an end to a doubtful and disastrous war. Among the heads of the hostile army, Christophe had shown the least aversion to accommodation. With him, Leclerc commenced his negotiations. He intimated to Christophe that, as the mother country would unquestionably give legal confirmation to the abolition of servitude, the war was useless and without an object, and that the sole obstacle to peace being the ambition of Toussaint, he would arrange with him in order to arrest that chief in the most secret manner possible. Instead of becoming the instrument of that perfidy, Christophe replied in language and tones of virtue, saying that to arrest his friend, his companion, his chief, would be to betray at once friendship and honor, as well as his country; and that a treason so disgraceful could not for a moment be entertained by him. He ended his letter with these words: "Show us the laws which guarantee our liberty. Then Toussaint, my brethren, myself, all of us, will with joy throw ourselves into the arms of our mother country." How could we believe the Consul's words, brought to us as they were amid demonstrations of war? Excuse, he added, the fears and the alarm of a people which has suffered so much in slavery. Give it grounds of confidence if you desire to terminate the calamities of Saint Domingo. Then, forgetting the past, we shall in security enjoy the present and the future. Struck with the wisdom and energy of this reply, Leclerc felt that it was more than ever necessary to put away all idea of slavery, which could be restored only in very different circumstances. With this view he dealt freely in protestations. The Consul, he urged, could not have proposed laws for a country with which he was not acquainted, but in the name of the Supreme Being, the avenger of falsehood, he affirmed that the liberty of the blacks was the basis of the laws which would be passed. An interview ensued, and in reliance on the protestations and the oath of Leclerc, Christophe went over to the French with 1,200 men, surrendering the mountains of Limbe, Port François, and Grande Rivière, with an immense amount of warlike stores. Christophe immediately sought an interview with Toussaint, and among other things remarked that Leclerc appeared very sorry at having undertaken the war, that he had done so in the persuasion that he could soon bring it to a successful termination, and that, being now disabused of that error, was desirous of concluding a peace, adding that at the express request of the Captain General he wished to converse with Toussaint on the subject. On his part, Toussaint complained that Christophe had listened to overtures from the enemy, contrary to military discipline, since he had no authority from his superior officer. Before leaving, Christophe put into the hands of Toussaint a letter from Leclerc. Prevented at the moment from reading the communication, Toussaint did not learn till after Christophe's departure that he had gone over to the French. The regret which he felt gave place to astonishment, and astonishment was succeeded by indignation. He sent for Adjutant General Fontaine, the chief of his staff, and to him alone communicated the contents of the letter, directing him to go to Christophe and command him to repair to the headquarters at Marmelade in order to explain his conduct. The traitor affected compliance. Many of his officers, on hearing of the mission of General Fontaine, declared that they had been misled. On his return, that officer reported the surrender of Port François and other places. Toussaint L'Ouverture assembled his chief officers and announced to them the extraordinary event. Christophe's conduct appeared to them no less incomprehensible than blameworthy. The news having spread among the people and the soldiers, they burst forth in reproaches against him, and by a spontaneous movement assembled around Toussaint's dwelling to assure him of their fidelity and devotedness. In this conjuncture, the hope of an approaching peace, which for a moment even Toussaint had indulged, vanished wholly. The warlike spirit became universal, together with indignation at the treachery. All swore to die for their chief, because in so doing they would die for liberty. Toussaint's orders flew on all sides in order to prevent or abate the consequences of the perfidy. He still had, in the West and in the North, faithful battalions and devoted districts. The less his resources became, the more grand did his character appear. Had fortune then abandoned him? Could he no longer look to the highest of all powers, whose work he had undertaken, and by whose hand he had been guided and protected? Was his country, after all, to fall under the dishonorable yoke of servitude? Adversity crushes only ordinary men. Toussaint took courage even from despair. Shortly he learned that Dessalines had imitated Christophe and joined the ranks of the enemy. This was the second heavy blow. Toussaint did not so much regard the individual loss of these two leaders, nor the loss of the troops they carried with them, nor the loss of the lands they commanded, as the loss of his own influence which must ensue, and the perplexity in which he found himself as to who was and who was not trustworthy. His best captains, Christophe, Dessalines, Laplume, Clervaux, his two brothers, his nephew, were in the camp of his foes. Where could he be sure to find men worthy of his confidence? Under these circumstances, it was that Leclerc put every means into action in order to induce Toussaint to come to an accommodation. The Captain General was the more desirous of such a result, because, though he knew that Toussaint's power was broken, he knew also that the population at large were wholly alienated from his own government, and might at any moment be roused to a resistance more determined and more sanguinary than what they had made already. With a view to appease the hardly suppressed ill humor, Leclerc had sent Rigaud out of the island, hoping thereby to gain some favor with the blacks. The effect on the whole was inconsiderable. Even after their treachery, the negro chiefs were idle, while Frenchmen were objects of indifference or detestation. This contrasted feeling was observed, and is spoken of by an eye-witness thus: "On arriving at the Cape, I had occasion to make very serious reflections. I saw many of our general officers in full uniform pass by. The inhabitants, no matter what their color, showed no sign of exterior deference. Suddenly I heard a noise. It was General Dessalines. He came for the first time to pay his respects to the Captain General Leclerc. The population of both sexes and of all colors rushed to meet him. They fell down at his approach. I was saddened rather than revolted. Dark and painful ideas accompanied me to the mansion of the General in Chief. In the antechamber I found General Dessalines. The horror he inspired me with kept me at a distance from him. He asked who I was, and came to me, and without looking me in the face, said in a rough voice, 'I am General Dessalines. In bad times, General, I have heard you much spoken of.' His bearing and his manners were savage. I was surprised at his words, which announced assurance rather than remorse. The barbarian must have felt himself powerful, or he would not have dared to take that attitude." Memoir, etc., par Leclerc, section 2, pages 191 and 2. Once before had Leclerc made an attempt to bring Toussaint to treat. The attempt failed. A second effort had a different result. To Leclerc's overture, Toussaint in substance replied, I am powerful enough to burn and ravage, as well as to sell dearly a life which has not been useless to the mother country. But with bootless destruction such a mind as Toussant's could not be satisfied. For a great object he had taken up arms. If that object could be secured by peaceful means, his duty was clear. This view, on which his own mind had for some time been dwelling, was enforced by the representations and advice of persons around him, whose fidelity and courage gave them a right to be heard. Toussaint became less indisposed to listen to terms of accommodation. Leclerc proposed, as the principal conditions of peace, to leave in Toussant's hands the government of Saint Domingo, to hold by his side the office of delegate from France, and to employ Toussant's officers according to their rank. I swear, he said, before the face of the Supreme Being, to respect the liberty of the people of Saint Domingo. Toussaint L'Ouverture replied, I accept everything which is favorable for the people and for the army, and for myself I wish to live in retirement. Noble resolution! Resolution worthy of all thy previous conduct, thou noble-hearted man. All for others, nothing for thyself. Yet had he now the option of retaining supreme power in the island, sanctioned and guaranteed by French authority. And out of that supreme power, were he ambitious, he might have carved a crown. But didst thou think that thy frank disinterestedness might be turned to thy own ruin? The possibility could hardly have escaped thy sagacious and foreseeing mind. Nevertheless, rather wilt thou incur any personal risk than prolong the horrors of this war, which every day becomes more fratricidal and more disastrous. As a consequence of this accommodation, an interview between Toussaint and Leclerc was agreed on. It was proposed that they should meet on a spot in the mountains of Mornay. Learning that the place had given rise to suspicions, Toussaint magnanimously resolved to repair to the Cape. His journey was a triumph. Everywhere crowds pressed and prostrated themselves before the hero. They hailed him as their friend. They hailed him as their liberator. For in their acclaim they bore in mind that the liberty for which he had fought was sanctioned and secured by the Captain General's solemn oath. His arrival at the Cape was announced by salvos from both the sea and the land forces. The multitude surrounded him with demonstrations of love and veneration. The mother pointed him out to her child, and girls strewed his path with flowers. Leclerc received him in his mansion, situated near the sea. During the interview, 400 horsemen who had accompanied Toussaint stood near, drawn up in order and with bare sabres. To the Captain General, Toussaint was no longer a fanatical slave in revolt, and condemned to death, nor was he an unnatural father. The Consul's brother-in-law took pains to laud his good faith and his magnanimity. He dwelt with emphasis on the reconciliation thus ratified, which would restore prosperity to the colony. He repeated his oath in presence of the chiefs of the two armies. General, he said, one cannot but praise you and admire you when one has, as you have done, borne the burden of the government of Saint Domingo. Your presence in this city is a proof of your magnanimity and your good faith. Our reconciliation will make this island, of which you are the restorer, bloom again, and will consolidate its new institutions, which are the fundamental basis of the liberty and the happiness of all. When the people of Saint Domingo, replied L'Ouverture, triumphed in a war foreign both in relation to France and to themselves, they never thought that they should ever have to resist their natural protector. If explanations had preceded your arrival in this island, the cannon would not have been fired, except to welcome the envoy of a great power, and you would, on reaching these shores, have seen no other lights than feux de joie. You knew for certain that I was at Santo Domingo. There was still time to send me news of your mission. When you were before the Cape, General Christophe begged you to grant him delay sufficient to acquaint me with the fact that a French squadron was on our shores. You might reasonably have acceded to his request, instead of reducing the people to despair by your threats, and exposing your army on the crater of a volcano. Leclerc admitted that pilots whom he had taken near the Bay of Samana, had assured him that Toussaint L'Ouverture was at Santo Domingo. "But I am the brother-in-law of the First Consul. I am Commander-in-Chief of a French army, and consequently in position and rank superior to General Christophe, and I did not think it consistent with my dignity to stop before a brigadier general, and to listen to all his allegations." "Nevertheless," rejoined Toussaint, "you waited for 4 days, and you will agree that some days more would not have done an injury to your honor, since, according to the words and the letter of your brother-in-law, you are entrusted with only a pacific mission. It seems to me that by patience you would have served equally France and San Domingo." "It is true, but I was not master of myself. Let us retain no recollection of the past. All shall be repaired. Let us, General, rejoice at our union. Your sons, the officers who have accompanied you, as well as the generals and officers of my army who are here, must be witnesses of our common gladness." At these words, the door of the hall opened, and at Leclerc's invitation, all the persons who were in the next apartment entered and took their places. In their presence, the Captain General renewed his oaths. During this exchange of words, Leclerc, pressing Toussaint as to the reduced condition of his resources, asked him where he could have obtained arms to continue the war. In a truly Lacedaemonian manner, the hero replied, "I would have taken yours." Presently there entered a fine boy who leapt on the neck of Toussaint L'Ouverture. It was his youngest son. During the war he had been lost by his father, and carried off by the French. Taken to the Cape, he was consigned to the care of his tutor, and now, as a touching pledge of friendship, he had been restored to his father, who was deeply affected by thus recovering his beloved child. In returning from this conference, in the details of which we learn on how insignificant causes depend peace and war with all their mighty issues, Toussaint L'Ouverture passed through the posts of the French army, in the midst of the acclamations of the soldiers, the militia, and the people, who crowded around him, and under salvos of artillery entered Marmelade, where the commander received him at the head of his own troops. The day following, he addressed the grenadiers and the dragoons of his guard. Having spoken to them of the peace, and shown them that it could not be violated except by perjury, he praised their courage, and thanked them for the love and devotedness they had displayed toward him, and solemnly declared that the recollection of their deeds would forever remain engraven on his mind. In order to testify to them his satisfaction, and at the same time take his farewell, he embraced all their officers. Those brave and hardy veterans could not restrain their tears, and the soldiers were sad and inconsolable. Toussaint then took the road for Ennery, which he had chosen for his residence. When near it, he was surrounded by crowds of people, who shouted, "General, have you abandoned us?" "No, my children," he answered. "All your brethren are under arms, and the officers of all ranks retain their posts." When Toussaint L'Ouverture had fixed himself in the fertile and delightful valley of Ennery, to enjoy the repose of private and domestic life, he found occupation a necessity, and employed his energy in repairing and improving the dwellings of the inhabitants, and dispensing around him other benefits. Though retired from the world, he was not forgotten. Generals and other officers of the French army, and strangers from distant lands, came to visit him, and were welcomed with an affability which was a part of his nature. Exempt from fear and disquietude, he lived in the bosom of his family as if he had been guarded by an army. He rode over the country, and was everywhere greeted with tokens of respect. With the cessation of hostilities, bands of black troops descended from the mountains, and the two armies mingled together as brothers. Freedom rendered friends those whom slavery had made deadly enemies. The population laid down their arms to engage in the labors of the field. The dwellings which the fear of servitude had burned down rose again under the reign of liberty. With a view to confirm the peace, the captain of the expedition put into the hands of Christophe the police of the North, and into Dessalines the police of the West. The cities which had been consumed were rebuilt. Vessels soon filled the ports. Commerce began once more to flourish. Everything promised a smiling future. Songs were heard and dances were seen in the villages. The whole country offered a proof how happy this world would be but for the disturbances occasioned by human passions. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 3, Chapter 1 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography, by John Relly Beard. Book 3. From the Ravages of the Yellow Fever in Haiti until the Deportation and Death of its Liberator. Chapter 1. Leclerc's uneasy position in Saint Domingo from insufficiency of food, from the existence in his army of large bodies of blacks, and especially from a most destructive fever. Ere long, the natural consequences of the ravages which had been carried over the country, and of the abstraction from agriculture of a large portion of the population, were felt in scarcity of provisions, the rather that Saint Domingo did not abound in articles of human food of a superior kind. This scarcity was augmented by the necessity of supporting out of the public magazines a large number of soldiers, for though the European part of the army was much reduced, a large number of blacks and men of color had been thrown on the government stores. Shortness of food and the high prices which ensue are especially trying to a government of force. Complaints began to spread among the native population, and not without difficulty were the servants of the state supplied with the necessaries of life. Application for aid was made to the governors of foreign possessions in the neighborhood. The Spaniards furnished supplies with chivalrous generosity, but those supplies were very far from being sufficient. The English, who had not anticipated the success of the French arms, and saw that success with uneasiness, refused to give succor. From Americans a similar answer was received. The conduct of their agents disclosed the regret which their governments felt in not finding at Saint Domingo, under the French sway, the commercial advantages which they enjoyed while it was ruled by Toussaint L'Ouverture. The state of the island, combined with the native politeness of the French character, caused attentions to be paid to foreign ships and visitors, which were interpreted into tokens of a sense of civil and political weakness. This adverse impression found its way into the minds of the blacks, so that the spirit of the colonial army became increasingly difficult to manage. Thus, what at first was the Captain General's power proved a source of weakness and embarrassment. To provide a remedy, he attempted to incorporate the colonial troops with the reinforcements that came from France, but the prejudices of Europeans rendered the plan all but nugatory. Yet, if it was dangerous to have entire large bodies of blacks, it was not less dangerous to discharge and dismiss them at once. Leclerc had no resource but time, and sought to govern by dividing. Accordingly, he took care to employ black soldiers only in small detachments, and regarded even desertion with satisfaction. He could not, however, feel at ease unless he knew that the blacks were resuming their agricultural labors, and though in sending them back to the plantations he received assistance from some of their chiefs, he was made sensible of the want of such an influence as that which Toussaint L'Ouverture had exerted before the war, and effected his purpose only on a limited scale. These difficulties, however, though in themselves not small, were inconsiderable compared with those which sprang from a terrible malady with which the island, and especially its European inhabitants, was now visited. The yellow fever, which had already proved destructive, broke out with great violence at the same time at Port-au-Prince and at the Cape. It appeared there in a form unusually repulsive and deadly. It seized persons who were in good health, without any premonition. Sometimes death was the immediate consequence. Happy those who were immediately carried off. Ordinarily, it was slow in its progress, as well as frightful in its inflictions. The disorder began in the brain, by an oppressive pain accompanied or followed by fever. The patient was devoured with burning thirst. The stomach, distracted by pains, in vain sought relief by efforts to disburden itself. Fiery veins streaked the eye. The face was inflamed, and dyed of a dark, dull red color. The ears from time to time rang painfully. Now mucus secretions surcharged the tongue, and took away the power of speech. Now the sick man spoke, but in speaking had a foresight of death. When the violence of the disorder approached the heart, the gums were blackened. The sleep, broken or troubled by convulsions or by frightful visions, was worse than the waking hours, and, when the reason sank under the delirium which had its seat in the brain, repose utterly forsook the patient's couch. The progress of the fire within was marked by yellowish spots, which spread over the surface of the body. If then a happy crisis came not, all hope was gone. Soon the breath infected the air with a fetid odor, the lips glazed, despair painted itself in the eyes, and sobs, with long intervals of silence, formed the only language. From each side of the mouth spread foam, tinged with black and burnt blood. Blue streaks mingled with the yellow over all the frame. Death came on the 13th day, though more commonly it tarried till the 17th. All remedies were useless. Rarely did the victims escape. The malady produced a general melancholy. Its depressing effects were visible in the troops who had not yet been stricken with the fever. You saw the men regard each other with furtive glances, and in deep yet ominous silence. Their arms looked tarnished, their steps were heavy and slow. Unconquerable in the field, they already felt themselves the victims of destiny. When undergoing review, the men, scarcely expecting to see each other again, affected a foolish gayety, the real character of which was betrayed by a bitter smile, or took leave of each other sadly as pilgrims, through suffering, to the dark shores of the eternal world. The city of the Cape then presented one of those sights which are rare in the history of human calamities. Scarcely had a part of the buildings destroyed by the conflagration been hastily reconstructed, when the town and the hospitals were filled with the sick and the dying. The chief hospital, situated on a height which overhangs the city, having been burnt down, consisted now only of large sheds covered with sugar canes. Therein the patients were for the most part laid in straw, unprovided with necessary appliances, exposed now to the fury of storms, now to torrents of rain, and now to the burning rays of the sun. Those remaining in the city were better protected and cared for, but breathing an impurer air, and deprived of breezes by the mountains, they suffered scarcely less, and died as certainly. Military discipline disappeared. The common soldier had the same authority as the general, and each general acknowledged no authority except his own. Men spoke no more of combats, of exploits, of glory. The heart of the soldier sank within him. Even the funeral knell ceased its mournful sounds. The common calamity crushed the sense of religious observance. In the midst of disorder and confusion, death heaped victims on victims. Friend followed friend in quick succession. The sick were avoided from the fear of contagion, and for the same reason the dead were left without burial. Despair alone remained in activity. Fierce despair, for the dying man could cast his eye on neither friend nor nurse, and had to suffer and expire in terrific solitude or more terrific companionship. The country, the mountains, the sea, afforded no place of refuge. The troops that were removed to a distance from the towns were not the less attacked. Their camp was transformed into a hospital. Soldiers died under trees laden with fruit, and under plants breathing perfumes. The ships of war and merchant vessels lost their crews. 48 passengers from Bordeaux expired in disembarking at the Cape. Terrified at the destruction, some, on nearing the island, went on board vessels that were quitting its infected shores, yet perished smitten by the poisoned air. 4,000 men who came in Dutch vessels perished. Fear multiplied the victims. When the malady was in all its force, human passions manifested their guilty excesses. Virtue was disregarded when it no longer offered an earthly reward. Some sought distraction and relief to their wretchedness in gambling and in voluptuousness. Violence and adultery became common. Others endeavored to drown their torments in reckless intoxication. Others, again, attired in military costume, which at such a moment was simply ridiculous, threw insult at the disease and braved death, either in satirical gayety or in buffooneries, or in roars of silly laughter. The words, "Ah, the funny fellow," became a derisive phrase to indicate a poor wretch that was trying to laugh or trick away his calamity. Others, again, deep sunk in guilt, sought to deceive death in the arms of a mistress or in perfumed baths. While all around was perishing, songs were heard from the sea. They were the attempts of men who thus tried to cheat themselves into momentary joy. The nearer men were to eternity, the more greedy they were of the pleasures of earth. Pauline, the wife of Leclerc and the sister of the Consul, did not renounce her voluptuous habits in the midst of so terrible a plague. In the hope of breathing a less infected air, she had gone to a country house, on the declivity of a pleasant hill, which overhung the sea. Here she passed her hours in pleasure and luxury. She saw die around her officers whose incense she had welcomed, but for whose sufferings she showed no concern, intent only on putting away all unpleasant objects, and seizing with avidity on sources of gratification. Now she caused herself, like a queen, to be borne in a palanquin through the most beautiful scenes of nature. There would she, for hours together, dwell in contemplating the ocean and its delightful shores, loaded with the luxuries of tropical vegetation. Now she plunged into the depths of odoriferous forests, and surrendered herself to the captivating reveries of love. And now she sailed on the sea, accompanied by courtiers, musicians, and buffoons, as if she would sustain the character of Venus rising from the waves. What is still more remarkable is that she took pains to defy the malady by festivities, in which she gathered around her dancing, music, pleasure, and voluptuousness. There she drew on herself admiration by her wit, her graces, her beauty, and the ravishing tenderness of her looks. But around and in those festivities, death bore his funeral torches. The balls which she ceased not to give took place on the brink of the grave. The dancers of to-night were dead on the morrow. But the more joyous did she affect to appear. "These," she said, "are our last moments. Let us pass them in pleasure." As the disorder raged in other places, as well as in the cities of the Cape and Port au Prince, there died every day, on land and on sea, not less than from 300 to 400 persons. More and more irregular in its symptoms and its course, the fever baffled and defied the skill of the physicians, who died together with their patients. The little attention which at first was paid to funeral rites became less and less, and soon was wholly discontinued. The dead bodies were put on the outside of the doors and carried off by night. If anything could excite compassion, it was to see on some of those livid frames the scars of wounds received in the battles of Europe, where he had gained his fame who sent those warriors and heroes to die on a distant, foreign, and deadly shore. As it was necessary to remove the dead as soon as they had breathed their last, some were carried off while yet alive. Groans were heard in the heaps of abandoned corpses, and from the putrid mass some rose and returned to take their place among the living. As very many bodies were tossed into the sea, the waves bore them up and down the harbor, or left them on the shore, painful mementos to spectators, and food for birds and beasts of prey, while they added to the foul infection with which the atmosphere was burdened. During the prevalence of these accumulated disasters, the black population, proof against the pest, remained faithful to the peace which had been forced on them and their venerated chief. Had they chosen to rise, the whole expedition would have perished. Their virtue was more than abstinence from self-avengement. With characteristic hospitality, they received sick persons into their homes, and gave them unlooked-for aid. They did more. They gave them tears and sympathy, seeing in them not Frenchmen and assailants, but sufferers. There were other benefactors. Sisters of Charity, truly worthy of the name, went from street to street and from bed to bed, ministering with tenderness and skill to the sick, the despairing, and the departing. Womanly love was almost the only virtue that maintained itself erect. When all other remedies had proved vain, that noble affection showed itself fertile in resources, nor was it the less respectable because in the extremity it resorted to fetish practices which had their origin in Africa. More simple and even more touching was that manifestation of it which compelled young women to follow their lovers to their graves. Amid the faithless, only faithful found. It is terrible to think that some of these worthy women may afterward have been repaid with slavery. At length, when the summer heats had reached their height, the malady redoubled its fury, and broke down alike benevolence and virtue. Then was the harvest of death. According to authentic tables, there died 1,500 officers, 20,000 soldiers, 9,000 sailors, and 3,000 persons who loosely hung about the skirts of the army in quest of employment or fortune. Not fewer than 14 generals lost their lives in the plague. Of that number was Debelle, whose virtues made him regretted alike by foes and friends. Dugua, an intrepid and joyous old man, whose hairs had grown gray on the borders of the Nile. Hardy, who had displayed rare courage in the victories and the reverses of the expedition. Almost incredible is it that there died 700 medical men, worthy for the most of high praise, such was their courage, their patience, their devotedness. The malady changed the character of the army. Those who survived, experiencing a long and difficult convalescence, became habitually depressed, morose, or exasperated. Some had their memory weakened. Some remained broken down or crippled for life. Discipline was restored with difficulty. Even news from home brought little pleasure, and gave only a transient relief, and communications with France were intercepted, in order, so far as possible, to conceal from the mother country the awful loss which she had endured. Such was the terrible punishment which fell on the predatory expedition sent by the Corsican adventurer against the hero and patriot of Saint Domingo. And can there be a more decisive proof of anything than we have here of the honor of Toussaint L'Ouverture? The necessity of the French was his opportunity. With what ease now might he have mustered those blacks which were in Leclerc's way, and extorted from his enfeebled hands the sovereignty of the island. That Toussaint remained quiet at Ennery disproves the base insinuations which were fabricated expressly for his ruin. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 3, Chapter 2 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Book 3, Chapter 2. Bonaparte and Leclerc conspire to effect the arrest of Toussaint L'Ouverture, who is treacherously seized, sent to France, and confined in the Château de Joux. Partial risings in consequence. If the establishment in Saint Domingo of the authority of France had been the object of the expedition, the present settlement of its affairs would have been left to unfold its resources, and the blessings of the existing peace would have been permanent. All opposition had been put down. Mutual explanations had been given. With one exception, the leaders of the blacks held rank and power in the French army. Toussaint L'Ouverture, the only exception, was engaged in rural pursuits and acts of beneficence. Leclerc was sole master in the island. Haiti was now at least a colonial dependency of France, and if there were evils or obstacles which he could not at the moment put away, they were nothing more than such as promised to disappear before good government, aided by the healing and reformatory hand of time. Even through the tempest of the plague, tokens of coming serenity were readily discerned. But the occupation of the island was only the first act in the drama. The intelligence of the ravages of the fever in San Domingo shocked the mind of Bonaparte, though he had foreseen and even premeditated the calamity. One obstacle which lay in his way to the imperial throne had been removed. So far the expedition had not proved nugatory. There were two other obstacles. One was the freedom of the blacks. Such freedom, in the Consul's eyes, was licentiousness. It was, moreover, incompatible with his designs. If San Domingo remained free, the other French colonies must and would be free. In their emancipation, the colonial system would be endangered, nay, would soon be lost, for freedom was the precursor of independence, and if the colonies became independent, what strongholds would France possess in the West Indies to check the growing power of England? And where would be its outposts to keep the United States in good behavior? Even more important were those dependencies when considered as pastures for the powerful and the aspiring around the Consul's person. Let the colonies be reduced into servitude, then would they naturally enter as constituent parts in an empire under governors, with more than the power of ordinary princes, who, with Bonaparte at their head, would form a regular and august political hierarchy, and so lay the basis of a dominion which might extend widely over both hemispheres, if not in time comprehend the civilized world. To the ambitious Corsican, the prospect was enchanting. The herds of Haytian negroes must be sent back into slavery. This resolution he knew could not be carried into effect so long as Toussaint L'Ouverture lived on the island. His existence there was the second great impediment. That impediment, too, the Consul determined to remove. The determination was the more readily formed because the world had come to regard Toussaint as a sort of rival to Bonaparte. The phrase became current which designated the one the first of the blacks, and the other the first of the whites. Comparisons were made between the two which the First Consul always found offensive, and which were not always to the First Consul's advantage. Was his bright star to pale before the fiery meteor of a slave? Besides, that slave had not been easily subdued. He had all but overcome and destroyed the soldiers of Egypt and Italy. When peace was concluded, it was difficult to say whether the assailant or the assailed was in the worse condition. This manly and effective resistance Bonaparte could not forgive. It would have been less intolerable had it been made by Europeans, but to come from negro slaves, it was an unpardonable offense. Yes, Bonaparte hated Toussaint, and resolved to effect his destruction. His arrest was the first point to be gained. With Toussaint in his hands, everything else, he judged, would be easy. The First Consul was not to be deterred by the consideration that such a step could not be taken without dissimulation and perfidy. The end covered, if it did not justify, the means in his eyes. In Leclerc he had a ready and passive instrument, nor was the Captain General without his own reasons for the contemplated apprehension. The hatred borne by the master had taken possession of the servant's soul. Little satisfaction did he feel in a peace which a hard fate had induced him to seek and conclude. The popularity of the negro chief caused him to be an object of fear with Leclerc. In the war, the chief glory had been gained by his foe, and now that foe, having become his rival, eclipsed Leclerc in the estimation of the natives of nearly all classes and all opinions. He had, moreover, and he knew he had, injured, deeply injured, Toussaint L'Ouverture, and injury invariably begets a hatred in proportion to its own intensity. Besides, the original plan, which so far had been successful, remained to be completed. Leclerc, in consequence, was well disposed to execute the Consul's will. Without waiting for express directions in a matter on which he well knew the mind of Bonaparte, the Captain General began to prepare the way for the final act. For this purpose he spoke of Toussaint not as an independent power who had of his own accord laid down arms and declined the highest post in the colony, but as a revolter who had been outlawed and condemned to death, but pardoned as an act of grace his own part. Consulting him as to the disposition of the troops, so as to prevent suspicion, he sought occasions which, in extorting complaints from him, might form the grounds of a disagreement, and so afford pretexts for his seizure. 2 frigates anchored off Gonaïves. The soldiers no longer paid Toussaint military honors. The plot was dimly seen by friends, who advised the black hero to be on his guard. Some went so far as to recommend him to take measures for his personal security. He replied, "For one to expose one's life for one's country when in peril is a sacred duty, but to arouse one's country in order to save one's life is inglorious." In order to give some color to the contemplated arrest, Leclerc complained that Toussaint's body guard had not been wholly disarmed. Toussaint replied that he had given orders for its disbandment, and advised the Captain General to proceed mildly in bringing that result about. Impatient of contradiction, Leclerc employed force, and with difficulty succeeded. In this opposition, an excuse was found for filling the district of Inneret with European troops. The inhabitants complained. Toussaint L'Ouverture became the medium for making those complaints known. This was exactly what was wanted, says one who knew Leclerc's designs. On the 7th of June, General Brunet wrote to Toussaint L'Ouverture the following letter: Brunet, General of Division, to the General of Division Toussaint L'Ouverture. Headquarters at the plantation of Joux, 18 Prairial, Anno 10. The moment, Citizen General, has come to make known to General Leclerc, in an incontestable manner, those who may deceive him in regard to yourself. They are calumniators, since your sentiments tend only to bring back order in the district which you inhabit. It is necessary to render me aid in order to restore the communication with the Cape, which was yesterday interrupted, since 3 persons have been murdered by a band of 50 brigands, between Inneret and Coup à Pintade. Send toward those places faithful men, whom you will pay well. I will be accountable for the outlay. There are, my dear General, arrangements which we ought to make in concert, which it is impossible to treat of by letter, but which an hour's conference would terminate. Had I not to-day been overwhelmed with business, I would myself have brought the answer to your letter. Occupied as I am, I must beg you to come to my residence. You will not find there all the pleasures which I would wish to welcome you with, but you will find the frankness of an honorable man, who desires nothing but the happiness of the colony and your own happiness. If Madame Toussaint, whom I shall have the greatest pleasure to become acquainted with, could accompany you, I should be gratified. If she has occasion for horses, I will send her mine. Never, General, will you find a more sincere friend than myself. With confidence in the Captain General, and friendship toward all under him, you will enjoy tranquillity. I cordially salute you, Brunet. Now here is a piece of consummate villainy. This man, who signs himself Brunet, who calls himself a man of honor, and who would have run any one through who should have thrown on that honor the slightest doubt, this man, who probably went to church and heard mass and professed Christianity, or who, at any rate, did not in private pick pockets or cut throats, This man deliberately sits down and employs his ingenuity in fabricating a tissue of lies in order to ensnare to his ruin an innocent patriot, the liberator of his country. Every word in this diabolical composition is selected with a view to deceive. By implication, innuendo, and direct averment, the tissue of falsehoods goes forward to its end. You are, you know, alleged to be less quick than might be wished. False, doubtless. Now you may prove how false by acting in concert with me. Come hither, and so convict your calumniators. Let the Captain General see how earnest you are for the furtherance of public tranquillity. This is a dexterous movement. To remind Toussant that he was suspected was to prepare him for the offered means of exculpation. An innocent man from a consciousness of his innocence, and a guilty man, in order to effect and display such consciousness, would alike be inclined to accept the expedient. Then for this honorable man, who does not invent but merely employs groundless suspicions, he himself is quite confident that his victim is calumniated. No, in coming to me, you come to a friend who knows the real facts, and so is fully aware of what you have done and are doing to tranquilize the country. But, notwithstanding your efforts, disturbances exist. These must be put a stop to. I have said I have confidence in you. I now show it, for I ask you to take the requisite measures. Excellent Jesuit! Yes, the way to beget confidence is, you well know, to show confidence. But how show confidence so much as by employing a man to put down the very evils he is accused of causing? Surely this, if anything, would make him feel that he is trusted, or, at any rate, show him how desirable, even for his own bad purposes, if he has bad purposes, it is that he should act as if he felt that he is trusted. Then, as to the cost of these efforts, we will settle that when we meet. Yes, it is a small affair of business between two generals of division, nothing more, some brigands to exterminate, some expense to be incurred, all to be amicably talked of when the two friends are taking a glass of wine together, and to be ended by an order for payment on the public purse. What more simple, what more natural, what more straightforward? None but one deeply versed in deceit could have thought of treachery. But the tricks are not exhausted. We must have an interview. For that purpose I intended to come and see you. I had ordered my horse and an escort, but really I cannot leave. I am nailed to the spot. I must throw myself on your goodness. Pray come. I will do all I can to make you comfortable, and bring your wife with you on this little excursion, a mere party of pleasure. Shall I send my own horses to convey her and her domestics? What, do you hesitate? Still hesitate? Ah! Take care you fail not to confide in the Captain General. Distrust on your part may justify distrust on his part. Insinuations are best repelled by confidingness. And, you know, trust in Leclerc involves friendship toward me. Yes, you must come. You will come. In this wily epistle there is only one mistake, but it is a serious one. Brunet declares that he is an honorable man. Over this declaration you, Toussaint, surely paused. Here the cunning hand displays its cunning. Yet thy guileless nature will not entertain a distrust. In general, the epistle has a fair seeming. You will accept the invitation. Suspicion of treachery is dishonorable to him who entertains it. And had not Toussaint, when the clouds were really dark, gone to the Cape? And did not a friendly arrangement ensue? The oath of Leclerc remained in force, and here was an opportunity not only to benefit his neighbors, but to purge himself from any suspicions which weak men or designing men had raised. As to the rumors of peril to himself, the timid always abound in illusions of their own fabrication. A brave man never fears danger, and a wise man is not very careful to shun danger. Besides, the civilities of hospitality have their claims. Clearly, on the whole, there was no valid reason against going, and many valid reasons for going. Toussaint had intended to go to Gonaïves before he received Brunet's letter. He was on his way thither. He turned not back when the invitation was put into his hands. Proceeding on his journey, he met Brunet on the plantation called Georges, where the general was waiting for him. For some time they conversed together. Then Brunet begged to be excused and left the room. The next moment there entered from 18 to 20 officers with drawn swords and pistols in their hands. Toussaint L'Ouverture took them for assassins and arose. He drew his sabre, resolved to sell his life dearly. Then the colonel, who was at the head of the band, seeing that he waited for them with intrepidity, advanced toward him with his sword lowered, and said, "General, we have not come here to attempt your life. We have merely the order to secure your person." At these words, Toussaint put his sword back into the scabbard, saying, "The justice of Heaven will avenge my cause." Those prophetic words have had accomplishment. Those prophetic words will have accomplishment, nor ever will they be fulfilled until slavery is blotted out of America and is known no more in the world. From the plantation where he was arrested to Gonaïves, troops had been placed from distance to distance along the road. At midnight, the prisoner was taken on board a French frigate called the Creole. The officer who commanded the ship was touched, even to tears, at the lot of that victim of the basest treachery. They sailed for the Cape, where Toussaint was transferred to the Hero, which waited for them off the port. "Adieu, Captain," said the captive on leaving the Creole. "I shall remember you till my last sigh." When he reached the Hero, he found in his arms Saint Jean L'Ouverture, the very son who on a brighter day had been restored to him by Leclerc. Placide L'Ouverture was arrested next day. Isaac was at Inneret. Ignorant that his father had been seized, he was tranquilly reading, about 7 o'clock in the morning, when he was startled by a brisk firing, followed by alarming cries. Hastening from the room, he beheld laborers, women, and children running hither and thither in terror, and from 300 to 400 French soldiers firing on them in pursuit. A servant urged him to fly. He feared that evil had befallen his father, but remained. Forthwith he was arrested. The officer told him that his father had been embarked, and that he had orders from General Brunet to apprehend him and all the family, adding that he should not have fired on the people had they not attempted to bar his passage. The money and the papers belonging to Toussaint L'Ouverture were taken possession of. The house was rifled. Insolence was added to robbery. Madame Toussaint and her niece were carried off. Only a heart of stone, says Isaac L'Ouverture, who has described the whole scene, could fail to be softened by the tears and the lamentations of the men, the women, and the children who were present, and who deplored her, Madame Toussant's, lot when she was forever quitting her country, a part of her family, and her abode, which was the abode of beneficence and hospitality. Footnote: Memoir d'Isaac, fils de Toussaint L'Ouverture, etc., page 309. End of footnote. Those men, those women, and those children, in the excess of their grief, expressed their fears and their regrets with deep sensibility. "Madame," cried they, "are you leaving us? Shall we never see each other again?" Then, addressing the commanding officer, they added, "Ah, at least, sir, don't kill her. Don't kill her children." They all believed that Toussaint L'Ouverture himself was dead. That woman who was worthy of those marks of attachment and love quitted her home without taking anything with her. Madame Toussaint and her son Isaac and her niece were conducted to the Cape, and put on board the Hero. The vessel forthwith set sail for France. It is related that in fixing, for the last time, his straining eyes on the mountains made memorable by his exploits, Toussaint L'Ouverture exclaimed, "They have only felled the trunk of the tree, of the freedom of the blacks. Branches will sprout, for the roots are numerous and deep." And in that confidence, thou large-hearted man, dost thou sail over that waste of waters, saddened but not overwhelmed. Thou carriest the cause of thy color in thy soul, and, with a mind replete with Christian principles and affections, thou neither doubtest nor despondest. 25 days hast thou to live on the sea, uncertain of thy own fate, but with such knowledge of thy oppressors as must have occasioned dark forecastings. To thy own view, however, thy past is bright. Not for thyself, but for others hast thou toiled and bled, and those others are the outcast, the ignorant, the injured, and the lost. True disciple of thy Galilean Master, bear up in the recollection of his load and his persecutions, yet heavier than thine. And now, in the hour of darkness, find and acknowledge thy glory in that which heathen France accounts thy shame. Not on man's judgment dost thou rely. Not by a local tribunal wilt thou be judged. The wide earth will take cognizance of what thou didst attempt and achieve, and pronounce thee a benefactor, not of thy color only, but of thy kind. Regret not the President's chair left vacant in thy beloved mother country, nor let men's ingratitude and perfidy sour thy feelings. From high motives thou wroughtest for a high purpose, and that purpose, though not in thine own way, will be attained. Be greater by patience in the day of thy weakness, than thou wast in the day of thy power by thy valor, and thy name will pass down to posterity encircled with undying fame. Listen to that solemn voice in thine own heart, which tells thee that Hayti will be free. On the voyage, Toussaint was denied all intercourse with his family. He was confined constantly to his cabin, and the door was guarded by soldiers with fixed bayonets. Uncertain as to his fate, yet apprehensive of a very dark future, he determined to make a solemn appeal to Bonaparte, and prepared the following epistle: On board the Hero, 1 Thermidor, Anno 10, 12th July, 1802. General Toussaint L'Ouverture to General Bonaparte, First Consul of the French Republic. Citizen First Consul, I will not conceal my faults from you. I have committed some. What man is exempt? I am quite ready to avow them. After the word of honor of the Captain General who represents the French Government, after a proclamation addressed to the colony, in which he promised to throw the veil of oblivion over the events which had taken place in Saint Domingo, I, as you did on the 18th Brumaire, withdrew into the bosom of my family. Scarcely had a month passed away, when evil-disposed persons, by means of intrigues, effected my ruin with the General in Chief, by filling his mind with distrust against me. I received a letter from him which ordered me to act in conjunction with General Brunet. I obeyed. Accompanied by 2 persons, I went to Gonaïves, where I was arrested. They sent me on board the frigate Creole, I know not for what reason, without any other clothes than those I had on. The next day my house was exposed to pillage. My wife and my children were arrested. They had nothing, not even the means to cover themselves. Citizen First Consul, a mother 50 years of age may deserve the indulgence and the kindness of a generous and liberal nation. She has no account to render. I alone ought to be responsible for my conduct to the government I have served. I have too high an idea of the greatness and the justice of the first magistrate of the French people to doubt a moment of its impartiality. I indulge the feeling that the balance in its hands will not incline to one side more than to another. I claim its generosity. Salutations and respect, Toussaint L'Ouverture. When he wrote this high-spirited letter, in which the writer characteristically shows his concern for others more than for himself, and the tone of which contrasts favorably with that which his oppressor, when fallen and on the point of quitting Europe for St. Helena, addressed in true French melodramatic style to the English people, Toussaint obviously had no idea of the extent of the perfidy to which he was about to fall a victim. He had been seized and carried off, but only, as he thought, that he might be confronted with his maligners and have a fair trial in France. All he requested, therefore, was an impartial hearing, assured that the even hand of justice would repair the injuries he had suffered. Little did he then foresee the dreadful end to which he had been destined by the Consul's blind ambition. While on board the Hero, Toussaint wrote also to Admiral Ducret, Minister of Marine and of the Colonies. Citizen Minister, I was, with all my family, arrested by the order of the Captain General, who, nevertheless, had given me his word of honor, and who had promised me the protection of the French Government. I venture to claim both its justice and its good will. If I have committed faults, I only ought to suffer the punishment of them. I beg you, Citizen Minister, to employ your interest with the First Consul on behalf of my family and myself. Salutation and respect. Signed, Toussaint L'Ouverture. This simple and dignified letter is reported to have drawn tears from the eyes of the minister. That minister felt the contrast between the dark designs of government and the unsuspicious tone of the communication. Justice! As well ask mercy from tigers, as well seek grapes on a bramble bush. As soon as the vessel arrived at Brest, the First Consul, glad to have so formidable an enemy in his hands, gave free course to his resentment. Without paying any respect to Toussaint's character, fame, services, or former position, he, consulting only his fears and selfish interests, tore him from his family, and began the persecution which was to end in a most painful death. Toussaint was immediately hurried on shore. On the 13th of August, the maritime provost of Brest, at 5 in the morning, sent an officer of police and 4 men to transfer the negro chief from the vessel. On the deck only was he permitted to have an interview with his wife and children, whom he was to meet no more in his life. Only his servant was he allowed to take with him. When in the boat, he bade a last adieu to Madame Toussaint, to Isaac, to Saint Jean, who then remained on board the Hero, and extended his hand to Placide, whom a cruel policy at the same moment was tearing from the arms of his mother, and was conveying on board the corvette La Naye to Belle-Île-en-Mer. In the evening, Placide learnt of the removal of his father from the Hero. Previously, he had sent the following letter to him, which was found under Toussaint's pillow: Brest Roads, 24 Thermidor. My dear father and mother, I am on board the brig La Naye. As yet, I am ignorant of my lot. Perhaps I shall never see you again. In that I do not accuse my destiny. No matter where I am, I entreat you to take courage, and sometimes to think of me. I will send you news of myself if I am not dead. Give me news of yourselves if you have an opportunity. I am very well situated. I am with persons who are very good to me, and who promise to continue so. Isaac and Saint Jean, do not forget your brother. I shall always love you. Many kind thoughts to you all. Embrace my cousins for me. I embrace you as I love you. Your son, signed Placide L'Ouverture. When he thus rudely broke up this amiable and interesting family, the First Consul did not foresee that one day he would be torn away from his wife and son. Curious coincidence in the destiny of the oppressed and that of the oppressor. Bonaparte was repaid in his own coin, nor in this instance merely. Others have presented themselves in our narrative. But what a superfluity of naughtiness have we here! Why are all the members of the L'Ouverture family involved in their father's ruin, and if stern policy required their deportation from Haiti, why are wife and children separated from their natural head, and why should the aged captive be denied the companionship of her who was the choice of his youth, became the comfort of his adult age, and might still have supported his overladen heart to bear his troubles? Was she severed from him expressly to exasperate his feelings and augment his woes, making his load heavier, the more surely and the more speedily to put an end to his existence? Oh, the depth of wickedness with which what is called policy is chargeable! Reader, be not hoodwinked by general terms. Policy would be nothing without politicians, and when statesmen lose their manhood in statecraft, and perpetrate in their public capacity, wherein they have power, deeds which they dare not attempt in their individual capacity, wherein they are weak, then do they contract a criminality which would make them abhorred by all good men, and which is a virtual forfeiture of the tenure by which they hold their high position. Office does not change the character of realities. What is the painful reality here? It is nothing less than theft. Toussaint L'Ouverture was stolen. The First Consul was a man-stealer. He was more. He was a burglar. He broke into Toussant's house, and having ransacked and plundered it, he stole the family, after having perfidiously carried off its head. And having stolen father, mother, and children, he not only separated them one from the other, but murdered at least the father. This is plain speaking. At least it is intended to be so. Crime does not appear crime in men's eyes unless it is branded as crime. Therefore do I declare and proclaim that Bonaparte and his accomplices were and forever remain guilty of man-stealing, robbery, and murder in their treacherous, violent, and most wicked conduct toward this virtuous household. Madame Toussaint and her children were conveyed to Bayonne, where they were placed under the supervision of General Joux. L'Ouverture, with his servant Mars Plaisir, was put on shore at Landerneau, where they were taken in charge by 2 companies of cavalry. Compelled to quit immediately, Toussaint in one carriage and Mars in another set out for Paris under a strong guard. At Guingamp, some officers of the 82nd, who had served under Toussaint L'Ouverture's orders, prevailed on the commander to stop the cavalcade that they might enjoy the opportunity of saluting their old general. The permission was accorded. This was the only solace that the captive enjoyed on the French soil. He reached Paris on the 17th of August, and was immediately imprisoned in the Temple. Thence, without any interview with Bonaparte or his ministers, and without the slightest explanation, he was hurried away into the department of Joux, and consigned to the dungeons of the castle of Joux. Singular caprice of what is called history, at that very hour the same prison held in chains Rigaud, the rival and foe of Toussaint. Separated in the busy hours of public life, Toussaint and Rigaud were united by misfortune, and yet the union was little more than nominal, for they were too powerful, even in a dungeon, to be allowed to confer together. Suffering deserves compassion even when it cannot command respect. Therefore I leave Rigaud to his endurance, without commenting on his guilt in joining Leclerc's marauding enterprise. Rigaud and Toussaint, the first a man of color, the second a negro, but for your skin, or rather but for European prejudice against your skin, you would not have come to your present unhappy condition. You are dark in hue, therefore are you persecuted. Distinguished representatives of your respective races, there are still men who deal in the like of you as they deal in pigs, in poultry, in flocks, and in herds. And there are others who justify this traffic in human flesh on the ground that your epidermis contains a coloring matter of a somewhat deeper shade than their own. Yes, to this issue the question comes at last. How long, O reason, shall so patent and flimsy a pretext prevail? A brown complexion, commonly called white, ensures and justifies personal immunity and personal freedom. A rather deeper brown, and a complexion of a somewhat sable tinge, ensures and justifies the loss of personal liberty, and therein the loss of all the rights, privileges, and possibilities of manhood. Nay, more. The former may buy and sell, oppress, maim, mutilate, brand, scourge, imprison, and even kill the latter. And that, too, not only with perfect impunity, but with all the high bearing of unquestionable right. The relation of master and slave, when reduced to its last link, is the relation of simply more or less in the hues of the skin, of which the varieties are so very numerous, and which extend from the fair Circassian to the raven black negro. Where, in this minutely graduated scale, is the point at which liberty ends and slavery begins? And who has fixed that point, and on what authority? In truth, slavery in its origin and in its essence is simply man-stealing, is robbery of the very worst kind. It is the strong preying on the weak. It is the law of the bludgeon, the bayonet, the fetter, the prison, the ship, the gallows. Bonaparte, in carrying off Toussaint L'Ouverture, did no more than his African prototypes in power did before him, and alas, continue to do to the present hour. One and all, he as well as they, and they not more than he, are robbers and plunderers. What, then, are those who purchase the stolen goods? And what they who grow rich and fatten on the system? Let men, then, renounce the Christian name, or change from the top to the bottom a domestic institution, which, having piracy and theft for its basis and violence for its support, stands in flagrant contradiction to the clearest precepts, the simplest doctrines, and the fundamental principles of the gospel. As soon as the carrying off of L'Ouverture was known in Saint Domingo, General Belair in the mountains of Saint Marc, Colonel Sans Souci at Vallière, the chief of the battalion of Noel at Dondon took up arms as by one accord, and set in movement the population of those districts. The latter made his way as far as Ennery, overcoming all opposition in his route, and augmenting his troops at every step. A multitude of men and women who followed him, at the sight of the French garrison, made the hills of Ennery resound with their cries of woe, indignation, and vengeance. Sans Souci had no sooner drawn his sword than he was arrested, as well as General Barrada, by Christophe, sent to the Cape, and embarked for France. Belair was at the head of considerable forces when Dessalines, who was dispatched from the Cape against him, came into the mountains of Saint Marc and requested a colloquy. Belair, hoping that the interview might bring a similarity of sentiments to light, acceded to the request. He thus fell into the snare laid against him by Dessalines. He was arrested, and, with his wife, conveyed to the Cape, where they were both shot. Thus perished General Charles Belair, the victim of his devotion to Toussaint, and of his confidence in Dessalines. A model of friendship, with bravery and military talents, he united the qualities which make a good and amiable man. Toussaint, well pleased with his conduct when he was his aide de camp, once said to him, "Charles, you have acted to day like les bienvenus." "General," he replied, "I hope I shall be more faithful to you than les bienvenus at last proved to Cæsar." The hope became a reality. Other less distinguished but worthy and faithful friends of Toussaint L'Ouverture, impelled to espouse his cause, suffered death in ways which soldiers account disgraceful. Society exacts from bad men an account of their deeds, and bad men, unable to give a satisfactory account, feel it necessary to put forth, at any cost, colorable pretexts. Leclerc could not endure the voice of public opinion, even as it existed in Saint Domingo. He had treacherously seized and hastily sent from the island one who had been both its hero and its pacificator. The evil work given him to perform by his brother in law he had fully executed. yet did he fear men's tongues. As a palliation of the misdeed, he set abroad a statement that Toussaint was plotting against the peace of the island. What was the evidence? A fabrication. 2 letters, said to be written by Toussaint and intercepted, were put into circulation. The fraud has come down to these days. It is so clumsy as to bear its own condemnation on its front. If the authenticity of these letters were ascertained, they proved nothing to Toussaint's disadvantage. Even the most tortuous interpretation could not extract from them a valid suspicion. But their broken and scattered words only show to what extremities their fabricators were driven in the fear of detection. And, so far as their sense can be made out, neither the ideas nor the style correspond with the warm, energetic, rapid, and figurative manner of Toussaint L'Ouverture. The fabricator was some poor, mean creature who was utterly unable to give to his wretched composition the most superficial mark of that genius which appears in all that we possess of Toussaint's writing or dictation. However, the fragments in some way served their purpose in turning attention from Leclerc's perfidy to the allegation of evil designs on the part of his victim. Even if the evidence were less worthless than it is, the presumption would be against the Captain General, who shunned a public investigation and condemned unheard a man to whom he had solemnly pledged his honor. The blacks, guided by a simple sense of right and justice, gave no credence to the alleged conspiracy, and saw the blood of innocent men and women shed with alarm and indignation. At the same time, they lost all trust in Leclerc, for had they not seen their liberator seized and sent away, contrary to the obligations of an oath, the claims of a solemn compact, and the sacred rights of hospitality? End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 3, Chapter 3 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Book 3, Chapter 3. Leclerc tries to rule by creating jealousy and division, ill-treats the men of color, disarms the blacks. An insurrection ensues and gains head until it wrests from the violent hands of the general nearly all his possessions. Leclerc dies. Bonaparte resolves to send a new army to Saint Domingo. As the news of the deportation of Toussaint L'Ouverture spread abroad, secret and deep discontent began to prevail, which threatened disturbance, if not disaster. In vain Leclerc tried to prevent these consequences of his own misdeeds by a slow, concealed tyranny. He created division among the black chiefs by insinuating into their violent natures rivalry, jealousy, and hatred. He set the ambition of one in opposition to the moderation of another. Now he brought into contrast this man's fidelity with that man's want of fidelity, mingling adroitly together praises and enticements, favors and disgrace, encouraging and rewarding mutual accusations. Special pains did he take to revive the old animosities between the blacks and the men of color, animosities which, in reality, were only a consequence of the difference in the servitude to which they were in common subject. As a result of this Machiavellian policy, many officers of black and of mixed blood were persecuted, imprisoned, or banished to a distance. Of this number was Rigaud, next to Toussaint the most renowned of all. He was arrested in the port of Saint Marc, whither he had been sent as if to take a command. In his indignation, he threw his sword into the sea to prevent its being sullied by traitors. He was sent to France, and, curiously enough, was, as we have seen, cast into the prison which held Toussaint L'Ouverture. Lamartinière, who had displayed the virtues of a champion of liberty behind the walls of Crête-à-Pierrot, was massacred in an ambuscade. Thus was manifested the hatred of the colonists against men whom they could not endure to see in the enjoyment of freedom. That hatred was fostered by the Consul and by his representative Leclerc. Of special consequence did the Captain General consider the disarming of the blacks, but the step was one of extreme difficulty. Men whose passions are excited and whose future is uncertain do not easily surrender their arms. Cajolery and mutual distrust were put into action. The result was that 30,000 muskets were collected and laid up in the common armory. But in the midst of the operation, discontent was displayed, menaces were uttered, sedition was fostered, risings took place. The government was compelled to employ vigor as well as adroitness. Troops were set in movement, blacks who were in subjection were employed against others who were ripe for revolt. Some sullenly gave up their arms, others hid them, waiting their opportunity. Ferocious bands were formed, who practiced all kinds of atrocities. The disarming succeeded best in the South. In the West it was very partial. The colored population, distrustful and disquieted, especially since the deportation of Rigaud, betook themselves to the mountains. Then most unjust and injudicious severities were exercised. Suspicion sufficed for the infliction of death. The scaffolds were loaded with victims of both sexes and of all ages. Several of the wives of the officers of the 7th Colonial Brigade were publicly executed. After capturing Bel-Air, Dessalines slaughtered 300 blacks and men of color in the vale of the Artibonite to avenge the death of some European soldiers massacred within the country under his command. Meanwhile, an impression had been obtaining prevalence that the disarming and other offensive measures were parts of a system intended to issue in the restoration of slavery. Some imprudent colonists, whom experience of evil had not taught anything but revenge, uttered in one of their assemblies the old maxim, "No slavery, no colony." The alarm caused thereby was augmented by news that slavery had been restored in other French dependencies, and that even the slave trade was resumed. Under the growing fears and distrust, some applied to purchase their freedom. The request was refused by their former owners. "We are then," said mothers of families, with tears in their eyes, "we are then about to fall back into slavery." To prevent the calamity, the blacks made such preparation as they could. Circumstances were in their favor. A malady which had gone far to destroy the army and the fleet, the rainy season, which was at hand, not less baneful to the whites than favorable to the blacks, the asylum of the mountains, where their foes would pursue them almost in vain. Full of fear, yet full of courage, they spoke to each other words of exhortation. Do they expect to find slaves in us? Why did they not leave us at large in our forests? Was Africa, our native land, weary of us? Have our rivers been dried up? Do not our flocks, our fields, did not hunting and fishing suffice for our wants? We learned no other wants but at the price of our liberty. They have deceived us in our simplicity by poisoned gifts. Were not our feet accustomed, unshod, to walk over burning sands, and did not our uncovered heads brave the fires of the torrid zone? Our skin, given by nature to enable us to live near the sun, performed the office of garments fabricated by luxury. Was not the limpid wave of our fountains preferable to the liquors which cause brutal fury? To enjoy the sweet manifestations of friendship, the guileless smile of our children, the caresses of a mother who, during 3 years, nurtured us with her milk, to trouble neither our own lot nor the lot of others, to pass our life without fear and without desires, as a river of a tranquil and uniform flow, Such were the precious advantages of which we have been robbed by our enemies. While thus they inflamed each other by fancy pictures of their ancestral mode of life, they drew a too true and a very painful contrast in adverting to their actual condition. Here a man held forth his arm, mutilated by a barbarous monster. There another pointed to his leg, eaten into by the links of an iron chain. Others drew attention to the scars left by the driver's thong. Women uncovered their breasts, which showed traces of the branding iron, the breasts which had suckled their master's children. And then, with what pride did they turn to the blessings of freedom! Heaven, in its pity, has given us a new country in this land of exile, of grief, and of shame. Shall it be torn from us? Soon the standard of revolt was raised. At first the banner was unfurled by obscure men who occasioned little solicitude. But civil wars are pregnant with great leaders. In the mountains of Saint Domingo there were always tribes of untamed Africans who had thrown off the yoke of slavery. At the head of one of these tribes was Lamour de Rance, an adroit, stern, savage man, half naked, with epaulets tied by a cord for his only token of authority. At home in the mountains, he passed from one to the other with something of the ease of one of their own birds. Toussaint himself had in vain pursued him in those retreats, whose proper inhabitants are wild beasts. That chief acknowledged no other authority than that which nature gave, in no way thinking or caring about monarchy or republicanism. His tender of obedience to the government had been a matter of mere form. His dress, his manners, his character, his mode of fighting, at the Cape, where he just showed himself, were objects of curiosity and amusement with the French army. A greater insult could not be given than to ask this savage warrior for his arms. Were they not the protectors of his life? He avenged the insult by carrying fire and sword over the highlands in the vicinity of Port-au-Prince. In the plain of Léogane he reduced to ashes more than 100 plantations. He carried off the laborers, and inflicted barbarous cruelties on the whites. The revolt extended. In the North, as well as in the South and the West, it broke out and spread devastation. As reports of these insurrections got abroad at the Cape and Port-au-Prince, consternation increased. News was eagerly sought after, though almost always the source of fresh anxiety. Some reported that they had seen on fire the mountains which overhang Port-au-Prince; others that Lamour de Rance had reduced to ashes the plantations of Léogane. This day brought intelligence that Sans Souci was in arms at Vallière; the next, that Noël had seized Dondon and Silla-Plaisance. You have heard that Macaya raises the country around Port-de-Paix? No, but a band of insurgents is spreading terror in the island of Tortue. More lamentable still were the narratives which some had to give, how their brothers, their wives, their children had been massacred with an incredible refinement of cruelty. The general alarm was exaggerated by the colonists, who, forgetful of the share they had had in causing it, and that but for them there would have been no conquest of the island, no violation of oaths, no intention of restoring slavery, accused, as is the custom of such men, their destiny, the government, heaven, every object but themselves, the real sources of all these evils. Heaven, then, they said, has not ceased to persecute us. Have we not suffered enough during 10 years of exile and misery? Shall we always be driven into flight, or be massacred by our ferocious slaves? Was there ever a similar succession of reverses and misfortunes? Are we not the most unfortunate of men? Our slaves are before our eyes kindling incendiary torches, and twice have we seen our plantations and our towns burned to the ground. Why does not the government act with decision? Why leave us to certain and speedy destruction? Then they invoked the aid of the black chiefs who remained attached to their party, and who replied to them only by a fierce silence or by dissimulation. But always allowing themselves to be borne away by vengeance, they surrounded the Captain General with their pernicious counsels, and he, instead of employing clemency and mildness, made use only of arms and punishments. In the cities, scaffolds were raised which were bathed in the blood of the blacks. They even executed women and children whose only crime was that they had brothers, fathers, or husbands among the revolters. They were accused of corresponding with them. The penalty of such intercourse was death. Port-au-Prince, in consternation at the ravages of La Mort de Rance, became the special theatre of executions. All suffered death with intrepidity, calmness, and resignation. The more numerous the executions, the more extensive were the desertions. Instead of terrifying, they exasperated. They fed the insurrection, though they intended to suppress it. While the scaffolds were crowded with victims, Leclerc applied to Dessalines for assistance. He went to the Cape and renewed his protestations of fidelity and devotedness. Cruel as false, the monster declared that he thirsted for the blood of the revolters. In a moment, when his indignation had gained the mastery, and the agitation of his members manifested more rage than even his words, the General in Chief said to him in transport, "The troops which I expect from France will give me the power of striking a terrible blow." "There shall be," shouted Dessalines in fury, "a general earthquake." A government that stimulates and employs such wretches condemns itself and forfeits its authority. Instead of carrying on the war honorably, Dessalines pretended to entertain feelings in favor of the revolt. By this means it was that he entrapped General Belair. While Dessalines was subduing Mont Cahos, Leclerc ordered Rochambeau to punish La Mort de Rance, but the troops who went in pursuit of him saw only vast fields of fire which covered his flight. When circumstances suggested, the barbarians sheltered themselves in the heart of precipitous mountains, which were to them fortifications stronger than any which the art of man ever constructed. All that could be done was to oppose some limit to the ravages of the foe in the west and the south, the frontiers of which two provinces he had laid waste. At the same time, the captain of the expedition, seconded by Christophe and Maurepas, employed all his efforts both to put down the sedition in the Isle of Tortue and to arrest the progress of the revolt in the north. But Sans Souci was an African not less agile than La Mort de Rance. He also covered his flight with deserts and flames. He did not, however, fear to try actual combat. Twice he defeated the troops sent against him. Meanwhile, the black generals still attached to the French preserved only a suspected fidelity, and barely concealed their disquietude. Christophe, afraid of being arrested like Toussaint, did not accept Leclerc's invitation to a banquet until he had directed his troops to be in readiness for a sudden blow. An officer who sat next to him at table took pleasure in filling his glass. Christophe, suspecting an evil design, turned to him in rage and said, "Dost thou know, thou little white thing, that if I had drunk the wine which thou pourest out for me, I should have desired to drink thy blood and that of thy general?" These words caused great agitation among the guests. Leclerc reproached Christophe with what he called Toussaint's treason, and commanded the officers of his guard to run to arms. "Vain is it to call your soldiers," the chief replied. "Mine are under arms, and with a single word I can make you a prisoner. But as to my betraying you, learn to know me. I remain subject to you as I was to Toussaint. Had he said to me, 'Hurl this island into the sea,' I would have done my best. This is the way I obey your command. The faith of oaths and treaties, security of person, sacred rights of hospitality, have not all been violated by your cruel policy? Prison, banishment, death are the rewards of those whose blood flows for our liberty. No longer are you around me, friends, soldiers, heroes of our mountains, and thou, Toussaint, the pride of our race, the terror of our enemies, thou whose genius led us from slavery to liberty, thou whose hand adorned peace with lovely virtues, thou whose glory fills the world, they have put thee in irons like the vilest criminal. But what is there in common between you, Captain General, and Toussaint? Your name came amongst us only as his who turned parricidal arms against the representatives of your country. It is this crime, doubtless, that the Consul wished to reward in giving you the government of San Domingo." These were bold words to be spoken at the Governor's table. The guests looked astounded. Leclerc, alarmed in his inmost soul, affected composure. In truth, the condition of the colony was lamentable. The fever continued its wasting career. The government every day lost power, while its enemies increased. Suspicion and alarm opened on every hand. This state of things finds a good description in the words of an eyewitness. Thus does General Pamphile de Lacroix speak: "I was invited to the heights of the Cape by General Boudet, whom the General in Chief was sending to France to acquaint the government with the true condition of the island. At the house of General Boudet I found Generals Clervaux and Christophe. I asked them the cause of the progress of the insurrection. The latter replied, 'You are a European, and you are young. You have fought merely in the armies of the mother country. You, consequently, cannot have any prejudices regarding slavery. I will, therefore, speak to you with frankness. The revolt grows because distrust is at its height. If you had our skin, you would not, perhaps, be so confiding as myself, who am entrusting my only son Ferdinand to General Boudet, that he may be educated in France. I make no account of the brigands who have given the signal for the insurrection. The danger lies not there. The danger is in the general opinion of the blacks. Those of San Domingo are frightened because they know the decree of the 30th Floreal, which maintains slavery and the slave trade in the colonies restored to France by the Treaty of Amiens. They are alarmed at seeing the First Consul reestablish the old system in those colonies. They are afraid lest the indiscreet talk that is heard here on all sides should find its way to France, and suggest to the government the idea of depriving the blacks of San Domingo of their liberty. In order to pique his self-love, I asked him how it was that he, who had so much influence in the South, should not have found troops sufficiently devoted to put Sans Souci into his hands. His reply struck me. If Sans Souci was a soldier, I might get hold of him, but he is a mean and cruel brigand who has no scruple to kill whomsoever he suspects. He knows when to fly, and he knows how to cover his flight with the deserts which he leaves behind him. He goes about the affair better than we did at the time of your disembarkation. If, then, instead of fighting, our system of resistance had consisted in flight, and in well alarming the blacks, you would never have been able to overtake us.' So said old Toussaint. No one believed him. We possessed arms. The pride of making use of them was our ruin. These new insurgents follow the system of Toussaint. If they persist in it, we shall have difficulty to reduce them." General Christophe urged me not to return that evening to Fort Dauphin, saying that the revolters, having attacked his posts in the plain, were probably informed of my journey. I thanked him, but, urging that the danger would be greater to morrow, I said that I should return as soon as I had seen the General in Chief. General Leclerc acquainted me with his melancholy situation, congratulating himself in seeing none but bandits among the new chiefs of the insurrection, and added that, in the feeble state of the forces of the mother country, he was glad to find the generals of color still faithful to France. On my way to Saint Michel, I stopped at General Christophe's, who, hearing discharges of firearms in the mountains, repeated his request that I would not that evening press on to Fort Dauphin. I persisted in my intention. He then ordered 6 of his guides to accompany me. "Bear in mind," he said to them repeatedly, "that you are escorting a general whom I esteem and love." We set out. Of a sudden, the guides, who led the way with torches, stopped before a detachment of 30 blacks, who had concealed themselves in a ditch. Forthwith, one heard the words, "Halt! Stop! Halt!" Shots succeeded. The commanding officer meanwhile recognized in Don Diego Polanco, who was with me, an old friend. We were saved, but I had seen reason to believe that the chiefs of the colonial troops and the colored generals had communications with the insurgents. Too frequently did the Europeans speak of the reinforcements captured from France for the blacks not to perceive the need in which we stood of them. The news of the events which had taken place at Guadeloupe, the maintenance of slavery at Martinique, indiscreet talk, and insinuations from foreigners fomented distrust in the minds of the black chiefs. The words which the First Consul had addressed to the Abbé Grégoire at an official presentation at the Institute were repeated in the colony. From what is taking place in Saint Domingo, I wish the friends of the blacks throughout Europe had their heads covered with mourning crape. The words struck men's imaginations. The minds of the blacks and of the men of color were at the height of disquietude when the frigate Cocarde entered the roads, having on board blacks sent from Guadeloupe. Many of them in the night jumped into the sea, swam to shore, and by their reports made the alarm still greater. At the same time, some men of color, also from Guadeloupe, brought to Saint Domingo information that the slave trade in that island comprehended their caste. Here were dark presages of what might be expected in Saint Domingo. The fidelity of the chiefs of the colonial troops was from that hour irrevocably shaken. General Clervaux, who had recently condemned Charles Belair to death, first threw off the mask by deserting. The evening before, being at Madame Leclerc's, he had said in a fit of passion, "I was free formerly. Only to new circumstances do I owe it that I have raised up my reviled color. But if I fancied that here the restoration of slavery would ever be thought of, that instant I would become a brigand." Judge, if you can, of the position of Captain General Leclerc. He knew the danger. He could not prevent it. The crews were not sufficient for the service of the ships. The garrison of the Cape did not comprise more than 200 Europeans. There were in it 1,500 colonial soldiers. On the night of the 13th 14th of September, 1802, Pétion, that coolly audacious chief, threw all into confusion at the Cape, spiked the guns, and disarmed the European cannoneers. Memoir, Volume 2, 224, sequential. 2 days after, Clervaux and Pétion made an attack on the Cape, but failed to capture it. So well were they received by Brigadier Anouilh that, thinking they were opposed by the fresh troops expected from France, they drew off their forces, which, if pressed forward, must have been overwhelming, so superior were they in number to the defenders of the colonial metropolis. At the moment of the attack, Leclerc, as a measure of precaution, sent on board vessels in the harbor, whose crews had been greatly reduced by the fever, detachments of the colonial soldiers who had remained at the Cape. The sailors, panic-struck, cried out, "Let us kill those who may kill us." They fell on the black soldiers, and ruthlessly drowned of them more than 1,000. Then Christophe, already prepared for defection, and lately standing, to use his phrase, as a benevolent spectator, in other words, watching the right moment, joined Clervaux. A few days after, Dessalines threw himself into opposition. The insurrection became general. The entire population was the enemy of France. The mother, the daughter, the child, as well as the father and the brother, all were soldiers. The woods were their camps, dens their dwellings, the mountains their ramparts. They found their food in the spontaneous products of the earth. They transmuted into arms the instruments of agriculture. Stones hurled from the rocks served them instead of artillery. They threw their whole life into assaults, combats, and ambuscades. A new future was before them. Death or liberty, again became their rallying cry. Everywhere the insurgents repulsed and laid waste the enemies of their freedom. They captured Port de Paix, Gonaïves, Fort Dauphin. In the evacuation of the last place, General Delacroix was obliged in his extremity to destroy powder and provisions to the value of 2 millions of francs. Escaping by sea to the Cape, he lost in the short voyage 66 sick persons, who were thrown into the sea. The first words which Leclerc addressed to him on landing them were, "General, what have you done? You bring a colored population 4 times more numerous than your Europeans. You do not know, then, that they are tigers, serpents, that you bear in your bosom." Leclerc felt that the colony was escaping out of his hands. Of all his conquests, there remained only in the north the Cape and Môle Saint Nicholas, and in the west Port au Prince and Saint Marc. But for the colonists, who then appeared with arms in their hands, all was over. At the prospect, the Captain General was greatly alarmed. He looked everywhere for succor. In his perplexity, he sent to an enemy's camp to beg the aid of Christophe, offering him honors and riches. Christophe contented himself with replying that he was rich and honored enough in possessing liberty himself and in securing the liberty of his color. Shortly, Christophe put himself at the head of the insurgents and proceeded to attack the Cape. Then was Leclerc, on the land side, shut up within the walls of the capital. Scarcely did he possess vessels sufficient for flight. Such was the condition of Hayti when, in the 1st of November, 1802, the Captain General, worn down by fatigue and pains, and overwhelmed with vexation, disappointment, and despair, breathed his last as the final result of a sickness which had long threatened to prove fatal. A little before his death, he expressed his regret for the errors committed by himself in the government, regret now utterly vain, errors which had proved disastrous to all the great interests of the colony. Nor less disastrous to France was this iniquitous expedition. Of 34,000 warriors, 24,000 had perished, and 8,000 were in the hospitals, scarcely more than 2,000 were fit for service. Amid this thick darkness, and surrounded by these vengeful penalties, the Captain General passed to a tribunal before which diversities of skin are unknown. Leclerc wanted neither sense nor manners. He possessed an easy eloquence which threw light on the discussions of his council chamber. But he was little acquainted with the human heart, and was unable to interpret the peculiar character of Africans. In war he was active, uncertain, and presumptuous. Blindly obedient to the wishes of the First Consul, he made peace consist of a complication of troubles, divisions, treachery, and violence. By these deplorable crimes he was reduced to the state of impotence which has been described. As he had none of the qualities of a great commander, a funeral oration pronounced in his honor before a few soldiers, who had escaped from the fever and the sword, was a mere harmonious assemblage of idle words. Pauline, Leclerc's wife, affected the marks of extraordinary mourning, but she betrayed appearances by choosing for her companion one of the most handsome men of the army, and returned to her ordinary habits of luxury, pleasure, and voluptuousness. After having had her husband's body embalmed, she crossed the sea to France. When her vessel appeared at Marseilles, the inhabitants, at the sight of the Consul's sister, a widow, so young, in tears, manifested their sorrow by decorating the port and the streets with crape and funeral garlands. The tokens of sadness had been commanded, but they had some reality, for many of them had seen her grow up to adolescence within their walls. In mournful procession she entered Paris. Brothers, sisters, and wives then shed true tears at the remembrance of sons, brothers, and husbands whom they had lost in the expedition. Pauline herself let some tears fall when she saw her brother, who embraced her with joy and tenderness. Then she spoke to him eloquently of Saint Domingo as a land of fire, blood, and desolation. The Consul heard her in silence, and said, "Here is all that remains of that fine army, the body of a brother-in-law, of a general, my right arm, a handful of dust. All has perished, all will perish. Fatal conquest, cursed land, perfidious colonists, a wretched slave in revolt. These are the causes of so many evils. He concealed from himself for a moment that he had sent away so many brave warriors, that they might not throw their bayonets across the road to the imperial throne, whither he was urged by his impetuous desires. Soon his mind arose from that dejection, and in the immensity of the future which his genius embraced, he regarded the calamities of Saint Domingo only as an unlucky but useful incident. Had he not thrown into prison Toussant, the chief and the soul of the revolt? The fever had nearly consumed its fuel. Rochambeau, whose character he knew, would terrify the island into obedience. Those wandering bands of insurgents, without a head, without union, divided among themselves, would desert the mountains to enjoy the pleasures of the cities. Besides, did he not possess the two heads of Saint Domingo, the South and the Spanish territory? Had he no more soldiers, no more ships? Let 20,000 men fly over the ocean. Thus Bonaparte prepared for the loss of a second army. Blind ambition, reckless of its means, reckless of the misery it occasions. Meanwhile, the First Consul deposited Leclerc's corpse, amid much pomp, in the Pantheon, and erected statues to his memory. The greater the calamities of Hayti, the more he endeavored to efface the recollection of them by show and pomp, and by the aid of those arts which ought to transmit to posterity the memory only of truly great men. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 3, Chapter 4 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Book 3, Chapter 4. Rochambeau assumes the command. His character. Voluptuousness, tyranny, and cruelty. Receives large reinforcements. Institutes a system of terror. The insurrection becomes general and irresistible. The French are driven out of the island. After the death of Leclerc, the command of Haiti passed into the hands of Rochambeau. That general was deformed in body, but of a robust constitution. His manner was hard and severe, though he had a propensity to voluptuousness. In his youth he had, under the eyes of an illustrious father, served the cause of independence in North America. He lacked neither ability nor experience in war. He possessed tender, domestic, and friendly affections. His good qualities would have accompanied him to the tomb, if he had not been called to the government of Saint Domingo. Regarding virtue as both lovely and requisite in private life, he judged it useless and even dangerous in public affairs, as if the laws of eternal justice depended on position and circumstances. Misled by this gross delusion, he feared not to give himself up to acts of violation, spoliation, and cruelty of all kinds. Blaming the tardy and hesitating administration of his predecessor, he resolved to employ all the resources of terror in order to establish his authority. Masters who had been impoverished by the freedom of the slaves saw with joy Rochambeau succeed a chief, who, according to circumstances, espoused or betrayed their personal interests. But the blacks were disquieted when they knew that he had taken the helm. Independently of the massacre he had committed in the Bay of Manzanilla, they remembered that when merely a general, he had not scrupled to degrade them with the punishment of the lash, but what caused them greater alarm were some words addressed in a tone of pleasantry to their wives at a festivity which he had given at Port au Prince. "You," he said, are invited to dance at your interment. A hall hung with black and lighted up by funeral torches seemed to them the image of their approaching sanguinary end. Despotism and sensuality have often been companions. In Rochambeau, the one sharpened the appetite for the other, as though greediness of bodily pleasure welcomed the zest arising from the sight of bodily pain. No small part of his time, Rochambeau passed at table or on sofas with Creole females, worshippers of pleasure as well as most cruel toward their slaves. They spoke to him constantly of chains, prisons, the scourge, and other punishments, in the midst of games, laughter, caresses, and senseless gratifications with which they intoxicated his soul. As his policy inclined him to violence, he willingly allowed himself to be overcome by the fascinations of these women, as well as by irritated proprietors, who continually pointed him to their houses in flames and their slaves in revolt in the mountains. Thus did he listen only to counsels of hatred enforced by contempt and vice. The fever had changed the character of the army. The heart of the soldier was worn by regret, fatigued by misfortune, and filled with trouble. No longer had the noise and glitter of arms, encampments, war, and victory any attractions for him. A bitter and savage melancholy had succeeded to the hilarity and joy of courage and hope. Even officers of rank were seen to disown authority and to favor a revolt, which they judged legitimate. But Rochambeau, who required a blind submission, dismissed those the firmness of whose soul he doubted, thus giving free course to tyranny in order to oppose an effectual remedy to the evils he wished to put down. Up to this time, punishment and violence had been covered with a veil. Toussaint had not been arrested except as a result of a pretended conspiracy. A military tribunal had condemned Charles Belair. Those who had suffered death had been taken with arms in their hands, or had kept up communications with the insurgents. In truth, many women and children were in the number of the victims, but they were at least implicated by some accusation, and it was through fear rather than cruelty that disarmed soldiers had been drowned at the Cape. But from this time there was no longer any study of appearances. Law, judges, and tribunals were ceremonies too circuitous and too tardy. Meanwhile, Rochambeau, who received in different detachments fresh troops, to the number of 20,000 men, sent them under different circumstances against the revolters, whom he drove away from the country around Port-au-Prince, Mont-Saint-Nicholas, and the heights which overhung the Cape. As he was most eager to signalize his command by some victory, he retook Fort Dauphin and Port de Paix without any memorable action. This was the term of his success. The blacks, without regret, abandoned fortresses which to them seemed contemptible in comparison with their rocks. But in the degree in which they were repulsed at one point, they extended toward another, so that they only acquired accessions of strength. But what was more for their encouragement and advantage was that they were furnished with arms by English vessels. Rochambeau thought that there was no surer means to repress their ardor than to affright them by some extraordinary punishment. The sea off the Cape was chosen to be the theater of an execution, unparalleled in what is called civilized life. For fear that Maurepas, who had gained distinction under Toussaint L'Ouverture, after having embraced the side of France, should join the insurgents, Leclerc had written to him to come by sea, with his family and his troop, to take the command of the Cape, which he destined for him as a reward for his services. No sooner had he arrived than he and his soldiers were seized and disarmed. Rochambeau ordered preparations to be made for a barbarous punishment, in order to put the negro general to death, with his troop, consisting of 400 blacks. It was also put in deliberation whether death should be inflicted on his children, in order to prevent them from rising up to avenge their father. After having been bound to the mast of a vessel, Maurepas was frightfully insulted. His wife, his children, and his soldiers were brought to be drowned under his eyes. The executioners were astounded when they beheld a father fix his dying eyes by turns on his children, his wife, and his companions in arms, undergoing a violent death; while they, on their part, turned their eyes away from a father, a husband, a general whose countenance was disfigured by the tortures he was enduring. After being made to contemplate each other's sufferings, they were all tossed into the ocean. They died without complaining, in a manner worthy the champions of liberty. With a reversal of the order of nature, the father died last. He also suffered most. Thus died Maurepas, whose character was a compound of frankness and severity. Thrice had he repulsed the French at the gorge of Trois-Rivières. He had at once the glory and the misfortune to go over to the French with victorious arms. The elevation of his soul equaled his valor. He preserved a tender feeling for the master whose slave he had been. He caused funeral honors to be paid to that master, and when his grave had been negligently prepared, he threw off his upper garment in order to perform the pious office properly. Among men of his own blood he was a powerful chief. A spirit of order and justice prevailed in his life. His riches, which were considerable, were given up to pillage. It would almost seem as if so much excellence were subjected to so much ignominy, expressly to show that while black men are capable of any virtue, white men are capable of any crime. Certainly my narrative is replete with instances which, beyond a question, prove that moral as well as mental excellence is independent of the varieties of color. This brutal punishment, preceded by vile perfidy, filled the camps of the insurgents with horror. That horror was augmented when Rochambeau, at the Cape, put to death 500 prisoners. On the place of execution, and under the eyes of the victims, they dug a large hole for their grave, so that the poor wretches may be said to have been present at their own funeral. Dessalines, burning to avenge Maurepas and his fellow soldiers, rushed like a lion on the Cape, and, in his impetuous and terrible march, he surrounded and made prisoners a body of Frenchmen, who, at the post called Belair, defended the approach to the city. Then, with branches of trees that ferocious African raised, under the eyes of Rochambeau, 500 gibbets, on which he hanged the same number of prisoners. Of these victims of vengeance, the greater number had been the Consul's companions in arms. They had assisted that bad great man to acquire his pretensions to a throne, and for their reward they had been sent out of his way to suffer an ignominious and painful death at the hands of a savage. Rochambeau, who occupied himself less and less with war, continued to plunge into the delights of the table and of voluptuousness with courtesans and wives of colonists, who never ceased to stimulate his tyranny and exact from him the restoration of their slaves. Then, while the insurrection, in the name of liberty, made head in the mountains, on the plains suspicion converted everything into crime. If you went abroad, you joined the revolters. If you stayed at home, you were waiting for them. If you manifested joy, you took pleasure in the public calamities. If you appeared sad, you grieved over the reverses of the revolt. If you wrote letters, you corresponded with the enemy. If you talked, you spread sedition. If you were observed to listen, you were a spy. If you failed to salute a white, you insulted a master. Bravery was dangerous, weakness was complicity, innocence was stratagem. Interpretations were put on a gesture, a smile, a sigh. Silence was accused of sedition, and even thoughts had no asylum in their last refuge, the human heart. Such is the character of the tyranny which under the slightest pretext, and often by mere hazard, threw its toils round a multitude of victims, without distinction of age or sex, to effect their ruin. The number of sufferers was greatly augmented because colonists, by a species of rivalry, denounced the peaceful slaves of other colonists, so that it became almost the sole business of Rochambeau to order or even to devise punishments. The sea and the land were covered with them. The unfortunate blacks were bound together and then thrown into the sea to perish. If they came up to the surface and made their way to the shore, they were in sport pursued and massacred. The executions were varied. Now the blacks were beheaded. Now they were dragged down into the depths by the weight of a shot tied to their feet. And now they were stifled by sulphur on shipboard. Among the number of these victims were female priests who worshipped African fetish idols. That veneration for the gods of their fathers was punished with death. So little does unbelief guarantee toleration. A French general, touched with compassion at the approaching death of one of these superstitious but well-meaning women, implored that her life might be spared. Rochambeau, taking into his hands the pygmy idols of her worship, said, "How can I save the life of one who worships these?" Yet, during the fever, these very women had bestowed every attention on sick French soldiers. Unhappy women! Their charity had no other recompense than the punishment which is reserved for the vilest crimes. Base ingratitude of the commander! Here again, on which side is the moral superiority? O civilization, what crimes have been committed in thy name? Ye weak ones, whose feeble knees a Christian authority commands Christian men to strengthen. Hebrews 12:12. How have indignities and woes been heaped on your heads, simply because ye were weak, not only by skeptics and scoffers, but even by professed believers in a divine religion. The numerous executions which began at Cape City soon extended to other places. Port-au-Prince had its salt waters made bloody, and scaffolds were erected and loaded within and without its walls. The hand of tyranny spread terror and death over the shores of the North and the West. As the insurrection became more daring, it was thought that the punishments had not been either numerous enough, violent enough, or various enough. The colonists counseled and encouraged vengeance as if it was their wealth. All human passions were let loose. Never was such a spectacle of ferocity beheld. The calm, concentrated, impassible revolt, which followed the death of Leclerc, had committed only particular acts of revenge. But at the sight of punishments so numerous and so horrible, insurrection roared and raged on all sides. Men, scarcely anything else than barbarians, made the mountains resound with this death song. Open, ye sepulchres of our ancestors, ye dusty bones, shudder. Vengeance, vengeance, reply the tombs and all nature. With shouts of joy they ran to battle, and impatient to avenge their color, they seized the enemies of their liberty, and cast them to the earth to perish. The South was once more on fire. At the same time, at the Cape, at Fort Dauphin, at Port de Paix, at Saint Marc, at Port-au-Prince, and all along the shores, everywhere were whips, crosses, gibbets, funeral piles, and soldiers, colonists, sailors engaging in slaying, strangling, drowning human beings, whose only crime was their refusal to go back into slavery. Some had their bodies lacerated by the scourge. Then they were fastened to posts in the vicinity of a marsh, that they might be devoured half alive by blood-sucking insects. Others were literally burnt alive, as if they had been martyrs for religion. Death thus appeared before the negro in its two most terrible aspects, extreme slowness and extreme rapidity. Others in greater number perished in the sea or on the scaffold. In the country, trees loaded with flowers and breathing perfumes served as gallowses, as if to put in broad contrast the goodness of God and the vileness of man. Countries created for peace, happiness, and joy were thus desolated by human passions scarcely less baneful to those who fostered and indulged them than to those against whom they raged. On the countenance of those who were led to death shone an anticipation of the liberty which they felt was about to grow on a land watered with the blood of their caste. They had the same firmness, the same resignation, the same enthusiasm, as distinguished the martyr of the Christian religion. On the gibbets, in the flames, in the midst of tortures, scarcely was a sigh to be heard. Even the child hardly shed tears. The words, "Our country," "freedom," breathed quietly from their dying lips. They often encouraged each other to bear death manfully. A black chief named Chevalier hesitated when he saw the instruments of his punishment. "What?" said his wife, "thou knowest not how sweet it is to die for liberty." And, without allowing herself to be touched by the executioner, she took the rope and ended her days. A mother said to her daughters who were going to execution, "Be glad, you will not be mothers of slaves." The strength of soul which the blacks showed in their tortures was so surprising that the whites ascribed the cause to some peculiarity of organization. It was pretended that the fibres of the blacks contracted with so much force that the sufferers became insensible to pain. Thus, by vain suppositions, an effort was made to rob the victims of the glory of their death. If the question was to make them slaves, then they were not men. If the cruelest punishments were to be inflicted on them, then they did not suffer. If they were not men, why make them do the work of men? If they did not suffer, why impose the punishments? Beasts may do the work which was laid on beings who were not men, and sufferings not felt were inefficacious both as punishments and examples. But when did tyranny lack a pretext, or cruelty lack a palliation? In this case, the pretext and the palliation did but throw the enormity of the injustice into relief. Ordinary expedients were too tame, or too slow, or not sufficiently efficacious. History was ransacked for others. Children, women, and old men were confined in sacks and thrown into the sea. It was the punishment of parricides among the Romans. It was ascertained that 3 centuries before, in that same country, Spaniards had employed dogs to run down the innocent savages. Frenchmen of the 19th century rejoiced that they had at their command a resource so effectual, and, I must add, so diabolical. Rochambeau, however, sent a vessel to the Isle of Cuba to purchase dogs whose nature, under man's training, made them fit for the work of hunting human beings. When this ship appeared at the fort of the Cape, wives of the colonists went to receive them on the shore, and made the air resound with cries of joy. They put garlands on their necks, and strewed their path with flowers. Some degraded themselves so far as to cover those instruments of their vengeance with kisses. To what extravagances does slavery lead? An experiment must be made. In the courtyard of a convent, a sort of amphitheatre was erected, which was filled with a multitude panting for negro blood. The victim was bound to a post. The dogs, sharpened by extreme hunger, were no sooner let loose than they tore the poor wretches to pieces. The ranging animals disputed with each other the palpitating members, and the ground was dyed with human blood and canine foam. A report spread among the blacks that, at the last groan of that pitiable creature, the heavens opened and received his soul. This kind of death, with circumstances more or less frightful, became common, until cruelty, dispensing with all forms, disdainfully cast human beings to the dogs, who were kept in packs near the city; and when the appetite of the animals, satisfied with human flesh and gore, refused any longer to destroy, the sword finished the bloody work, showing that man's passions surpass in atrocity those of wild beasts. Indeed, language failed of terms to describe the crimes which the lust of unjust power perpetrated. New expressions were invented. The drowning of 200 or 300 human beings was called a good haul. Death on a gallows was a step upward. To be torn in pieces by dogs was to enter the arena. Some executioners gained celebrity. The name of Tombarel long continued to make men shudder. The sea and the rivers were stained with blood. The numbers of victims were so considerable that the inhabitants refused to eat fish, lest they should feed on blood of their own color. Many blacks, of whom some had witnessed these atrocities, and others who, in the confusion, had, by swimming or flight, escaped from the hands of the executioners, went to join the ranks of the insurgents in different places. Often, under the shade of a tree or under the point of a rock, these fugitives might be seen recounting to their companions the punishment they had witnessed or suffered. How great soever the cruelty, it was exaggerated in their hyperbolical phraseology. The crowd listened with intense curiosity, silence, and horror. Often the narrators were interrupted by questions respecting the fate of a child or a sister who had died on the gibbet, or had been tossed into the sea. At these frightful accounts the auditors shed tears, but they were tears of vengeance. Some shouted, "Shall we go down into our tombs without having avenged them?" No, their bones would repulse ours. Others, by gestures and cries, not satisfied with having carried fire and sword over the lowlands, stirred each other up to deeds of carnage and devastation. Vengeance of a certain barbaric grandeur burst forth. In listening to one of these narratives, Paul L'Ouverture, the brother of Toussant, learned that, without any reason, his wife, who lived at the Cape in the peace of her own home, had been drowned. He fell into a madness of revenge which grief nourished, and which nothing appeased. He captured, near Fort Dauphin, a shipwrecked vessel, on board of which were 30 French passengers. He took them, and, having led them to one of the principal entrances to Cape City, he pitilessly immolated them all to the manes of his innocent wife, taking pains to put on a post an inscription which stated that the death of a beloved partner had extorted from his grief a vengeance worthy of a proud, loving, and deeply afflicted soul. Truly, indeed, is revenge blind as well as ruthless. Who can describe, who can dare to contemplate the evils of slavery? 16 of the bravest generals of Toussaint L'Ouverture, chained by the neck to the rocks of an uninhabited island, breathed their last miserable sigh after wasting away during 17 days. These abominable cruelties are not wholly without relief. Captains of ships, instead of casting the innocent victims, put into their hands for the purpose, into the sea, supported them at their own expense, and landed them on some of the neighboring islands, or on some remote shore of Saint Domingo. None showed more humanity than Mazard, who employed as much zeal in saving victims as others did in destroying them. "I have," he said, "deceived your tyrants. My heart is lacerated to see the land and the sea covered with victims. Go into the mountains, rejoin your people, that posterity may learn that savages dragged to servitude have founded a new state. But pity men's passions, and leave your revenge to time, to remorse, to heaven." All the sea captains did not act with the same elevation of soul. They did, indeed, save the blacks from death, but their conduct was dictated by a base avarice. They took them and sold them as slaves in some neighboring island. On one of these occasions the Governor of Porto Rico made this fine reply: "If they are slaves, I will not purchase them. If they are free men, you have not the right to sell them." Nor was the army without examples of virtue. There were generals who, indignant at so many cruelties, uttered remonstrances or disobeyed inhuman commands. Alix, who commanded at Port au Prince, refused 10,000 shot intended to be fastened to the feet of victims to freedom. This act of disobedience, which was really a virtue, Rochambeau punished by banishment. Other officers were punished for similar offences. Truly did the forcible eloquence of the Africans characterize the war as a war of cannibals. Suddenly the South, which had been tranquil, awoke at the noise of the punishments which sent from the North and the West corpses to float on its shores. That province was peopled chiefly by men of color, who possessed great wealth, and who showed themselves less than in other parts enemies of the whites, with whom, notwithstanding the force of prejudice, they were united by marriage. When they saw that they themselves were not spared any more than the blacks, they ran to arms. The revolt began in the district of Petit Trois, where, under the pretext of a conspiracy, of which nothing has ever become known, they had drowned Boudet, who had delivered up the Fort Bizoton at the attack of Port au Prince. That punishment revolted public opinion the more because it involved ingratitude. The revolt became general as soon as it had been resolved to put to death, in the city of Cayes, inhabitants of color who were in the police service and who were charged with betraying signs of discontent. But how could punishment be inflicted on so many in silence? Recourse was had to the sea. The men were seized, disarmed, put into a ship, murdered, and thrown by night into the waves. But womanly love could not be blinded. Women, who had heard the voice of the carnage, demanded, with tears in their eyes, that the massacre of their brothers and their husbands should not go unpunished. Then there appeared on the stage a new man named Ferrou. Highly esteemed in peace, he was terrible in war. He was not a barbarian. His vengeance had some dignity. After having raised the country, he ordered all the colonists to be arrested, and to be conducted safe and sound to the village Coteau, situated not far from the sea, where his people had been destroyed. Not expecting clemency, the captives disdained supplication, and prepared for death. Ferrou addressed to them these words full of pride and bitterness: "Cruel whites, you hesitate not to sacrifice to your hate those who in this land are your defenders. Of what use is it that we are allied to you by the sweet and sacred bonds of nature, for our wives are your mothers and daughters? Not fearing the crime of parricide, you imbrue your hands in our blood. From this spot behold that sea in which, during a frightful night, under the pale light of the stars, you drowned a band of our people. What was their crime? To love you and to serve you. The winds and the waves bear back to us their livid bodies. They are brothers, husbands, companions, faithful friends in servitude, in war, in freedom. A just resentment commands us to sacrifice you, but go across that blood-stained sea and join your own color. Behold in us enemies but not executioners." Ferrou then sent them in a vessel to Cayes, and forthwith made his arrangements for marching against the city. Informed of this revolt, provoked by imprudent attacks, La Plume precipitately returned from the frontiers of the South, where he was engaged in checking the ravages of the terrible La Mort d'Arance. Scarcely had he got back when he discovered the smoke of Ferrou's camp, in the vicinity of Port-au-Prince. He fell on him, and compelled him to retreat into the rugged mountains called La Haute, whose decomposing rocks, breaking and bursting under men's feet, throw them into their abysses. But Ferrou knew the safe ways. Those he chose, and from them he rushed down to make an irruption into the plains near the town Petit Goâve. The body of troops employed in the defence of that city was in part composed of people of color, and partly of Frenchmen. The former joined the devastator, the latter took to flight. In order the more effectually to keep his eye on the insurrection which now covered 3 provinces, Rochambeau had fixed his residence at Port-au-Prince, still drawing after him a great number of women, with all the equipage of effeminate luxury. As soon as he had learned the disastrous news, he sent Nétervood by sea to recapture the city of Petit Goâve. As he did not doubt of success, he gave his lieutenant a pack of hounds, partly to pursue the insurgents with, and partly to devour the prisoners. Nétervood hastened on his errand, and made an attack. But the enemy, setting the city on fire, entrenched themselves in a fort, whence they dealt death on their assailants. Nétervood received a mortal wound in the midst of his soldiers, who were fast perishing, being placed between a burning town and a powerful stronghold. Flight by sea was the only resource, and the dogs, in the confusion dispersing abroad, added to the dangers and disgrace of the defeat. Thus Nétervood, eager for peril and combat, lost his life in the flower of his youth, in the dishonorable cause of slavery. Bands of insurgents, inflamed by victory, occupied the long chains of mountains which run through the southern province. They formed communications one with another, and at their convenience and their pleasure rushed down into the plains in torrents which carried away whatever was before them. Dessalines put himself at the head of that great movement. 2 powerful chiefs, Geffrard, and Cang passed from the north to the south. They joined Ferrou, and in unison hastened across the mountains to ravage the fertile lands of Cavaillon, of Saint Louis, and of Cayes. Then they carried devastation over those of Jérémie. These events threw consternation into the soul of Rochambeau. The insurrection threatened to pluck out of his hands the southern provinces. He had at first sent 600 men to La Plume for the defence of Cayes, but that weak supply proving insufficient, he immediately directed toward Jérémie vessels which were bringing from France a reinforcement of 2,000 men. One moiety of these men reached Jérémie, and without delay prepared to set out for their destination. But from the peaks of his rocks Ferrou saw them, watched them, and prepared to cut them to pieces. Scarcely were the French 10 miles from Jérémie when they fell into an ambuscade. After a sanguinary conflict, they were routed. A frightful slaughter ensued. The few that escaped hurried back to Jérémie, where they spread the utmost alarm. The other moiety, who landed at Tiburon, were also taken in an ambuscade and cut to pieces near Coteaux. The few who escaped took refuge in Cayes, into which 600 other soldiers had thrown themselves, who were to have formed a junction with the 2 defeated divisions. Wherever the insurrection reigned, scaffolds were erected. The cities of Cayes and Jérémie were afflicted with numerous executions, which drew more closely the bonds between the blacks and the colored population, and more secured success to the cause of freedom. La Plume, seeing that all was lost, embarked for France, where he died, without leaving means for the interment of his remains. Rochambeau, on the brink of despair, made new efforts to put a stop to the insurrection. He took special pains to withstand the ravages of Dessalines, whom in a proclamation he threatened to flog to death as the meanest of slaves. Men only laughed at the folly. Nevertheless, he succeeded in protecting from the continual incursions of that brute the plain Cul de Sac and Mirebalais, which furnished provisions to Port au Prince. At the same time, he guaranteed the environs of the Cape from the frequent attacks of Christophe. Meanwhile, Rochambeau experienced increasing difficulties in the low state of his exchequer. He sought remedies in stock jobbing and in exactions of all kinds. He drew on the United States bills to a very large amount, which his government refused to honor. He levied large contributions on cities that were half ruined. He imprisoned opulent persons who obtained their liberation only by paying large sums of money. Some had even to give up their property altogether. He attempted to justify these exactions by pleading the necessities of the public service, but he alienated the hearts of those who, through interest, remained attached to his party to such a degree that, after having lost a second army, destroyed thousands of poor victims, and wasted much money, he fell into the same state of distress, misery, and abandonment as that in which Leclerc was a short time before his death, with this difference, that under the latter the South had not been polluted or devastated by insensate passions and internecine war. Rochambeau's efforts to stay the insurrection were utterly futile. Like a vast conflagration, it extended from the south to the north. If it went out at one point, it blazed up in another. Soon the war changed its seat. Masters on land, the Africans commenced hostilities on the seas, which they carried on the more advantageously because they were protected by the English. In light boats, with the aid of the tide and of oars, they went up and down the rivers, passed from the mountains into the ocean, and from the ocean into the mountains, spreading terror wherever they appeared. They attacked ships, massacred the passengers, and loaded themselves with plunder which they carried back into their rocky fastnesses. Woe to the French who sailed toward those deadly shores! 2 vessels from Havre and from Nantes fell into their hands. All on board were slaughtered. As on land, so on water, the insurgents could not be reached. They hid their boats in forests, dispersed, reassembled, defying alike the soldiers and the ships of war, and, almost with impunity, pursued at will their destructive career. At the sight of an insurrection which was master both on land and on the sea, Rochambeau was seized with an alarm that he in vain endeavored to conceal. The Consul, who rewarded success only, was to be feared by a man who was overwhelmed in failure. Of what use so many victims, so many tortures, so many gallowses, so many drownings, so many raging hounds? All this serves only to illustrate the strength of the insurrection and the hopelessness of his cause. The moment that the General in Chief was no longer in a state to make head against the rebellion, it began to insult and brave him, even in the cities which were his last places of refuge. His temper became more and more disquiet and fierce. The shades of his victims appeared to him in his dreams. Now he cried out that he would make Saint Domingo a vast cemetery, where at least slavery should bear sway. Now he declared he would reestablish liberty, which his cruelties had made only more precious to the inhabitants. Then, but too late, he grew angry at the artifices of the women who had him in their toils, and at the colonists who had misled him by their selfish counsels. Yet did he think it necessary for the security of his troops to continue the system of terror? A situation so deplorable could no longer be kept concealed from Bonaparte. Rochambeau sent deputies to Paris who reported that the revolt, somewhat calm after the death of Leclerc, having become active again, had spread from the north to the south, that Rochambeau, in order to stop its progress, had employed the force of arms and the utmost terror, that these remedies had proved powerless, that the insurrection, animated by a fanatical spirit of liberty, had broken down every embankment, that at the head of the insurrection appeared in the west Dessalines, Christophe in the north, and in the south Ferrou; that after having laid waste the interior, the insurgents ravaged the coasts like pirates; that the colonists were in a state of extreme affliction, at seeing so great an armament overwhelmed with reverses; and that the only means of safety was another expedition. Another expedition was impossible. Already had a bad feeling arisen between France and England. Soon the latter power declared war against the former. This rupture gave the finishing blow to the French cause in Hayti. On land, Rochambeau's troops were invested by the insurgents. At sea, the English were supreme. Nevertheless, the French general maintained himself in his post with an intrepidity which would have done honor to a good cause. The sufferings of the besieged became extreme. Rarely have woes equal to theirs been experienced. Rochambeau has related how pitiable was the existence of himself and comrades during this period, when placed between death and life. They appeased their hunger as well as they could by eating their horses, mules, asses, and even their dogs; yes, the very hounds they had obtained in order to run down their foes. Things remained in this condition until the middle of November, 1803. Then the besiegers forced some of the exterior works and prepared for a new attack. The inflexibility of the French commander was at length obliged to give way. Well did he know that an assault, if made, must succeed, and he feared to fall into the hands of his furious assailants. He offered to capitulate. The offer was accepted. On the 19th of November, the articles were signed. The treaty stipulated that the French should evacuate Cap François at the end of 10 days, with all their artillery, ammunition, and magazines; that they should withdraw to their vessels with the honors of war and the guarantee of their private property; that they should leave their sick and wounded in the hospitals, whom the blacks should take care of until they were well, and that then they should be sent to France in neutral vessels. These conditions were more favorable than the invading army had a right to expect. The day on which this convention was signed, the French general sent 2 officers to treat with the commander of the English squadron for the evacuation of the Cape. The offered conditions were rejected. Others were proposed, which Rochambeau found inadmissible. His refusal had for its ground the hope that the season would soon compel the English to retire from the vicinity of the Cape, and so render his escape possible. Vain expectation. On the 30th of November, the standard of the blacks waved over the Cape. Rochambeau felt compelled to throw himself on the mercy of the English. At the moment when the ships in which he had taken refuge were about to be sunk by red-hot balls prepared by the negroes, the aegis of Britain was thrown before them, and a frightful massacre was prevented. A short agreement having been hastily drawn up, Dessalines was informed that the vessels had surrendered to the arms of his Britannic Majesty. Not without difficulty did the vengeful and ferocious Dessalines consent to allow his prey to be thus plucked out of his hands. Shortly, a favorable breeze having sprung up, the 3 frigates and 17 small craft that formed the French fleet at the Cape set sail, according to the convention, under the French flag. Then, having tacked, they struck their colors and surrendered. The prisoners of war amounted to 8,000. Saint Marc, Cayes, Jérémie, Saint Nicholas, the Spanish territory, were successively abandoned by the French. The departure of the troops in the different cities was a painful scene. Families of the colonists and many other persons lacked vessels to fly from the fury of the irritated blacks. Wives and children were separated from their husbands and their fathers. The shores resounded with cries and lamentations. On land, these were about to fall into the hands of persons who had been their slaves. On sea, those were about to become prisoners to the English. A number entrusted their lives and their fortunes to fragile barks. As they sailed from the island, Rochambeau, the soldiers, and the colonists saw the tops of the mountains glow with fire. Aforetime the blaze had been kindled for war and devastation. Now the blacks lighted up their highlands in token of their joy. Freedom had been wrested out of the hands of their foes. Every heart beat with the thought. The dark past was wholly gone. The future was radiant with hope. Freedom! Freedom! Ran in joyous echoes from mountain top to mountain top till the whole island shouted, "Freedom!" Thus ended this deplorable expedition. In less than 2 years, 60,000 persons fell. 1,500 were officers of superior rank. 800 were medical men. 30,000 were soldiers, of whom not a sixth perished in battle. The attempt at subjugation cost the blacks more than 12,000 men, of whom about 4,000 found death at the hands of executioners of various kinds. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 3, Chapter 5 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Book 3, Chapter 5. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a prisoner in the Jura Mountains, appeals in vain to the First Consul, who brings about his death by starvation. Outline of his career and character. While the cause of independence, forced at length on the aspirations of the natives of Hayti, was advancing with rapid strides amid all the tumult of arms and all the confusion of despotic cruelties, Toussaint L'Ouverture pined away and died in the dark, damp, cold prison of Joux. The castle of Joux stands on a rock. On one side, the river Doubs flows at its base. On the other, the road of Besançon, leading into Switzerland, gives the stronghold the command of the communications between that country and France. The Château de Joux, built by the Romans for their convenience in marching into Gaul, extended in the Middle Ages by the lords of Joux, purchased by Louis XI., King of France, became under Louis XIV. A state prison. There Mirabeau suffered incarceration in virtue of a lettre de cachet. Toussaint L'Ouverture carried with him into his dungeon the conviction that he was to undergo a trial. In this conviction he sustained his soul. He felt confident of a triumph. His enemies, he knew, were numerous and powerful. The Consul, he suspected, feared as much as hated him. Yet what was his crime? Had not his authority emanated from the supreme power in France? By that power his position and his acts had been sanctioned. And if even he had offered resistance to the expedition, that opposition had been covered by an act of indemnity proclaimed by Leclerc. If solemn asseverations meant anything, if reiterated oaths retained their validity, he could stand before any tribunal in full confidence of an honorable acquittal. But the First Consul was far from intending to give his prisoner the advantages of a trial. A trial was a public appeal to the great principles of law and right. In such an issue, Bonaparte knew very well who would be the loser. There was another, and, for his purpose, a safer way. Toussaint was advanced in years. He had been accustomed to active pursuits. He was an African, and had lived only in tropical regions. His days, therefore, could be only few, and their number would be much abridged by confinement in a foul prison, under a chilling climate. Could he hold out through the coming winter? If he survived too long, why, other prisoners had passed away secretly. Power has its secret strings and its swift remedies. By a series of cunningly devised and coolly executed measures, Toussaint L'Ouverture was, ere many months, brought to his grave. All communication with the outer world was forbidden him. He received no news of his wife and family. He passed his days alone with his servant. The presence of that faithful domestic was a support to him. That solace was taken away, and Toussaint was left alone. Yet was he not alone, for God was with him. In prayer his soul rose hourly to his Maker, and he received constantly new effusions of comfort and strength. Religious thoughts and observances carried his mind back to the country for which he had sacrificed everything. There, in imagination, he again saw the chapel where he and his family were wont to worship, and while the hymns of praise went up from its neatly formed roof, he was drawn into sympathy with the worshippers, and, with a moved heart and liquid voice, he joined his thanksgiving with theirs. Day by day, and often hours together, was he on his knees, seeking aid and finding support at the footstool of the heavenly grace, where never mortal knelt in vain. But time passed on, and there were no signs of the expected trial. Hope sustained against hope began at last to fail. What? Was he then a prisoner for life? If so, his sufferings, if severe, would not be long. Already he felt the chills of the nights of autumn. There alone, in that cold, dreary dungeon, no fire, little clothes, no companion, those long pinching nights. And then the winds began to blow hollow and loud, as if they announced a worse time coming. How soon? How long? The winter must be at hand. His captivity may extend through its whole course, but can it endure? Can life stretch out till the genial breath of spring return? One day, in the midst of Toussaint's gloomy solitude, a visitor was announced. A visitor? What if it were his son Isaac, or, if not he, perhaps an officer of justice to announce the coming trial? No, it was Caffarelli, aide de camp to the First Consul. Oh, then, here is an order for liberation. The prison doors will fly open, and I shall once more see my wife and children. Alas, poor heart, no. The man comes from one whose soul is meaner than his own. Bonaparte thinks it a pity the treasures he fancies you have buried should be lost, and though he does not intend to give you your freedom as the price of the disclosure, yet he sends his aide de camp to trick you into some kind of confession on the point, which he may turn to account, and in the result of which, if it is enough, he may find some compensation for the millions he has lavished in Saint Domingo in making you his captive. Toussaint, great in misfortune, gave for his reply, "I have lost something very different from money." Yes, thou hadst lost the liberty thou didst once enjoy, and peradventure, in a moment of sorrow, thou hadst lost the sacred cause in which thou hadst put thy soul. But mark this Consul's mean spirit. He had his victim there cooped up only too safely in that humid and infected prison. Still he was unsatisfied. Possibly the prisoner had money. If so, why, its hiding place must be ascertained ere his lips are sealed in the silence of death. Go then, Caffarelli, get the secret out of the old negro, and then he may be allowed to die. Toussaint would not resign himself to his fate without an effort. There was only one tribunal, and that tribunal was a perjured one. Yet an appeal might have some effect. The following letter was therefore written: In the dungeon of Fort Joux, this 30 Fructidor, Anno 11, 17th September, 1802. General and First Consul, the respect and the submission which I could wish forever graven on my heart, here words are wanting as if obliterated by tears. If I have sinned in doing my duty, it is contrary to my intentions. If I was wrong in forming the Constitution, it was through my great desire to do good. It was through having employed too much zeal, too much self-love, thinking I was pleasing the government under which I was. If the formalities which I ought to have observed were neglected, it was through inattention. I have had the misfortune to incur your wrath, but as to fidelity and probity, I am strong in my conscience, and I dare affirm that among all the servants of the state, no one is more honest than myself. I was one of your soldiers, and the first servant of the Republic in Saint Domingo, but now I am wretched, ruined, dishonored, a victim of my own services. Let your sensibility be moved at my position. You are too great in feeling and too just not to pronounce a judgment as to my destiny. I charge General Caffarelli, your aide de camp, to put my report into your hands. I beg you to take it into your best consideration. His honor, his frankness, have forced me to open my heart to him. Salutation and respect, Toussaint L'Ouverture. Days passed away, and no notice was taken of this epistle. The report of which it speaks was either suppressed or neglected. Dead to pity, Bonaparte watched for the consummation of the villainy he had designed. It was customary to allow the commander of the prison 5 francs, about 4 shillings, a day for the subsistence of each prisoner. The First Consul wrote that 3 were sufficient for a revolter. More than sufficient for thy base purpose. Didst thou remember those words when thou didst beat thyself against the bars of thy own cage in the island of St. Helena, complaining daily of a table which, compared with thy allowance to the first of the blacks, was a banquet of delicacies to a dinner of herbs? While the process of gradual starvation was going forward, its unconscious victim, outraged by his sufferings, wrote this spirited epistle to his persecutor: In the dungeon of Fort Joux, this 7 Vendémiaire, Anno 11, 29th September, 1802. General and First Consul, I beg you, in the name of God, in the name of humanity, to cast a favorable eye on my appeal, on my position and my family. Direct your great genius to my conduct, to the manner in which I have served my country, to all the dangers I have run in discharging my duty. I have served my country with fidelity and probity. I have served it with zeal and courage. I have been devoted to the government under which I was. I have sacrificed my blood and a part of what I possessed to serve my country, and in spite of my efforts, all my labors have been in vain. You will permit me, First Consul, to say to you, with all the respect and submission which I owe you, that the government has been completely deceived in regard to Toussaint L'Ouverture, in regard to one of its most zealous and courageous servants in Saint Domingo. I labored long to acquire honor and glory from the government, and to gain the esteem of my fellow citizens, and I am now, for my reward, crowned with thorns and the most marked ingratitude. I do not deny the faults I may have committed, and for which I beg your pardon, but those faults do not deserve the fourth of the punishment I have received, nor the treatment I have undergone. First Consul, it is a misfortune for me that I am not known to you. If you had thoroughly known me while I was at Saint Domingo, you would have done me more justice. My heart is good. I am not learned, I am ignorant. But my father, who is now blind, showed me the road of virtue and honor, and I am very strong in my conscience in that matter, and if I had not been devoted to the government I should not have been here. That is a truth. I am wretched, miserable, a victim of all my services. All my life I have been in active service, and since the revolution of the 10th of August, 1790, I have constantly been in the service of my country. Now I am a prisoner, with no power to do anything. Sunk in grief, my health is impaired. I have asked you for my freedom, that I may labor, that I may gain my subsistence and support my unhappy family. I call on your greatness, on your genius, to pronounce a judgment on my destiny. Let your heart be softened and touched by my position and my misfortunes. I salute you with profound respect. Signed, Toussaint L'Ouverture. Footnote: Gauguinot, Toussaint's father, died in 1804, having completely lost his sight. He is said to have left the world uttering curses against white men. End of footnote. Alas, the First Consul has pronounced judgment, and the consequent sentence the prisoner is even now undergoing. That sentence is slow death, and then as you, Toussaint, shake with the cold of the northern blast, or sink overcome with sorrow on the moist, foul floor of your cell, or refuse with loathing the unsavory food, and as your limbs part with their strength, and your heart flutters in debility, and your blood becomes thin and poor, and as you look to the winter's frost, snow, hail, and storm, with a vague distress and dismal forebodings, in each step of the process of slow death the Consul's verdict goes into execution, and another day or another week is taken from the brief number that remain to you. Yet well and noble is it, that under the depression of your unhappy condition, while your heart sinks with the sinking of your ill-supported frame, it is well and noble that you descend to no mean flatteries, that you descend to no unworthy supplications, and that, retaining your own high manly spirit, you protest your innocence, proclaim your services, and charge your enemies with ingratitude. Toussaint L'Ouverture then began to compose with his own hand a document in which he entered into a systematic defense of his conduct. This document, the orthography of which is said to have been defective, was couched in correct and sometimes eloquent terms. By permission of the governor of the castle, it was copied by Marshal Besse, then one of his prisoners, and on the 2nd of October it was transmitted to the First Consul. The document contained the following passages: General Leclerc employed toward me means which have never been employed toward the greatest enemies. Doubtless I owe that contempt to my color. But has that color prevented me from serving my country with zeal and fidelity? Does the color of my body injure my honor or my courage? Suppose I was criminal, and that the General in Chief had orders to arrest me. Was it needful to employ 100 carbineers to arrest my wife and children, to tear them from their residence without respect and without regard for their rank, their sex, without humanity and without charity? Was it necessary to fire on my plantations and on my family, to ransack and pillage my property? No. My wife, my children, my household, were under no responsibility, have no account to render to government. General Leclerc had not even the right to arrest them. Was that officer afraid of a rival? I compare him to the Roman Senate, that pursued Hannibal even into his retirement. I request that he and I appear before a tribunal, and that the government bring forward the whole of my correspondence with him. By that means my innocence and all I have done for the Republic will be seen. First Consul, father of all French soldiers, upright judge, defender of the innocent, pronounce a decision as to my destiny. My wound is deep. Apply a remedy to it. You are the physician. I rely entirely on your wisdom and skill. These appeals to the justice, honor, and humanity of the First Consul proved abortive. Bonaparte's mind was made up. His ear, therefore, was closed. Toussaint spoke to a foregone conclusion. His words were encountered by a fixed determination. That determination was so fixed and so well known, that no one dared to speak in favor of the oppressed and doomed hero. Fear of the supreme magistrate occupied all minds around him, and gave to his will the force of law. That precipitate and iron mind found the process of slow murder too slow. Solitude, cold, and short fare were tardy in their operation. Their natural tardiness was not abated by the presence with the captive of his faithful servant. Mars Plaisir was therefore taken away by an express order of the government. In parting from him, Toussaint L'Ouverture said, "Carry my last farewell to my wife, my children, and my niece. Would I could console thee under this cruel separation. Be assured of my friendship, and of the remembrance which I shall always preserve of thy services and of thy devotedness." Toussaint, thou art still the same, still self-forgetful, still mindful of thy wife and family. The disinterested benevolence which made thee a patriot, and which the prospect of supreme power could not bribe into subjection, remains unchilled by the cold of the Jura mountains, and unsuppressed by bodily weakness, and unperverted by ingratitude and perfidy. Mars Plaisir was loaded with chains and sent to Nantes, where he was put in prison. But unwelcome truths make their way through bars and walls. Therefore was the good servant specially guarded and watched, lest, before his master's demise, he should disclose facts that might prove troublesome, or set in motion instruments that might traverse the designs of the tyrant. The progress made in Hayti by the assertions of the national independence kept Bonaparte in a constant state of solicitude. He could not conceal from himself that the escape of Toussaint from his dungeon was a possible event. He was well aware that his reappearance in Saint Domingo would make the reduction of the inhabitants impossible. Nay, the mere knowledge of his being still alive, while it encouraged the hope of his yet taking the lead of the soldiers of independence, served to keep up the courage of the insurgents, and to augment the difficulties of Rochambeau. His death, therefore, seemed to Bonaparte urgently necessary. Affairs were hurrying to a crisis in the West Indies. A blow must be struck. The trunk of the insurrection, the First Consul had it in his power to pluck up and destroy, at least so he thought. Therefore the order went forth, cut it down, root it up. The manner was worthy of the deed. The governor of the castle was chosen for the perpetration of the crime. Scarcely was he a man for the work. He had scruples of conscience. But nothing short of plenary obedience would be accepted. Besides, it was not a question of the dagger or the bowl. All that was wanted was a more decided system of privation, and that system he scarcely needed to work actively. When a prisoner is kept in close confinement and must be got rid of, you have only to reduce his means of subsistence until death ensues as a matter of course. And if the process is too slow, it may be accelerated by a little well-timed neglect. To an attenuated and famished frame, the want of nutrition for a few days brings certain death. Let the ordinary pittance of supply then be forgotten, and your end is gained. And who shall dare to call an act of oblivion by the foul and offensive name of murder? The Governor twice took a journey to Neufchâtel in Switzerland. The first time he entrusted the keys of Toussant's cell to Captain Colomier, whom he appointed to fill his place in his absence. Colomier visited the noble prisoner, who spoke to him modestly of his own glory, but with indignation of the design imputed to him of having wished to deliver Saint Domingo up to the English. His emaciated and feeble hands were engaged in writing a paper intended to disprove that groundless charge. The officer found Toussant in a state of almost absolute privation. A little meal was his only food, and that he had to prepare himself in a small earthen jug. But Colomier had a heart. He pitied the destitution of a man who had had at his command the opulence of Saint Domingo. His humanity made him unfit for his office, and ascertaining that the captive accounted the want of coffee among his chief privations, he ventured at his own risk to furnish a small supply. When the Governor returned, he found that Toussaint L'Ouverture was still alive. In a short time he took a second journey to the same town, and for the same purpose; and as he suspected that Colomier's good nature had interfered with his duty, he said to him, on leaving, with a disquieted countenance, "I entrust to you the guardianship of the castle, but this time I do not give you the keys of the dungeons. The prisoners have no need of anything." The Governor returned on the fourth day. Toussaint was no more. He ascertained the fact. Yes, there he is, dead. No doubt whatever, dead and cold. He had died of inanition, and see, if you have courage to look on so horrible a sight, the rats have gnawed his feet. The work is done, the crime is perpetrated. Bonaparte's will is law, his word is death. But murder is a word of evil sound. The world, with all its depravity, has a moral feeling, and that moral feeling it is impolitic to outrage. A veil must be thrown over the assassination. Toussaint is dead. How came he by his death? The Governor, on learning that his captive had breathed his last, carried some provisions into his dungeon. Who now can say that Toussaint had been starved to death? He died in the midst of abundance. This was the Governor's own plea, but he deprived that plea of its effect by his eagerness to obtrude and make the most of it, and he betrayed his guilt by his looks and manner. Yes, he was distressed at Toussaint's sudden departure. He bewailed the event. But hypocrisy ever overacts its part. Besides, the Governor was not thoroughly depraved, and that which he would have men regard as the sadness of a virtuous heart in mourning, they saw to be the ragings of a conscience smitten with a sense of guilt. His cheeks put on a livid paleness. His steps were hasty and uncertain. His eyes were wild. Yes, here is a man deeply suffering under the stings of remorse. His nervous and agitated efforts to make it clear, very clear beyond a question, that Toussaint has died of a natural cause, demonstrate that he knows more than he dares reveal, and has contracted a guilt that he would fain conceal even from his own eyes. But the keys of the dungeon were in his possession, and the words, "The prisoners want nothing," and the food recently carried thither, these facts, known to our authority, and known to Captain Colomier, and known to other inmates of the castle, declare that murder has been committed. Yes, now we see why Mars Plaisir has been sent away, and now we see why this remote, solitary, wild, and freezing prison has been chosen, and now we see why Toussaint L'Ouverture was entrapped. The series of crimes is consummated. Footnote: see particularly Métrage Histoire de l'expédition des François à Saint-Dominique, page 201, sequential. End of footnote. Still, the question returns, what will be the opinion of the world? Medical men were called in. The head was opened. The brain was scrutinized. It is apoplexy, the authorities said, and apoplexy was set down in the formal report made as to the cause of Toussant's death. Possibly so, but what produced the apoplexy? Ask Captain Colomier. Ask the mayor of the district. They were both required to state that death had taken place by some cause different from hunger, and they both refused. Yes, what was the opinion of the world? The world believed and declared that there had been foul play. That belief gained prevalence in Saint Domingo, and added fuel to the flames of wrath which, without this new brand, burned with intensest fierceness, consuming the French army, and making their longer stay in the island an impossibility. Thus, in the beginning of April, in the year 1803, died Toussaint L'Ouverture. A grandson of an African king, he passed the greater number of his days in slavery, and rose to be a soldier, a general, a governor. He possessed a rare genius, the efficiency of which was augmented by an unusual power of self-concealment. His life lay in thought and in action rather than in words. Self-contained, he was also self-sufficing. Though he disdained not the advice of others, he was in the main his own council board. With an intense concentration of vitality in his own soul, he threw into his outer life a power and an energy which armed one man with the power of thousands, and made him great alike in the command of others and in the command of himself. He was created for government by the hand of nature. That strength of soul and self-reliance which made him fit to rule also gave him subjects for his sway. Hence it was that he could not remain in the herd of his fellow slaves. Rise he must, and rise he did, first to humble offices, then to the command of a regiment, and then to the command of the armies of Saint Domingo. To the qualities which make an illustrious general and statesman, there were added, in Toussaint's soul, the milder virtues that formed the strength and the ornament of domestic life. Great as he was in the field and in the cabinet, scarcely less great and more estimable was he as a husband and a father. There his excellences shone without a shade. The sacrifice of his sons to the duty which he owed to his country only illustrates the intensity of a patriotism which could extort so precious a possession from a father's hands. But he had learned his duty from the lips of one who taught men to make the love of children and parents subordinate to the love of himself, and assured that he had in some special manner been called and sent to set the captive free, he, in a native benevolence of character which the gospel enriched, strengthened, and directed, concentrated all the fine endowments of his soul on the great work of negro emancipation in the island of his birth. His mind appeared in his countenance and his manner, yet only as if under a veil. His looks were noble and dignified rather than refined. His eyes, darting fire, told of the burning elements of his soul. Though little aided by what is called education, he, in the potency of his mind, bent and moulded language to his thoughts, and ruled the minds of others by an eloquence which was no less concise than simple, manly, and full of imagery. As with other men of ardent genius, he he fused ideas into proverbs and put into circulation sayings that are reported to be still current in his native land. Footnote: all the likenesses of Toussaint L'Ouverture which I have seen, except one, have the disadvantage of being profiles. End of footnote. But, after all, he was greater in deed than he was in word. Vast was the influence which he acquired by the mere force of his silent example. His very name became a tower of strength to his friends and a terror to his foes. Hence his presence was so impressive that none approached him without fear, nor left him without emotion. If the world has reason to thank God for great men, with special gratitude should we acknowledge the divine goodness in raising up Toussaint L'Ouverture. Among the privileged races of the earth, the roll of patriots, legislators, and heroes is long and well filled. As yet there is but one Toussaint L'Ouverture. Yet how many of the highest qualities of our nature did that one unite in himself? But his best claim to our respect and admiration consists in the entire devotion of his varied and lofty powers to the redemption of his color from degrading bondage, and its elevation into the full stature of perfect manhood. I do not intend to paint the Haytian patriot as a perfect man. Moral perfection once appeared on earth. It is not likely to have appeared a second time among the slaves of Hayti. Toussaint has been accused of harshness and cruelty. I am not prepared to affirm that the charges are without foundation, but it is equally true that his enemies have done their utmost to point out stains in his character. Unfortunately, the means for a thorough investigation are wholly wanting. It has also been said that he was an adept at dissimulation, but secrecy in his circumstances was both needful and virtuous, and if the study of secrecy on his part was undue, let the failing be set down against him at its full value. It has even been intimated that when in power he yielded to the fascinations of the accomplished Creole women of the Cape, but the intimation, faint and indirect as it is, rests on no solid grounds. In truth, it was impossible that a man of the origin and aims of Toussaint L'Ouverture should have escaped the shafts of calumny, and, after all due abatements are made, enough of excellence remains to command our admiration and win our esteem. While, however, the world has seen but one Toussaint L'Ouverture, this history sets forth many black men who were possessed of great faculties and accomplished great deeds. And though the instance of their chief only shows what an elevation men with a black skin may possibly attain, there are in the general tenor of this narrative proofs very numerous and irrefragable that, in the ordinary powers and virtues which form the texture and ornament of civilized life, an African origin and negro blood involve no essential disqualification. Very clear, certainly, has it appeared that whether in its rights, its wrongs, its penalties, or its rewards, justice, the ever-living daughter of the eternal God and the ever-present and ever-active administratrix of divine providence, knows nothing whatever of the distinctions, the prejudices, the dislikes, or the preferences of color. An injury done to a European ceases not to be an injury when the sufferer is an African. Nor are breakers of God's laws punished with less severity within the tropics than they are in the temperate zones. Slavery, which is the essence and the concentration of injustice, slavery which from its foundation to its top stone is one huge and frightful accumulation of wrongs the hugest and the direst, slavery, which is the worst form of treachery to man and treason against God, entails vengeance the most terrible, the most awful, vengeance not less sure than dreadful. Alas, that in the scourge the innocent should suffer as well as the guilty. The thought would sink the mind in grief were it not attended by the conviction that the hour cometh when the righteous shall shine as stars in the firmament forever and ever. The family of Toussaint L'Ouverture received the news of his death with the deepest grief. They wept and wailed, and refused to be comforted because he was not. Under a pretense that they contemplated escape, those innocent persons were transferred from Bayonne to Agen, where they found friends worthy of themselves. When Saint Jean L'Ouverture heard of his father's death, he declared that he should not long survive him. The saying was too true. The effects of the climate on a naturally weak constitution brought him to the tomb ere he had quitted the period of youth. His death almost caused the death of his female cousin, from whom he received in his sickness the most tender and vigilant cares. Shortly after, the family succeeded in obtaining the favor that Placide L'Ouverture should quit his place of detention and reside with them at Agen. Madame Toussaint L'Ouverture, who was beloved and revered alike by her husband and her children, survived that husband and her youngest son for several years, without being able to overcome the grief which their loss occasioned, and which was so deep and constant as to undermine her faculties. She died in 1816, in the arms of her sons Placide and Isaac L'Ouverture. The history of L'Ouverture, placed by the side of the history of Bonaparte, presents a number of striking parallels. Both born in a humble position, they raised themselves to the height of power by the force of their genius and the intense energy of their character. Both gained renown in legislation and government as well as in war. Both fell the moment they had obtained supreme authority. Both were betrayed by pretended friends, and delivered into the hands of embittered foes. Both were severed from their families. Both finished their lives on a barren rock. The parallels have their contrasts. Toussaint L'Ouverture fought for liberty, Bonaparte fought for himself. Toussaint L'Ouverture gained fame and power by leading an oppressed and injured race to the successful vindication of their rights. Bonaparte made himself a name and acquired a sceptre by supplanting liberty and destroying nationalities in order to substitute his own illegitimate despotism. The fall of Toussaint L'Ouverture was a voluntary retirement from power, accompanied by a voluntary renunciation of authority, under circumstances which seemed to guarantee that freedom, the attainment of which had been the sole object of his efforts. The fall of Bonaparte was the forced abdication of a throne which was regarded as a European nuisance, and dissent from which was a virtual acknowledgment that he had utterly failed in the purposes of his life. In the treachery which they underwent, on one side Toussaint L'Ouverture was the victim and Bonaparte the seducer, and on the other side the former suffered from those who had been his enemies, the latter from those who in profession were his constant friends, and in the rupture of their domestic ties, Bonaparte was the injurer, Toussaint L'Ouverture the injured. Nor is it easy to bring one's mind to the conclusion that retribution was wholly absent in the facts to which allusion has just been made. The punishment is too like the crime to be regarded as accidental. Toussaint's domestic bereavement was requited by Bonaparte's domestic sorrows. The drear solitude of the castle of Joux was experienced over again at St. Helena by him who inflicted the penalty. Strange to say, it was a friend of the negroes, namely Admiral Maitland, that conducted the Corsican to his prison, and as if to make the correspondence the more complete, and the retribution the more potent, by an exchange of extreme localities, the man of the temperate regions was transferred to the tropics, to atone for his crime in transferring the man of the tropics to the killing frosts of the temperate regions. Resembling each other in several points of their calamities and pains, the two differed in that which is the dividing line between the happy and the wretched; for while with Bonaparte God was a name, with Toussaint L'Ouverture God was at once the sole reality and the sovereign good. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 4 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography, by John Relly Beard. Book 4. Memoir of General Toussaint L'Ouverture, written by himself. Part 1. It is my duty to render to the French government an exact account of my conduct. I shall relate the facts with all the simplicity and frankness of an old soldier, adding to them the reflections that naturally suggest themselves. In short, I shall tell the truth, though it be against myself. The colony of Saint Domingo, of which I was commander, enjoyed the greatest tranquillity. Agriculture and commerce flourished there. The island had attained a degree of splendor which it had never before seen, and all this, I dare to say it, was my work. Nevertheless, as we were upon a war footing, the Commission had published a decree ordering me to take all necessary measures to prevent the enemies of the Republic from penetrating into the island. Accordingly, I ordered all the commanders of the seaports not to permit any ships of war to enter into the roadstead, except they were known and had obtained permission from me. If it should be a squadron, no matter from what nation, it was absolutely prohibited from entering the port, or even the roadstead, unless I should myself know where it came from, and the port from which it sailed. This order was in force when, on the 26th of January, 1802, a squadron appeared before the Cape. At that time I had left this town to visit the Spanish part, Santo Domingo, for the purpose of inspecting the agriculture. On setting out from Maguana, I had dispatched one of my aides de camp to General Dessalines, Commander-in-Chief of the Departments of the West and South, who was then at Saint Marc, to order him to join me at Gonaïves, or at Saint Michel, to accompany me on my journey. At the time of the squadron's appearance, I was at Santo Domingo, from which place I set out, 3 days after, to go to Hinche. Passing by Banique, arriving at Papayes, I met my aide de camp, Coupé, and an officer sent by General Christophe, who brought me a letter from the General, by which he informed me of the arrival of the French squadron before the Cape, and assured me that the General in Chief, commanding this squadron, had not done him the honor to write to him, but had only sent an officer to order him to prepare accommodations for his forces. That General Christophe having demanded of this officer whether he was the bearer of letter to him or of dispatches to the General in Chief, Toussaint L'Ouverture, requesting him to send them to him, that they might reach him at once, this officer replied to him that he was not charged with any, and that it was not, in fact, a question concerning General Toussaint. "Surrender the town," he continued, "you will be well recompensed. The French government sends you presents." To which General Christophe replied, "Since you have no letters for the General in Chief, nor for me, you may return and tell your General that he does not know his duty, that it is not thus that people present themselves in a country belonging to France." General Leclerc, having received this answer, summoned General Christophe to deliver the place to him, and, in case of refusal, warned him that on the morning of the next day he should land 15,000 men. In response to this, General Christophe begged him to wait for General Toussaint L'Ouverture, to whom he had already sent the intelligence, and would do so the second time with the greatest celerity. In fact, I received a second letter, and hastened to reach the Cape, in spite of the overflowing of the Hinche, hoping to have the pleasure of embracing my brothers in arms from Europe, and to receive at the same time the orders of the French Government. And in order to march with greater speed, I left all my escorts. Between Saint Michel and Saint Raphael, I met General Dessalines, and said to him, "I have sent for you to accompany me on my tour to Port de Paix and to Môle, but that is useless now. I have just received 2 letters from General Christophe, announcing the arrival of the French squadron before the Cape." I communicated to him these letters, whereupon he told me that he had seen from Saint Marc 6 large vessels making sail for the coast of Port Républicain, but he was ignorant of what nation they were. I ordered him then to repair promptly to this port, since it was possible that General Christophe, having refused the entrance of the Cape to the general commanding the squadron, the latter might have proceeded to Port Républicain in the hope of finding me there. Should this prove true, I ordered him, in advance, to request the general to wait for me, and to assure him that I would go first to the Cape in the hope of meeting him there, and in case I should not find him there, I would repair at once to Port Républicain to confer with him. I set out for the Cape, passing by Vaz, the shortest road. On arriving upon the heights of the Grand Boucan, in the place called the Porte de Saint Jacques, I perceived a fire in the town on the Cape. I urged my horse at full speed to reach this town, to find there the general commanding the squadron, and to ascertain who had caused the conflagration. But on approaching, I found the roads filled with the inhabitants who had fled from this unfortunate town, and I was unable to penetrate farther, because all the passages were cannonaded by the artillery of the vessels which were in the roadstead. I then resolved to go up to the fort of Bel-Air, but I found this fort evacuated likewise, and all the pieces of cannon spiked. I was, consequently, obliged to retrace my steps. After passing the hospital, I met General Christophe and asked him who had ordered the town to be fired. He replied that it was he. I reprimanded him severely for having employed such rigorous measures. Why, said I to him, did you not rather make some military arrangements to defend the town until my arrival? He answered, what do you wish, General? My duty, necessity, the circumstances, the reiterated threats of the general commanding the squadron, forced me to it. I showed the general the orders of which I was the bearer, but without avail. He added, that the proclamations spread secretly in the town to seduce the people and instigate an uprising were not sanctioned by military usage, that if the commander of the squadron had truly pacific intentions, he would have waited for me, that he would not have employed the means which he used to gain the commander of the fort of Boc, who is a drunkard, that he would not in consequence have seized this fort, that he would not have put to death half of the garrison of Fort Liberty, that he would not have made a descent upon Acul, and that, in a word, he would not have committed at first all the hostilities of which he was guilty. General Christophe joined me, and we continued the route together. On arriving at Haut du Cap, we passed through the habitations of Breda, as far as the barrier of Boulard, passing by the gardens. There I ordered him to rally his troops and go into camp on the Bonnet until further orders, and to keep me informed of all the movements he made. I told him that I was going to Héricourt, that there, perhaps, I should receive news from the commander of the squadron, that he would doubtless deliver to me the orders of the government, that I might even meet him there, that I should then ascertain the reasons which had induced him to come in this manner, and that in case he was the bearer of orders from the government, I should request him to communicate them to me, and should in consequence make arrangements with him. General Christophe left me then to repair to the post which I had assigned to him, but he met a body of troops who fired upon him, forced him to dismount from his horse, plunge into the river, and cross it by swimming. After separating from General Christophe, I had at my side Adjutant General Fontaine, 2 other officers, and my aide de camp, Couppé, who went in advance. He warned me of the troops on the road. I ordered him to go forward. He told me that this force was commanded by a general. I then demanded a conference with him. But Couppé had not time to execute my orders. They fired upon us at 25 steps from the barrier. My horse was pierced with a ball. Another ball carried away the hat of one of my officers. This unexpected circumstance forced me to abandon the open road, to cross the savannah and the forests to reach Héricourt, where I remained 3 days to wait for news of the commander of the squadron, again without avail. But the next day I received a letter from General Rochambeau, announcing that the column which he commanded had seized upon Fort Liberty, taken and put to the sword a part of the garrison which had resisted; that he had not believed the garrison would steep its bayonets in the blood of Frenchmen. On the contrary, he had expected to find it disposed in his favor. I replied to this letter, and, manifesting my indignation to the general, asked to know why he had ordered the massacre of those brave soldiers who had only followed the orders given them, who had, besides, contributed so much to the happiness of the colony and to the triumph of the Republic. Was this the recompense that the French Government had promised them? I concluded by saying to General Rochambeau that I would fight to the last to avenge the death of these brave soldiers for my own liberty and to reëstablish the tranquillity and order in the colony. This was, in fact, the resolution I had taken after having reflected deliberately upon the report General Christophe had brought me, upon the danger I had just run, upon the letter of General Rochambeau, and finally upon the conduct of the commander of the squadron. Having formed my resolution, I went to Gonaïves. There I communicated my intentions to General Maurepas, and ordered him to make the most vigorous resistance to all vessels which should appear before Port de Paix, where he commanded, and, in case he should not be strong enough, having only half of a brigade, to imitate the example of General Christophe, and afterward withdraw to the mountain, taking with him ammunition of all kinds, there to defend himself to the death. I then went to Saint Marc to visit the fortifications. I found that the news of the shameful events which had just taken place had reached this town, and the inhabitants had already fled. I gave orders for all the resistance to be made that the fortifications and munitions would allow of. As I was on the point of setting out from this town to go to Port au Prince and the southern part to give my orders, Captains Jean-Philippe Dupin and Isaac brought me dispatches from Paul L'Ouverture, who commanded at Santo Domingo. Both informed me that a descent had just been made upon Oyarsaval, and that the French and Spaniards who inhabited this place had risen and cut off the roads from Santo Domingo. I acquainted myself with these dispatches. In running over the letter of General Paul and the copy of General Kerverseau's to the commander of the place of Santo Domingo, which was enclosed in it, I saw that this general had made the overture to the commander of the place, and not to General Paul, as he should have done, to make preparations for the landing of his force. I saw also the refusal given by General Paul to this invitation, until he should receive orders from me. I replied to General Paul that I approved his conduct, and ordered him to make all possible effort to defend himself in case of attack, and even to make prisoners of General Kerverseau and his force if he could. I returned my reply by the captains just mentioned, but foreseeing, on account of the interception of the roads, that they might be arrested and their dispatches demanded, I gave them in charge a second letter, in which I ordered General Paul to use all possible means of conciliation with General Kerverseau. I charged the captains, in case they should be arrested, to conceal the first letter and show only the second. My reply not arriving as soon as he expected, General Paul sent another black officer with the same dispatches in duplicate. I gave only a receipt to this officer and sent him back. Of these 3 messengers, 2 were black and the other white. They were arrested, as I had anticipated. The 2 blacks were assassinated in violation of all justice and right, contrary to the customs of war. Their dispatches were sent to General Kerverseau, who concealed the first letter, and showed to General Paul only the second, in which I had ordered him to enter into negotiations with General Kerverseau. It was in consequence of this letter that Santo Domingo was surrendered. Having sent off these dispatches, I resumed my route toward the south. I had hardly set forward when I was overtaken by an orderly coming up at full speed, who brought me a package from General Vernet and a letter from my wife, both announcing to me the arrival from Paris of my 2 children and their preceptor, of which I was not before aware. I learned also that they were bearers of orders for me from the First Consul. I retraced my steps and flew to Ennery, where I found my 2 children and the excellent tutor whom the First Consul had had the goodness to give them. I embraced them with the greatest satisfaction and ardor. I then inquired if they were bearers of letters from the First Consul for me. The tutor replied in the affirmative, and handed me a letter which I opened and read about half through. Then I folded it, saying that I would reserve the reading of it for a more quiet moment. I begged him then to impart to me the intentions of the Government, and to tell me the name of the commander of the squadron, which I had not yet been able to ascertain. He answered that his name was Leclerc, that the intention of the Government toward me was very favorable, which was confirmed by my children, and of which I afterwards assured myself by finishing the letter of the First Consul. I observed to them, nevertheless, that if the intentions of the Government were pacific and good regarding me, and those who had contributed to the happiness which the colony enjoyed, General Leclerc surely had not followed nor executed the orders he had received, since he had landed on the island like an enemy, and done evil merely for the pleasure of doing it, without addressing himself to the commander, or making known to him his powers. I then asked Citizen Quesnot, my children's tutor, if General Leclerc had not given him a dispatch for me, or charged him with something to tell me. He replied in the negative, advising me, however, to go to the Cape to confer with the General. My children added their solicitations to persuade me to do so. I represented to them that after the conduct of this general I could have no confidence in him, that he had landed like an enemy; that in spite of that I had believed it my duty to go to meet him in order to prevent the progress of the evil; that he had fired upon me and I had run the greatest dangers; that, in short, if his intentions were as pure as those of the Government which sent him, he should have taken the trouble to write to me to inform me of his mission; that before arriving in the roadstead, he should have sent me an advice boat, with you, sir, and my children; that being the ordinary practice, to announce their arrival and to impart to me his powers; that, since he had observed none of these formalities, the evil was done, and therefore I should refuse decidedly to go in search of him; that, nevertheless, to prove my attachment and submission to the French Government, I would consent to write a letter to General Leclerc. I shall send to him, I continued, by Mr. Granville, a worthy man, accompanied by my 2 children and their tutor, whom I shall charge to say to General Leclerc that it is absolutely dependent upon himself whether this colony is entirely lost or preserved to France; that I will enter into all possible arrangements with him; that I am ready to submit to the orders of the French Government, but that General Leclerc shall show me orders of which he is bearer, and shall, above all, cease from every species of hostility. In fact, I wrote the letter, and the deputation set out. In the hope that after the desire I had just manifested to render my submission, order would again be restored, I remained at Gonaïves till the next day. There I learned that 2 vessels had attacked Saint Marc. I proceeded there and learned that they had been repulsed. I returned then to Gonaïves to wait for General Leclerc's reply. Finally, 2 days after, my 2 children arrived with the response so much desired, by which the General commanded me to report in person to him at the Cape, and announced that he had furthermore ordered his generals to advance upon all points; that his orders being given, he could not revoke them. He promised, however, that General Boudet should be stopped at Artibonite. I concluded then that he did not know the country perfectly or had been deceived, for in order to reach Artibonite it was necessary to have a free passage by Saint Marc, which was impossible now, since the 2 vessels which had attacked this place had been repulsed. He added, further, that they should not attack Môle, only blockade it, since this place had already surrendered. I replied then plainly to the General that I should not report to him at the Cape; that his conduct did not inspire me with sufficient confidence; that I was ready to deliver the command to him in conformity with the orders of the First Consul, but that I would not be his Lieutenant General. I besought him again to let me know his intentions, assuring him that I would contribute everything in my power to the reestablishment of order and tranquillity. I added, in conclusion, that if he persisted in his invasion, he would force me to defend myself, although I had but few troops. I sent him this letter with the utmost dispatch, by an orderly, who brought me back word that he had no reply to make and had taken the field. The inhabitants of Gonaïves then asked my permission to send a deputation to General Leclerc, which I accorded to them, but he retained the deputation. The next day I learned that he had taken, without striking a blow and without firing a gun, Dondon, Saint Raphael, Saint Michel, and Marmelade, and that he was prepared to march against Ennery and Gonaïves. These new hostilities gave rise to new reflections. I thought that the conduct of General Leclerc was entirely contrary to the intentions of the Government, since the First Consul, in his letter, promised peace, while the General made war. I saw that, instead of seeking to arrest this evil, he only increased it. Does he not fear, I said to myself, in pursuing such conduct, to be blamed by his Government? Can he hope to be approved by the First Consul, that great man whose equity and impartiality are so well known, while I shall be disapproved? I resolved then to defend myself in case of attack, and in spite of my few troops, I made my dispositions accordingly. Gonaïves not being defensible, I ordered it to be burned, in case retreat was necessary. I placed General Christophe, who had been obliged to fall back, in the Ereburg road which leads to Bayonne, and withdrew myself to Ennery, where a part of my guard of honor had repaired to join and defend me. There I learned that Gros Morne had just surrendered, and that the army was to march against Gonaïves with 3 columns, one of these commanded by General Rochambeau, purposing to pass by Couleuvre and come down upon La Croix, to cut off the road from the town and the passage of the bridge of the Ester. I ordered Gonaïves to be burned, and, ignorant of General Rochambeau's strength, marched to meet the column which was making for the bridge of the Ester, at the head of 300 grenadiers of my guard, commanded by their chief, and of 60 mounted guards. We met in a gorge. The attack commenced at 6 o'clock in the morning, with a continuous fire which lasted until noon. General Rochambeau began the attack. I learned from the prisoners I took that the column numbered more than 4,000 men. While I was engaged with General Rochambeau, the column commanded by General Leclerc reached Gonaïves. After the engagement at La Croix, I proceeded to the bridge of the Ester with artillery, to defend the place, intending to go thence to Saint Marc, where I expected to make a desperate resistance. But, on setting out, I learned that General Dessalines, having arrived at this place before me, was obliged to evacuate it and retire to Petite Rivière. I was obliged, after this manoeuvre, to slacken my march in order to send in advance the prisoners taken at La Croix, and the wounded to Petite Rivière, and I determined to proceed there myself. When we reached Couriotte in the plain, I left my troops there, and went in advance alone. I found all the country abandoned. I received a letter from General Dessalines, informing me that, having learned that the Cahos was to be attacked, he had gone to defend it. I sent an order to him to join me at once. I caused the ammunition and provisions, which I had made with me, to be put in Fort L'Ouverture at the Crête à Pierrot. I ordered General Vernet to procure vessels which would contain water enough to last the garrison during a siege. On the arrival of General Dessalines, I ordered him to take command of the fort and defend it to the last extremity. For this purpose I left him half of my guards with the chief of brigade Monny and my 2 squadrons. I charged him not to allow General Vernet to be exposed to fire, but to let him remain in a safe place to superintend the making of cartridges. Finally, I told General Dessalines that while General Leclerc was attacking this place, I should go into the northern part, make a diversion, and retake the different places which had been seized. By this manoeuvre I should force the general to retrace his steps and make arrangements with me to preserve this beautiful colony to the government. Having given these orders, I took 6 companies of grenadiers, commanded by Guébert, chief of the 4th demi brigade, and Porcelly, the chief of battalion, and marched upon Ennery. I found there a proclamation of General Leclerc pronouncing me an outlaw. Confident that I had done no wrong with which to reproach myself, that all the disorder which prevailed in the country had been occasioned by General Leclerc, believing myself, besides, the legitimate commander of the island, I refuted his proclamation and declared him to be outlawed. Without loss of time, I resumed my march and recaptured, without violence, Saint Michel, Saint Raphael, Dondon, and Marmelade. In this last place, I received a letter from General Dessalines, announcing that General Leclerc had marched against Petite Rivière with 3 columns; that one of these columns, passing by the Cahos and the Grand Fonds, had captured all the treasures of the Republic coming from Gonaïves, and some silver which the inhabitants had deposited; that it was so heavily loaded with booty it was unable to reach its destination, and had been obliged to turn back to deposit its riches at Port Républicain; that the 2 other columns, which had attacked the fort, had been repulsed by the chief of brigade, Mongy; that General Leclerc, having united his forces, had ordered a second attack, which had likewise been repelled by himself, Dessalines, who had then arrived. Apprised of these facts, I moved upon Plaisance and captured the camp of Bidouret, who held this place. This camp was occupied by troops of the line. I assaulted all the advanced posts at the same time. Just as I was going to fall upon Plaisance, I received a letter from the commander of Marmelade, which gave me notice that a strong column from the Spanish part was advancing upon this latter place. I then moved promptly upon this column, which, instead of advancing upon Marmelade, had marched upon Hinche, where I pursued, but was unable to overtake it. I returned to Gonaïves, made myself master of the plain surrounding the town, ready to march upon the Gros Morne to succor General Maurepas, whom I supposed must be at Port de Paix, or else retire to the mountains where I ordered him to encamp, not knowing that he had already capitulated and submitted to General Leclerc. I received a 3rd letter from General Dessalines, who reported that General Leclerc, having ordered a general assault, had been repulsed, had determined to surround the place and bombard it. As soon as I learned the danger with which he was threatened, I hastened to move my troops there to deliver him. Arrived before the camp, I made a reconnoissance, procured the necessary information, and prepared to attack it. I could, without fail, have entered the camp by a weak side which I had discovered, and seized the person of General Leclerc and all his staff; but at the moment of execution I received information that the garrison, failing of water, had been obliged to evacuate the fort. If the project had succeeded, my intention was to send General Leclerc back to the First Consul, rendering to him an exact account of his conduct, and praying him to send me another person worthy of his confidence, to whom I could deliver up the command. I retired to Grand Fonds to wait for the garrison of Crête à Pierrot, and to unite my forces. As soon as the garrison arrived, I inquired of General Dessalines where the prisoners were whom he had previously told me were at the Cahos. He replied that a part had been taken by General Rochambeau's column, that another part had been killed in the different attacks that he had endured, and that the rest had escaped in the various marches which he had been obliged to make. This reply evinces the injustice of imputing to me the assassinations which were committed, because, it is said, as chief I could have prevented them; but am I responsible for the evil which was done in my absence and without my knowledge? While at Gonaïves, at the commencement of hostilities, I sent my aide de camp, Couppé, to General Dessalines, to bid him order the commander of Léogane to take all the inhabitants, men and women, and send them to Port Républicain; to muster all the armed men he could in that place, and prepare himself for a most vigorous resistance in case of attack. My aide de camp, Couppé, bearer of my orders, returned and told me that he had not found General Dessalines, but had learned that Léogane had been burned, and that the inhabitants had escaped to Port Républicain. All these disasters happened just at the time that General Leclerc came. Why did he not inform me of his powers before landing? Why did he land without my order, and in defiance of the order of the Commission? Did he not commit the first hostilities? Did he not seek to gain over the generals and other officers under my command by every possible means? Did he not try to instigate the laborers to rise, by persuading them that I treated them like slaves, and that he had come to break their chains? Ought he to have employed such means in a country where peace and tranquillity reigned, in a country which was in the power of the Republic? If I did oblige my fellow countrymen to work, it was to teach them the value of true liberty without license. It was to prevent corruption of morals. It was for the general happiness of the island, for the interest of the Republic. And I had effectually succeeded in my undertaking, since there could not be found in all the colony a single man unemployed, and the number of beggars had diminished to such a degree that, apart from a few in the towns, not a single one was to be found in the country. If General Leclerc's intentions had been good, would he have received Golart into his army, and given to him the command of the 9th Demi Brigade, a corps that he had raised at the time that he was chief of battalion? Would he have employed this dangerous rebel, who caused proprietors to be assassinated in their own dwelling places, who invaded the town of Môle Saint Nicholas, who fired upon General Clairvaux, who commanded there, upon General Maurepas and his brigade commander, who made war upon the laborers of Jean Rabel from the Moustiques and the heights of Port du Paix, who carried his audacity so far as to oppose me when I marched against him to force him to submit to his chief, and to retake the territory and the town which he had invaded? The day that he dared to fire upon me, a ball cut the plume from my hat. Bonderet, a physician who accompanied me, was killed at my side. My aides de camp were unhorsed. In short, this brigand, after being steeped in every crime, concealed himself in a forest. He only came out of it upon the arrival of the French squadron. Ought General Leclerc to have raised likewise to the rank of brigade commander another rebel called Lamort d'Arance, who had caused all the inhabitants of the plain of Cul de Sac to be assassinated, who urged the laborers to revolt, who pillaged all this part of the island, against whom only 2 months before the arrival of the squadron I had been obliged to march, and whom I forced to hide in the forests? Why were rebels and others amicably received, while my subordinates and myself, who remained steadfastly faithful to the French government, and who had maintained order and tranquillity, were warred upon? Why was it made a crime to have executed the orders of the government? Why was all the evil which had been done and the disorders which had existed imputed to me? All these facts are known by every inhabitant of Saint Domingo. Why, on arriving, did they not go to the root of the evil? Had the troops which gave themselves up to General Leclerc received the order from me? Did they consult me? No. Well, those who committed the wrong did not consult me. It is not right to attribute to me more wrong than I deserve. I shared these reflections with some prisoners which I had. They replied that it was my influence upon the people which was feared, and that these violent means were employed to destroy it. This caused me new reflections. Considering all the misfortunes which the colony had already suffered, the dwellings destroyed, assassinations committed, the violence exercised even upon women, I forgot all the wrongs which had been done me, to think only of the happiness of the island and the interest of the government. I determined to obey the order of the First Consul, since General Leclerc had just withdrawn from the Cape with all his forces after the affair of Crête à Pierrot. Let it be observed that up to this time I had not been able to find an instant in which to reply to the First Consul. I seized with eagerness this momentary quiet to do so. I assured the First Consul of my submission and entire devotion to his orders, but represented to him that if he did not send another older general to take command, the resistance which I must continue to oppose to General Leclerc would tend to increase the prevalent disorder. I remembered then that General Dessalines had reported to me that 2 officers of the squadron, one an aide de camp of General Boudet, the other a naval officer, accompanied by 2 dragoons, sent to stir up a rebellion among the troops, had been made prisoners at the time of the evacuation of Port-au-Prince. I ordered them to be brought before me, and, after conversing with them, sent them back to General Boudet, sending by them a letter with the one which I had written to the First Consul. Just as I was sending off these 2 officers, I learned that General Hardy had passed coup à l'onde with his army, that he had attacked my possessions, devastated them, and taken away all my animals, among them a horse named Bel Argent, which I valued very highly. Without losing time, I marched against him with the force I had. I overtook him near Dondon. A fierce engagement took place, which lasted from 11 in the morning till 6 in the evening. Before setting out, I had ordered General Dessalines to join the troops which had evacuated Crête à Pierrot, and go into camp at Camp Marchand, informing him that after the battle I should proceed to Marmelade. Upon my arrival in that place, I received the reply of General Boudet, which he sent me by my nephew Chauncey, whom he had previously made prisoner. That general assured me that my letter would easily reach the First Consul, that, to effect this, he had already sent it to General Leclerc, who had promised him to forward it. Upon the report of my nephew, and after reading the letter of General Boudet, I thought I recognized in him a character of honesty and frankness worthy of a French officer qualified to command. Therefore, I addressed myself to him with confidence, begging him to persuade General Leclerc to enter upon terms of conciliation with me. I assured him that ambition had never been my guide, but only honor; that I was ready to give up the command in obedience to the orders of the First Consul, and to make all necessary sacrifices to arrest the progress of the evil. I sent him this letter by my nephew Chauncey, whom he kept with him. 2 days after, I received a letter sent in haste by an orderly, announcing to me that he had made known my intentions to General Leclerc, and assuring me that the latter was ready to make terms with me, and that I could depend upon the good intentions of the Government with regard to me. The same day, General Christophe communicated to me a letter which he had just received from a citizen named Vilton, living at the Petit Anse, and another from General Hardy, both asking him for an interview. I gave permission to General Christophe to hold these interviews, recommending him to be very circumspect. General Christophe did not meet this appointment with General Hardy, for he received a letter from General Leclerc proposing to him another rendezvous. He sent me a copy of this letter and of his reply, and asked my permission to report himself at the place indicated, which I granted, and he went. General Christophe, on his return, brought me a letter from General Leclerc, saying that he should feel highly satisfied if he could induce me to concert with him, and submit to the orders of the Republic. I replied immediately that I had always been submissive to the French Government, as I had invariably borne arms for it; that if from the beginning I had been treated as I should have been, not a single shot would have been fired; that peace would not have been even disturbed in the island, and that the intention of the Government would have been fulfilled. In short, I showed to General Leclerc, as well as to General Christophe, all my indignation at the course which the latter had pursued, without orders from me. The next day, I sent to General Leclerc my Adjutant General Fontaine, bearer of a second letter, in which I asked for an interview at Héricourt, which he refused. Fontaine assured me, however, that he had been well received. I was not discouraged. I sent the third time my aide de camp Couppé and my secretary Nathan, assuring him that I was ready to give up the command to him, conformably to the intentions of the First Consul. He replied, that an hour of conversation would be worth more than 10 letters, giving me his word of honor that he would act with all the frankness and loyalty that could be expected of a French general. At the same time, a proclamation from him was brought me, bidding all citizens to regard as null and void that article of the proclamation of February 16, 1802, which made me an outlaw. "Do not fear," he said in this proclamation, "you and your generals, and the people who are with you, that I shall search out the past conduct of any one. I will draw the veil of oblivion over the events which have taken place at Saint Domingo. I imitate, in so doing, the example which the First Consul gave to France on the 11th of November. In future, I wish to see in the island only good citizens. You ask repose. After having borne the burden of government so long, repose is due you. But I hope that in your retirement you will use your wisdom, in your moments of leisure, for the prosperity of Saint Domingo." After this proclamation and the word of honor of the general, I proceeded to the Cape. I submitted myself to General Leclerc in accordance with the wish of the First Consul. I afterward talked with him with all the frankness and cordiality of a soldier who loves and esteems his comrade. He promised me forgetfulness of the past and the protection of the French Government. He agreed with me that we had both been wrong. "You can, General," he said to me, "retire to your home in perfect security. But tell me if General Dessalines will obey my orders, and if I can rely upon him." I replied that he could; that General Dessalines might have faults, like every man, but that he understood military subordination. I suggested to him, however, that for the public good and to reëstablish the laborers in their occupations, as they were at the time of his arrival in the island, it was necessary that General Dessalines should be recalled to his command at Saint Marc, and General Charles Belair to La Caille, which he promised me should be done. At 11 in the evening, I took leave of him and withdrew to Héricourt, where I passed the night with General Fressinet, and set out the next morning for Marmelade. The third day after, I received a letter from General Leclerc, bidding me discharge my foot guards and horse guards. He addressed to me also an order for General Dessalines. I acquainted myself with it and sent it to General Dessalines, telling him to comply with it, and that I might the better fulfill the promises that I had made General Leclerc, I requested General Dessalines to meet me half way between his house and mine. I urged him to submit, as I had done. I told him that the public interest required me to make great sacrifices, and that I was willing to make them; but as for him, he might keep his command. I said as much to General Charles, also to all the officers with them. Finally, I persuaded them, in spite of all the reluctance and regret they evinced, to leave me and go away. They even shed tears. After this interview, all returned to their own homes. Adjutant General Perrin, whom General Leclerc had sent to Dessalines with his orders, found him very ready to comply with them, since I had previously engaged him to do so in our interview. As we have seen, a promise was made to place General Charles at La Caille. However, it was not done. It was unnecessary for me to order the inhabitants of Dondon, Saint Michel, Saint Raphael, and Marmelade to return to their homes, since they had done so as soon as I had taken possession of these communities. I only advised them to resume their usual occupations. I ordered also the inhabitants of Plaisance and the neighboring places to return home and begin their labor too. They expressed fears that they might be disturbed. Therefore, I wrote to General Leclerc, reminding him of his promise, and begging him to attend to their execution. He replied that his orders were already given upon that subject. Meanwhile, the commander of this place had divided his forces and sent detachments into all the districts, which had alarmed the laborers and compelled them to flee to the mountains. I proceeded to Ennery, and acquainted General Leclerc with these things, as I had promised him. In this town I found a great many laborers from Gonaïves, whom I persuaded to return home. Before I left Marmelade, I ordered the commander of that place to restore the artillery and ammunition to the commander of Plaisance, in conformity to the desire of General Leclerc. I also ordered the commander at Ennery to return the only piece of artillery there, and also the ammunition to the commander of Gonaïves. I then employed myself in rebuilding my houses which had been burned. in a house in the mountains which had escaped the flames, I had to prepare a comfortable lodging for my wife, who was still in the woods where she had been obliged to take refuge. While engaged in these occupations, I learned that 500 troops had arrived, to be stationed at Ennery, a little town, which until then could not have had more than 50 armed men as a police force, and that a very large detachment had also been sent to Saint Michel. I hastened to the town. I saw that all my houses had been pillaged, and even the coffers of my laborers carried off. At the very moment when I was entering my complaint to the commander, I pointed out to him the soldiers loaded with fruit of all kinds, even unripe fruit. I also showed him the laborers who, seeing these robberies, were fleeing to other houses in the mountains. I gave an account to General Leclerc of what was going on, and observed to him that the measures which were being taken, far from inspiring confidence, only increased distrust; that the number of troops which he had sent was very considerable, and could only be an injury to agriculture and the inhabitants. I then returned to my house in the mountains. The next day I received in this house a visit from the commander at Ennery, and I saw very clearly that this soldier, instead of making me a visit of politeness, had come to my house merely to reconnoitre my dwelling and the avenues about it, that he might seize me the more easily when he received the order to do so. While talking with him, I was informed that several soldiers had gone with horses and other beasts of burden to one of my residences near the town, where a goddaughter of mine was residing, and had taken away the coffee and other provisions found there. I made complaint to him. He promised me to put a stop to these robberies, and to punish severely those who had been guilty of them. Fearing that my house in the mountains inspired only distrust, I determined to remove to that very house which had just been pillaged and almost totally destroyed, but 200 paces from the town. I left my wife in the house which I had prepared for her. I was now occupied in laying out new plantations to replace those which had been destroyed, and in preparing necessary materials for reconstructing my buildings. But every day I experienced new robberies and new vexations. The soldiers came to my house in such large numbers that I dared not have them arrested. In vain I bore my complaints to the commander. I received no satisfaction. Finally, I determined, though General Leclerc had not done me the honor to answer my 2 former letters upon this subject, to write him a third, which I sent to him at the Cape by my son Placide, for greater security. This, like the others, elicited no reply, but the chief of the staff told me that he would make his report. Some time after, the commander, having come to see me again one afternoon, found me at the head of my laborers, employed in directing the work of reconstruction. He himself saw my son Isaac drive away several soldiers who had just come to the gate to cut down the bananas and figs. I repeated to him the most earnest complaints. He still promised to stop these disorders. During 3 weeks that I stayed in this place, I witnessed daily new ravages. Every day I received visits from people who came as spies, but they were all witnesses that I was engaged solely in domestic labors. General Brunet himself came, and found me occupied in the same manner. Notwithstanding my conduct, I received a letter from General Leclerc, which, in place of giving me satisfaction in regard to the complaints which I had made to him, accused me of keeping armed men within the borders of Ennery, and ordered me to send them away. Persuaded of my innocence, and that evil-disposed people had deceived him, I replied that I had too much honor to break promises which I had made, and that when I gave up the command to him, it was not without reflection; that, moreover, I had no intention of trying to take it back. I assured him, besides, that I had no knowledge of armed men in the environs of Ennery, and that for 3 weeks I had been constantly at work on my own place. I sent my son Isaac to give him an account of all the vexations I suffered, and to warn him that if he did not put an end to them, I should be obliged to leave the place where I was living, and go to my ranch in the Spanish part. One day, before I received any answer from General Leclerc, I was informed that one of his aides de camp, passing by Ennery, had told the commander that he was the bearer of an order for my arrest, addressed to General Brunet. General Leclerc having given his word of honor and promised the protection of the French government, I refused to believe the report. I even said to some one who advised me to leave my residence that I had promised to stay there quietly, working to repair the havoc that had been made, that I had not given up the command and sent away my troops to act so foolishly now, that I did not wish to leave home, and if they came to arrest me, they would find me there, that, besides, I would not give credence to the calumny. The next day I received a second letter from General Leclerc by my son whom I sent to him, which read thus: Army of Saint Domingo, Headquarters at Cap François, June 5, 1802. The General-in-Chief to General Toussaint. Since you persist, Citizen General, in thinking that the great number of troops stationed at Plaisance (the Secretary probably wrote Plaisance by mistake, meaning Inerie) frightens the laborers of that district, I have commissioned General Brunet to act in concert with you, and to place a part of these troops in the rear of Gonaïves, and one detachment at Plaisance. Let the laborers understand that, having taken this measure, I shall punish those who leave their dwellings to go to the mountains. Let me know, as soon as this order has been executed, the results which it produces, because, if the means of persuasion which you employ do not succeed, I shall use military measures. I salute you. The same day I received a letter from General Brunet, of which the following is an extract: Army of Saint Domingo, Headquarters at Georges, June 7, 1802. Brunet, General of Division, to the General of Division Toussaint L'Ouverture. Now is the time, Citizen General, to make known unquestionably to the General in Chief that those who wish to deceive him in regard to your fidelity are base calumniators, and that your sentiments tend to restore order and tranquillity in your neighborhood. You must assist me in securing free communication to the Cape, which has been interrupted since yesterday, 3 persons having been murdered by 50 brigands between Inerie and Coup de Pintade. Send in pursuit of these murderers men worthy of confidence, whom you are to pay well. I will keep account of your expenses. We have arrangements to make together, my dear General, which it is impossible to do by letter, but which an hour's conference would complete. If I were not worn out by labor and petty cares, I should have been the bearer of my own letter to day, but not being able to leave at this time, will you not come to me? If you have recovered from your indisposition, let it be to morrow. When a good work is to be done, there should be no delay. You will not find in my country house all the comforts which I could desire before receiving you, but you will find the sincerity of an honest man who desires only the prosperity of the colony and your own happiness. If Madame Toussaint, whom I greatly desire to know, wishes to take the journey, it will give me pleasure. If she needs horses, I will send her mine. I repeat, General, you will never find a sincerer friend than myself. With confidence in the Captain General, with friendship for all who are under him, and hoping that you may enjoy peace, I cordially salute you. Signed, Brunet. P.S. Your servant who has gone to Port-au-Prince passed here this morning. He left with his passport made out in due form. That very servant, instead of receiving his passport, was arrested, and is now in prison with me. After reading these 2 letters, although not very well, I yielded to the solicitations of my sons and others, and set out the same night to see General Brunet, accompanied by 2 officers only. At 8 in the evening I arrived at the General's house. When he met me, I told him that I had received his letter, and also that of the General in Chief, requesting me to act with him, and that I had come for that purpose. That I had not brought my wife, as he requested, because she never left home, being much occupied with domestic duties. But if some time when he was traveling he would do her the honor of visiting her, she would receive him with pleasure. I said to him that, being ill, my stay must be short, asking him therefore to finish our business as soon as possible, that I might return. I handed him the letter of General Leclerc. After reading it, he told me that he had not yet received any order to act in concert with me upon the subject of the letter. He then excused himself for a moment and went out, after calling an officer to keep me company. He had hardly left the room when an aide de camp of Gen. Leclerc entered, accompanied by a large number of soldiers, who surrounded me, seized me, bound me as a criminal, and conducted me on board the frigate Creole. I claimed the protection which Gen. Brunet on his word of honor had promised me, but without avail. I saw him no more. He had probably concealed himself to escape my well-merited reproaches. I afterward learned that he treated my family with great cruelty; that immediately after my arrest he sent a detachment of troops to the house where I had been living with a part of my family, mostly women, children, and laborers, and ordered them to set it on fire, compelling the unhappy victims to fly half naked to the woods; that everything had been pillaged and sacked; that the aide de camp of Gen. Brunet had even taken from my house 55 ounces of gold belonging to me, and 33 ounces belonging to one of my nieces, together with all the linen of the family. Having committed these outrages upon my dwelling, the commander at Ennery went, at the head of 100 men, to the house occupied by my wife and nieces, and arrested them without giving them time to collect any of their effects. They were conducted like criminals to Gonaïves and put on board the frigate Guerrier. When I was arrested, I had no extra clothing with me. I wrote to my wife, asking her to send me such things as I should need most, to the Cape, hoping I should be taken there. This note I sent by an aide de camp of Gen. Leclerc, begging that it might be allowed to pass. It did not reach its destination, and I received nothing. As soon as I was taken on board the Creole, we set sail, and, 4 leagues from the Cape, found the Héros, to which they transferred me. The next day my wife and my children, who had been arrested with her, arrived there also. We immediately set sail for France. After a voyage of 32 days, during which I endured not only great fatigue, but also every species of hardship, while my wife and children received treatment from which their sex and rank should have preserved them, instead of allowing us to land, they retained us on board 67 days. After such treatment, could I not justly ask, where were the promises of Gen. Leclerc? Where was the protection of the French Government? If they no longer needed my services and wished to replace me, should they not have treated me as white French generals are always treated? They are warned when they are to be relieved of their command. A messenger is sent to notify them to resign the command to such and such persons, and in case they refuse to obey, measures are taken to compel them. They can then justly be treated as rebels and sent to France. I have, in fact, known some generals guilty of criminally neglecting their duties, but who, in consideration of their character, have escaped punishment until they could be brought before superior authority. Should not Gen. Leclerc have informed me that various charges had been brought against me? Should he not have said to me, "I gave you my word of honor and promised you the protection of the Government. To day, as you have been found guilty, I am going to send you to that Government to give an account of your conduct"? Or, "Government orders you to submit. I convey that order to you"? I have not been so treated. On the other hand, means have been employed against me which are only used against the greatest criminals. Doubtless I owe this treatment to my color; but my color, has it hindered me from serving my country with zeal and fidelity? Does the color of my skin impair my honor and my bravery? But even supposing that I was a criminal, and that Government had ordered my arrest, was it necessary to employ 100 riflemen to arrest my wife and children in their own home, without regard to their sex, age, and rank, without humanity and without charity? Was it necessary to burn my houses, and to pillage and sack my possessions? No. My wife, my children, my family had no responsibility in the matter. They were not accountable to the Government. It was not lawful to arrest them. Gen. Leclerc's authority was undisputed. Did he fear me as a rival? I can but compare him to the Roman Senate pursuing Hannibal to the very depths of his retreat. Upon the arrival of the squadron in the colony, they took advantage of my absence to seize a part of my correspondence, which was at Port Républicain. Another portion, which was in one of my houses, has also been seized since my arrest. Why have they not sent me with this correspondence to give an account of my movements? They have taken forcible possession of my papers in order to charge me with crimes which I have never committed, but I have nothing to fear. This correspondence is sufficient to justify me. They have sent me to France destitute of everything. They have seized my property and my papers, and have spread atrocious calumnies concerning me. Is it not like cutting off a man's legs and telling him to walk? Is it not like cutting out a man's tongue and telling him to talk? Is it not burying a man alive? End of Book 4, Memoir of General Toussaint L'Ouverture, written by himself, Part 1. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 4, Memoir of General Toussaint L'Ouverture, written by himself, Part 2. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Memoir of General Toussaint L'Ouverture, written by himself, Part 2. In regard to the Constitution, the subject of one charge against me. Having driven from the colony the enemies of the Republic, calmed the factions and united all parties, perceiving, after I had taken possession of Saint Domingo, that the government made no laws for the colony, and feeling the necessity of police regulations for the security and tranquillity of the people, I called an assembly of wise and learned men, composed of deputies from all the communities, to conduct this business. When this assembly met, I represented to its members that they had an arduous and responsible task before them; that they were to make laws adapted to the country, advantageous to the government, and beneficial to all, laws suited to the localities, to the character and customs of the inhabitants. The Constitution must be submitted for the sanction of the government, which alone had the right to adopt or reject it. Therefore, as soon as the Constitution was decided upon and its laws fixed, I sent the whole, by a member of the Assembly, to the government to obtain its sanction. The errors or faults which this Constitution may contain cannot therefore be imputed to me. At the time of Leclerc's arrival, I had heard nothing from the government upon this subject. Why today do they seek to make a crime of that which is no crime? Why put truth for falsehood and falsehood for truth? Why put darkness for light and light for darkness? In a conversation which I had at the Cape with General Leclerc, he told me that while at Samana he had sent a spy to Santo Domingo to learn if I was there, who brought back word that I was. Why did he not go there to find me and give me the orders of the First Consul before commencing hostilities? He knew my readiness to obey orders. Instead of this, he took advantage of my absence at San Domingo to proceed to the Cape and send troops to all parts of the colony. This conduct proves that he had no intention of communicating anything to me. If General Leclerc went to the colony to do evil, it should not be charged upon me. It is true that only one of us can be blamed, but however little one may wish to do me justice, it is clear that he is the author of all the evils which the island has suffered, since, without warning me, he entered the colony, which he found in a state of prosperity, fell upon the inhabitants, who were at their work, contributing to the welfare of the community, and shed their blood upon their native soil. That is the true source of the evil. If two children were quarreling together, should not their father or mother stop them, find out which was the aggressor, and punish him or punish them if they were both wrong? General Leclerc had no right to arrest me. Government alone could arrest us both, hear us, and judge us. Yet General Leclerc enjoys liberty, and I am in a dungeon. Having given an account of my conduct since the arrival of the fleet at San Domingo, I will enter into some details of previous events. Since I entered the service of the Republic, I have not claimed a penny of my salary. General Laveaux, government agents, all responsible persons connected with the public treasury, can do me this justice, that no one has been more prudent, more disinterested than I. I have only now and then received the extra pay allowed me. Very often I have not asked even this. Whenever I have taken money from the treasury, it has been for some public use. The governor, l'ordonnateur, has used it as the service required. I remember that once only, when far from home, I borrowed 6,000 francs from Citizen Smith, who was governor of the Department of the South. I will sum up in a few words my conduct and the results of my administration. At the time of the evacuation of the English, there was not a penny in the public treasury. Money had to be borrowed to pay the troops and the officers of the Republic. When General Leclerc arrived, he found 3,500,000 francs in the public funds. When I returned to Cayes, after the departure of General Rigaud, the treasury was empty. General Leclerc found 3 millions there. He found proportionate sums in all the private depositories on the island. Thus it is seen that I did not serve my country from interested motives, but, on the contrary, I served it with honor, fidelity, and integrity, sustained by the hope of receiving at some future day flattering acknowledgments from the government. All who know me will do me this justice. I have been a slave. I am willing to own it, but I have never received reproaches from my masters. I have neglected nothing at San Domingo for the welfare of the island. I have robbed myself of rest to contribute to it. I have sacrificed everything for it. I have made it my duty and pleasure to develop the resources of this beautiful colony. Zeal, activity, courage, I have employed them all. The island was invaded by the enemies of the Republic. I had then but 1,000 men, armed with pikes. I sent them back to labor in the field, and organized several regiments by the authority of General Laveaux. The Spanish portion had joined the English to make war upon the French. General Desfourneaux was sent to attack Saint Michel with well-disciplined troops of the line. He could not take it. General Laveaux ordered me to the attack. I carried it. It is to be remarked that, at the time of the attack by General Desfourneaux, the place was not fortified, and that when I took it, it was fortified by bastions in every corner. I also took Saint Raphael and Inche, and rendered an account to General Laveaux. The English were entrenched at Pont de l'Ester. I drove them from the place. They were in possession of Petite Rivière. My ammunition consisted of 1 case of cartridges which had fallen into the water on my way to the attack. This did not discourage me. I carried the place by assault before day with my dragoons, and made all the garrison prisoners. I sent them to General Laveaux. I had but 1 piece of cannon. I took 9 at Petite Rivière. Among the posts gained at Petite Rivière was a fortification defended by 7 pieces of cannon, which I attacked and carried by assault. I also conquered the Spaniards entrenched in the camps of Miraut and Dubourg at Verret. I gained a famous victory over the English in a battle which lasted from 6 in the morning until nearly night. This battle was so fierce that the roads were filled with the dead, and rivers of blood were seen on every side. I took all the baggage and ammunition of the enemy, and a large number of prisoners. I sent the whole to General Laveaux, giving him an account of the engagement. All the posts of the English upon the heights of Saint Marc were taken by me. The walled fortifications in the mountains of Font Baptiste and Délices, the camp of Drouet in the Mateux Mountains, which the English regarded as impregnable, the citadels of Mirebalais, called the Gibraltar of the island, occupied by 1,100 men, the celebrated camp of La Coule du Saut, the stone fortifications of Trudeau, 3 stories high, those of the camp of Descaillettes and of Beaubien. In short, all the fortifications of the English in this quarter were unable to withstand me, as were those of Nibes, of Saint Jean de la Marouane, of Las Matas, of Banique, and other places occupied by the Spaniards. All were brought by me under the power of the Republic. I was also exposed to the greatest dangers. Several times I narrowly escaped being made prisoner. I shed my blood for my country. I received a ball in the right hip, which remains there still. I received a violent blow on the head from a cannon ball, which knocked out the greater part of my teeth and loosened the rest. In short, I received upon different occasions 17 wounds, whose honorable scars still remain. General Laveaux witnessed many of my engagements. He is too honorable not to do me justice. Ask him if I ever hesitated to endanger my life, when the good of my country and the triumph of the Republic required it. If I were to record the various services which I have rendered the Government, I should need many volumes, and even then should not finish them. And as a reward for all these services I have been arbitrarily arrested at St. Domingo, bound and put on board ship like a criminal, without regard for my rank, without the least consideration. Is this the recompense due my labors? Should my conduct lead me to expect such treatment? I was once rich. At the time of the Revolution I was worth 648,000 francs. I spent it in the service of my country. I purchased but one small estate upon which to establish my wife and family. Today, notwithstanding my disinterestedness, they seek to cover me with opprobrium and infamy. I am made the most unhappy of men. My liberty is taken from me. I am separated from all that I hold dearest in the world, from a venerable father, 105 years old, who needs my assistance, from a dearly loved wife, who, I fear, separated from me, cannot endure the afflictions which overwhelm her, and from a cherished family who made the happiness of my life. On my arrival in France I wrote to the First Consul and to the Minister of Marine, giving them an account of my situation, and asking their assistance for my family and myself. Undoubtedly they felt the justice of my request, and gave orders that what I asked should be furnished me. But instead of this I have received the old half-worn dress of a soldier, and shoes in the same condition. Did I need this humiliation added to my misfortune? When I left the ship, I was put into a carriage. I hoped then that I was to be taken before a tribunal, to give an account of my conduct and to be judged. Far from it. Without a moment's rest, I was taken to a fort on the frontiers of the Republic and confined in a frightful dungeon. It is from the depths of this dreary prison that I appeal to the justice and magnanimity of the First Consul. He is too noble and too good a general to turn away from an old soldier, covered with wounds in the service of his country, without giving him the opportunity to justify himself and to have judgment pronounced upon him. I ask, then, to be brought before a tribunal or council of war, before which also General Leclerc may appear, and that we may both be judged after we have both been heard. Equity, reason, law, all assure me that this justice cannot be refused me. In passing through France, I have seen in the newspapers an article concerning myself. I am accused in this article of being a rebel and a traitor. And to justify the accusation, a letter is said to have been intercepted, in which I encouraged the laborers of St. Domingo to revolt. I never wrote such a letter, and I defy any one to produce it, to tell me to whom it was addressed, and to bring forward the person. As to the rest of the calumny, it falls of itself. If I had intended to make war, would I have laid down my arms and submitted? No reasonable man, much less a soldier, can believe such an absurdity. Addition to the Memoirs. If the government had sent a wiser man, there would have been no trouble, not a single shot would have been fired. Why did fear occasion so much injustice on the part of General Leclerc? Why did he violate his word of honor? Upon the arrival of the frigate Guerrier, which brought my wife, why did I see on board a number of people who had been arrested with her? Many of these persons had not fired a shot. They were innocent men, fathers of families, who had been torn from the arms of their wives and children. All these persons had shed their blood to preserve the colony to France. They were officers of my staff, my secretaries, who had done nothing but by my orders. All, therefore, were arrested without cause. Upon landing at Brest, my wife and children were sent to different destinations, of both of which I am ignorant. Government should do me more justice. My wife and children have done nothing and have nothing to answer for. They should be sent home to watch over our interests. General Leclerc has occasioned all this evil, but I am at the bottom of a dungeon, unable to justify myself. Government is too just to keep my hands tied, and allow General Leclerc to abuse me thus, without listening to me. Everybody has told me that this government was just. Should I not then share its justice and its benefits? General Leclerc has said in the letter to the minister, which I have seen in the newspaper, that I was waiting for his troops to grow sick in order to make war and take back the command. This is an atrocious and abominable lie. It is a cowardly act on his part. Although I may not have much knowledge or much education, I have enough good sense to hinder me from contending against the will of my government. I never thought of it. The French government is too strong, too powerful for General Leclerc to think me opposed to it, who am its servant. It is true that when General Leclerc marched against me, I said several times that I should make no attack, that I should only defend myself until July or August, that then I would commence in my turn. But afterward I reflected upon the misfortunes of the colony and upon the letter of the First Consul. I then submitted. I repeat it again. I demand that General Leclerc and myself be judged before a tribunal. That government should order all my correspondence to be brought. By this means my innocence and all that I have done for the Republic will be seen, although I know that several letters have been intercepted. First Consul, Father of all soldiers, upright judge, defender of innocence, pronounce my destiny. My wounds are deep. Apply to them the healing remedy which will prevent them from opening anew. You are the physician. I rely entirely upon your justice and wisdom. End of Book 4, Memoir of General Toussaint L'Ouverture, written by himself, Part 2. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Notes and Testimonies, Part 1, of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography, by John Relly Beard. Notes and Testimonies, Part 1. 1. By King Christophe. The following is the view taken of the struggle for negro freedom by Christophe. The passage is quoted from a manifesto, published in 1814, by that warrior, then King of Haiti, and threatened with a new invasion by the whites. We have deserved the favors of liberty by our indissoluble attachment to the mother country. We have proved to her our gratitude. At the time when, reduced to our own private resources, cut off from all communication with France, we resisted every allurement; when, inflexible to menaces, deaf to proposals, inaccessible to artifice, we braved misery, famine, and privation of every kind, and finally triumphed over our enemies both within and without. We were then far from perceiving that 12 years after, as the price of so much perseverance, sacrifice, and blood, France would deprive us, in a most barbarous manner, of the most precious of our possessions, liberty. Under the administration of Governor General Toussaint L'Ouverture, Hayti arose from her ruins, and everything seemed to promise a happy future. The arrival of General Hédouville completely changed the aspect of affairs, and struck a deadly blow to public tranquillity. We will not enter into the detail of his intrigues with the Haytian General Rigaud, whom he persuaded to revolt against the legitimate chief. We will only say that before leaving the island, Hédouville had put everything into confusion by casting among us the firebrands of discord, and lighting the torch of civil war. Ever zealous for the reestablishment of order and of peace, Toussaint L'Ouverture, by a paternal government, restored their original energy to law, morality, religion, education, and industry. Agriculture and commerce were flourishing. He was favorable to white colonists, especially to those who occupied new possessions, and the care and partiality which he felt for them went so far that he was severely censured as being more attached to them than to people of his own color. This negro wail was not without reason. For some months previous to the arrival of the French, he put to death his own nephew, General Moise, for having disregarded his orders relative to the protection of the colonists. This act of the Governor, and the great confidence which he had in the French government, were the chief causes of the weak resistance which the French met with in Hayti. In reality, his confidence in that government was so great that the general had disbanded the greater part of the regular troops, and employed them in the cultivation of the ground. Such was the state of affairs whilst the peace of Amiens was being negotiated. It was scarcely concluded when a powerful armament landed on our coasts a large army, which, attacking us by surprise, when we thought ourselves perfectly secure, plunged us suddenly into an abyss of evils. Posterity will find a difficulty in believing that in so enlightened and philosophic an age such an abominable enterprise could possibly have been conceived. In the midst of a civilized people, a horde of barbarians suddenly set out with the design of exterminating an innocent and peaceable nation, or at least of loading them anew with the chains of national slavery. It was not enough that they employed violence, they also thought it necessary to use perfidy and villainy. They were compelled to sow dissension among us. Every means was put in requisition to carry out this abominable scheme. The leaders of all political parties in France, even the sons of the Governor Toussant, were invited to take part in the expedition. They, as well as ourselves, were deceived by that chef d'œuvre of perfidy, the proclamation of the First Consul, in which he said to us, "You are all equal and free before God and the Republic." Such was his declaration, at the same time that his private instructions to General Leclerc were to reestablish slavery. The greater part of the population, deceived by these fallacious promises, and for a long time accustomed to consider itself as French, submitted without resistance. The Governor so little expected the appearance of an enemy that he had not even ordered his generals to resist in case of an attack being made. And when the armament arrived, he himself was on a journey toward the eastern coast. If some few generals did resist, it was owing only to the hostile and menacing manner in which they were summoned to surrender, which compelled them to respect their duty, their honor, and the present circumstances. After a resistance of some months, the Governor General yielded to the pressing entreaties and the solemn protestations of Leclerc that he intended to protect the liberties of every one, and that France would never destroy so noble a work. On this footing, peace was negotiated with France, and the Governor Toussaint, laying aside his power, peaceably retired to the retreat he had prepared for himself. Scarcely had the French extended their dominion over the whole island, and that more by roguery and deceit than by force of arms, than they began to put in execution their horrible system of slavery and destruction. To hasten the accomplishment of their projects, mercenary and Machiavellian writers fabricated fictitious narratives, and attributed to Toussaint designs that he had never entertained. While he was remaining peaceably at home, on the faith of solemn treaties, he was seized, loaded with irons, dragged away with the whole of his family, and transported to France. The whole of Europe knows how he ended his unfortunate career in torture and in prayer in the dungeon of the Château de Joux. Such was the recompense reserved for his attachment to France, and for the eminent services he had rendered to the colony. At the same time, notice was given to arrest all suspected persons throughout the island, all those who had shown brave and enlightened souls. When we claimed for ourselves the rights of men, were the first to be seized. Even the traitors who had most contributed to the success of the French army, by serving as guides to their advanced guard and by exciting their compatriots to take vengeance, were not spared. At first they desired to sell them into strange colonies, but as this plan did not succeed, they resolved to transport them to France, where overpowering labor, the galleys, chains, and prisons were awaiting them. Then the white colonists, whose numbers have continually increased, seeing their power sufficiently established, discarded the mask of dissimulation, openly declared the reestablishment of slavery, and acted in accordance with their declaration. They had the impudence to claim as their slaves men who had made themselves eminent by the most brilliant services to their country, in both the civil and military departments. Virtuous and honorable magistrates, warriors covered with wounds, whose blood had been poured out for France and for liberty, were compelled to fall back into the bonds of slavery. These colonists, scarcely established in the possession of their land, whose power was liable to be overthrown by the slightest cause, already marked out and chose in the distance those whom they determined should be the first victims of their vengeance. The proud and liberty-hating faction of the colonists, of those traffickers in human flesh, who, since the commencement of the Revolution, had not ceased to impregnate the successive governments in France with their plans, their projects, their atrocious and extravagant memorials, and everything tending to our ruin, these factious men, tormented by the recollection of the despotism which they had formerly exercised at Hayti, a prey to their low and cruel passions, exerted all their efforts to repossess themselves of the prey which had escaped from their clutches. In favor of independence under the Constitutional Assembly, terrorists under the Jacobins, and finally zealous Bonapartists, they knew how to assume the mask of any party in order to obtain place and favor. It was thus, by their insidious counsels, they urged Bonaparte to undertake this iniquitous expedition to Hayti. It was this faction who, after having advised the expedition, furnished the pecuniary resources which were necessary, by means of subscriptions which were at this time commenced. In a word, it was this faction which caused the blood of our compatriots to flow in torrents, which invented the exhausting tortures to which we were subjected. It is to these colonists that France owes the loss of a powerful army, which perished in the plains and marshes of Hayti. It is to them she owes the shame of an enterprise which has fixed an indelible stain on the French name. Immediately the greater part of the people took up arms for the preservation of life and liberty. Even this first movement alarmed the French, and appeared to General Leclerc so important as to cause him to summon a special meeting of the colonists, in order to adopt measures suitable to bring about a better state of affairs. But these colonists, far from desisting from their atrocious principles, notwithstanding the imminence of the danger, unanimously exclaimed, "If there is no slavery, there is no colony." Members of the council, it was in vain that we raised our voices to prevent the total ruin of our country. In vain we represented to them the horrible injustice of again casting so many free men into slavery. In vain, for we knew the spirit of liberty which animated our compatriots, we denounced this measure as the certain ruin of the country, and that it would detach it forever from France. It was all in vain. Convinced that there no longer remained any hope of conciliation, and that we were compelled to choose between slavery and death, then, with our weapons in our hands, we undeceived our compatriots, whose whole attention was directed toward us, and we unanimously seized our swords, resolved either to drive those tyrants from the land forever, or to die. General Leclerc had already announced the conquest of the island, and had received from almost all the maritime towns of France, where resided the chief advocates of slavery, letters of congratulation on his pretended conquest. Ashamed of having given rise to such deceitful hopes, mortified at not being able to achieve the detestable enterprise, and mistrusting the approach of another terrible war, despair shortened his days, and dragged him down to the grave. Amid this long tissue of crimes which marked the administration of General Leclerc, we will merely point out his conduct toward the Haytian General Maurepas, which could not but excite the commiseration even of the most cold-hearted. Maurepas, a man of gentle and agreeable manners, esteemed by his fellow citizens for his integrity, was one of the first to join the French, and rendered them the most signal services. Nevertheless, he was suddenly carried off to Port au Prince, and taken on board the admiral's vessel, which was then at anchor near the Cape coasts. And then, having been bound to the mainmast, in mockery they put 2 epaulets on his shoulders, fastened them on by nails such as they use in naval carpentry, and covered his head with a general's hat. In this frightful condition, these savages, after having given free vent to their ferocious joy, precipitated him, with his wife and children, into the sea. Such was the destiny of this virtuous though unfortunate soldier. Histoire des Îles de Haiti, par Placide Justine, page 391, Paris, 1826. 2. By Martineau and Wordsworth. Those who feel interested enough in the extraordinary fortunes of Toussaint L'Ouverture to inquire concerning him from the biographical dictionaries and popular histories of the day will find in them all the same brief and peremptory decision concerning his character. They all pronounce him to have been a man of wonderful sagacity, endowed with a native genius for both war and government, but savage in warfare, hypocritical in religion, using piety as a political mask, and in all his affairs the very prince of dissemblers. It is true that this account consists neither in the facts of his life, the opinions of the people he delivered, nor the state documents of the island he governed. Yet it is easy to account for. The first notices of him were French, reported by the discomfited invaders of Saint Domingo to writers imbued with the philosophy of the days of the Revolution, and later accounts are copies of these earlier ones. From the time when my attention was first fixed on this hero, I have been struck with the inconsistencies contained in all reports of his character which ascribe to him cruelty and hypocrisy. And after a long and careful comparison of such views with his words and deeds, with the evidence obtainable from Saint Domingo, and with the temper of his times in France, I have arrived at the conclusion that his character was in sober truth such as I have endeavored to represent it in the foregoing work. I do not mean to say that I am the first who has formed an opinion that Toussaint was an honest, a religious, and a mild and merciful man. In an article in the Quarterly Review, No. 42, on the past and present state of Hayti, so interesting an account is given of the great negro as to cause some wonder that no one has till now been moved by it to present the facts of his life in the form of an historical novel. In that article it is justly observed that the onus rests with those who accuse Toussaint of hypocrisy to prove their allegation by facts. I would say the same of the other charge of cruelty. Meantime, I disbelieve both charges, for these reasons among others. The wars of Saint Domingo were conducted in a most barbarous spirit before the time of Toussaint's acquisition of power and after his abduction. During the interval, the whole weight of his influence was given to curb the ferocity of both parties. He pardoned his personal enemies, as in the instance of the mulattoes in the church, and he punished in his own followers, as the most unpardonable offence they could commit, any infringement of his rule of no retaliation. When it is considered that the cruelties perpetrated in the rising of 1791 and renewed after the fall of Toussaint were invented by the whites and copied by the negroes, who were wont to imitate their masters in all they did, it is no small evidence of L'Ouverture's magnanimity that he conceived, illustrated, and enforced in such times such a principle as that of no retaliation. All the accounts of him agree that, from his earliest childhood, he was distinguished by a tenderness of nature which would not let him hurt a fly. He attached to himself the cattle and horses which were under his charge when a boy, to a degree which made him famous in a region where cruelty to animals at the hands of slaves was almost universal. A man who lived till 50, remarkable for a singular gentleness and placability, ought not to be believed sanguinary from that time forward on the strength of the unsupported charges of his disappointed enemies. Piety was also his undisputed early characteristic. A slave, bringing to the subject of religion the aptitude of the negro nature, early treated with kindness by a priest, evincing the spirit of piety from his infant years, finding in it the consolations required by a life of slavery, and guided by it in a course of the strictest domestic morality while surrounded by licentiousness, may well be supposed sincere in his religion under a change of circumstances occurring after he was 50 years of age. The imputation of hypocrisy is not, however, much to be wondered at when it is considered that, at the time when the first notices of Toussaint were written in Paris, it was the fashion there to believe that no wise man could be sincerely religious. As for the charge of general and habitual dissimulation, it can only be said that, while no proof of the assertion is offered, there is evidence in all the anecdotes preserved of him, of absolute frankness and simplicity. I rather think that it was the incredible extent of his simplicity which gave rise to the belief that it was assumed in order to hide cunning. The Quarterly Review quotes an anecdote thoroughly characteristic of the man, which is not introduced into my story, because, in the abundance of my materials, I found it necessary to avoid altogether the history of the English transactions in San Domingo. It was only by confining my narrative to the relations between Toussaint and France that I could keep my tale within limits, and preserve the clearness of the representation. There are circumstances, however, in his intercourses with the British, as honorable to Toussaint's character as any that I have related, and among them is the following, which I quote from the Quarterly Review. General Maitland, previous to the disembarkation of the troops, returned the visit at Toussaint's camp, and such was the confidence in the integrity of his character that he proceeded through a considerable extent of country full of armed negroes with only 3 attendants. Roume, the French commissary, wrote a letter to Toussaint on this occasion, advising him to seize his guest as an act of duty to the Republic. On the route, General Maitland was secretly informed of Roume's treachery, but in full reliance on the honor of Toussaint, he determined to proceed. On arriving at headquarters, he was desired to wait. It was some time before Toussaint made his appearance. At length, however, he entered the room with 2 open letters in his hand. "There, General," said he, "before we talk together, read these. One is a letter from the French commissary, the other is my answer. I could not see you till I had written my reply, that you might be satisfied how safe you were with me, and how incapable I am of baseness." Quarterly Review, Volume 21, page 442. The charge of personal ambition is, above all, contradicted by facts. If anything is clear in Toussaint's history, it is that his ruin was owing to his loyalty to France, his misplaced trust in Napoleon, and his want of personal ambition. He did not, as he might have done, make himself a sovereign when France was wholly occupied with European warfare. He did not, as he might have done, prepare his people to resist the power of the mother country when she should at length be at liberty to reclaim the colony. He sent away the French commissaries only when, by their ignorance and incompetency, they periled the peace and safety of the colony. He cherished the love of the mother country in the hearts of the negroes to the very last moment, till the armament which came to reestablish slavery appeared on the shores, till it was too late to offer that resistance which would have made him a king. Christophe's view of this part of his conduct is given in a manifesto dated in the 11th year of the independence of Haiti. Toussaint L'Ouverture, under his paternal administration, had reinstated in full force law, morals, religion, education, and industry. Agriculture and commerce were flourishing. He favored the white colonists, particularly the planters. Indeed, his attentions and partialities had been carried to such a length that he was loudly blamed for entertaining more affection for them than for those of his own color. Nor was this approach without foundation, for a few months before the arrival of the French, he sacrificed his own nephew, General Moise, who had disregarded the orders he had given for the protection of the colonists. That act of the Governor, added to the great confidence he had placed in the French authorities, was the principal cause of the feeble resistance the French encountered in Hayti. Indeed, his confidence in these authorities was such that he had discharged the greater part of the regular troops and sent them back to the tillage of the soil. Haitian Papers, page 158. Such conduct is a sufficient answer to the allegation that Toussaint was actuated by a selfish ambition, cunning in its aims, and cruel in its use of means. Some light is thrown upon the character of his mind by the record of the books he studied while yet a slave. Rainsford gives a list, which does not pretend to be complete, but which is valuable as far as it goes. It appears that in his years of comparative leisure he was completely engrossed by one book at a time, reading it at all spare moments, meditating its contents while in the field, and quoting it in conversation for weeks together. One of the first authors whose works thus entirely possessed him was Raynal. Afterward, Epictétus, in a French translation. Then others as follows: Scriptores de Re Militari, Caesar's Commentaries, French translation by Decrees, de Claison's History of Alexander and Caesar, d'Orléans' History of Revolutions in England and Spain, Marshal Saxe's Military Reveries, Guichard's Military Memoirs of the Greeks and Romans, Herodotus, Lebeau's Memoirs of the Academy of Inscriptions and Belles Lettres, Lloyd's Military and Political Memoirs, English Socrates, Plutarch, Cornelius, Nepos, etc., etc. Great mystery hangs over the tale of Toussaint's imprisonment and death. It appears that he was confined in the Temple as long as Napoleon had hopes of extorting from him information about the treasures absurdly reported to have been buried by him in the Morena, under circumstances of atrocious cruelty. It has been suggested that torture was employed by Bonaparte's aide, Caffarelli, to procure the desired confession, but I do not know that the conjecture is founded on any evidence. Footnote: I believe the term Morena is peculiar to Saint Domingo. A morena is a valley, whose bounding hills are themselves backed by mountains. End of footnote. As to the precise mode of L'Ouverture's death, there is no certainty. The only point on which all authorities agree is that he was deliberately murdered. But whether by mere confinement in a cell whose floor was covered with water and the walls with ice, a confinement necessarily fatal to a negro, or by poison, or by starvation in conjunction with disease, may perhaps never be known. The report which is, I believe, the most generally believed in France is that which I have adopted, that the commandant, when his prisoner was extremely ill, left the fortress for 2 or 3 days with the key of Toussant's cell in his pocket; that on return he found his prisoner dead, and that he summoned physicians from Pontarlier, who examined the body and pronounced a serious apoplexy to be the cause of death. It so happened that I was able, in the spring of last year, to make some inquiry upon the spot, the result of which I will relate. I was travelling in Switzerland with a party of friends with whom I had one day discussed the fortunes and character of Toussaint. I had then no settled purpose of writing about him, but was strongly urged to it by my companions. On the morning of the 15th of May, when we were drawing near Payerne from Freiburg, on our way to Lucerne, I remembered and mentioned that we were not very far from the fortress of Joux, where Toussaint's bones lay. My party were all eager that I should visit it. There were difficulties in the way of the scheme, the chief of which was that our passports were not so signed as to enable us to enter France, and the nearest place where the necessary signature could be obtained was Berne, which we had left behind us the preceding day. I had, however, very fortunately, a Secretary of State's passport besides the Prussian Consul's, and this second passport, made out for myself and a femme de chambre, had been signed by the French Minister in London. One of my kind companions offered to cross the frontier with me as my femme de chambre, and to help me in obtaining access to the prison of Toussaint, an offer I was very thankful to accept. At Payerne we separated ourselves and a very small portion of luggage from our party, whom we promised to overtake at Lucerne in 2 or 3 days. We engaged for the trip a double char à blanc, with 2 stout little horses and a brave homme of a driver, as our courteous landlady at Payerne assured us. Passing through Yverdun, we reached Orbe by 5 in the afternoon, and took up our quarters at Guillaume Tell, full of expectation for the morrow. On the 16th we had breakfasted, and were beginning the ascent of the Jura before 7 o'clock. The weather was fine, and we enjoyed a succession of interesting objects till we reached that which was the motive of our excursion. First, we had that view of the Alps which, if it were possible, it would be equally useless to describe to any who have and any who have not stood on the eastern slope of the Jura on a clear day. Then we wound among the singular defiles of this mountain range till we reached the valley which is commanded by Joux. Here we alighted, climbing the slope to the gate of the town, while the carriage was slowly dragged up the steep winding road. Our appearance obviously perplexed the 2 custom house officers who questioned us, and peeped into our one bag and our one book, the Handbook of Switzerland, with an amusing air of suspicion. My companion told that the aim of our journey was the fortress of Joux, and that we expected to pass the frontier again in the afternoon, on our return to Orbe. Whether they believed us, or believing thought us very foolish, is best known to themselves, but I suspect the latter, by their compliments on our cleverness on our return. At Joux we supplied ourselves with provisions, and then proceeded through valleys, each narrower than the last, more dismal with pines and more checkered with snow. The air of desolation, here and there rendered more striking by the dreary settlements of the charcoal burners, would have been impressive enough if our minds had not been full of the great negro, and therefore disposed to view everything with his eyes. The scene was exactly what I have described in my story, except that a good road, made since Toussant's time, now passes round and up the opposite side of the rock from that by which he mounted. The old road, narrow and steep, remains, and we descended by it. We reached the court yard without difficulty, passing the 2 drawbridges and portcullis described. The commandant was absent, and his lieutenant declared against our seeing anything more than the great wheel, and a small section of the battlements. But for great perseverance we should have seen nothing more, but we obtained at last all we wanted. We passed through the vault and passages I have described, and thoroughly examined the cell. No words can convey a sense of its dreariness. I have exaggerated nothing. The dim light, the rotten floor, shining like a pond, the drip of water, the falling flakes of ice, were all there. The stove was removed, but we were shown where it stood. There were only 3 persons who pretended to possess any information concerning the negro prisoner. The soldier who was our principal guide appeared never to have heard of him. A very old man in the village, to whom we were referred, could tell us nothing but one fact, which I knew before, that Toussant was deprived of his servant some time before his death. A woman in the sutlers' department of the fortress pretended to know all about him, but she had never seen him, and had no further title of authority than that her first husband had died in the Saint Domingo invasion. She did us the good service of pointing out the grave, however. The brickwork which surrounds the coffin now forms part of a new wall, but it was till lately within the church. This woman's story was that which was probably given out on the spot to be told to inquirers, so inconsistent is it in itself, and with known facts. Her account was that Toussant was carried off from Saint Domingo by the ship in which he was banqueted by Leclerc, the last of a line of 200, weighing anchor without his perceiving it, while he was at dinner. The absurdity of this beginning shows how much reliance is to be placed upon the rest of her story. She declared that the Commandant Roubaud had orders from the government to treat the prisoner well, that his servant remained with him to the last, that he was well supplied with books, allowed the range of the fortress, and accustomed to pass his days in the house of the commandant, playing cards in the evenings; that on the last day of his life he excused himself from the card table on the plea of being unwell; that he refused to have his servant with him, though urged not to pass the night alone; that he was left with fire, fauteuil, flambeau, and a book, and found dead in his chair in the morning, and that the physicians who examined the body declared his death to have been caused by the rupture of a blood vessel in the heart. This last particular is known to be as incorrect as the first. As for the rest, this informant differs from all others in saying that Mars Plaisir remained with his master till the last day of his life, and we may ask why Toussaint's nights were to be passed in his horrible cell, if his days were favored, and how it was that no research availed to discover to the eager curiosity of all Europe and the West Indies the retreat of L'Ouverture, if he, a negro, was daily present to the eyes of the garrison of the fortress, and of those of all the inhabitants of the village, and of all the travelers on that road, who chose to raise their eyes to the walls. Our third informant was a boy, shrewd and communicative, who could tell us the traditions of the place, and, of course, young as he was, nothing more. It was he that showed us where the additional stove was placed when winter came on. He pointed to a spot beside the fireplace where he said the straw was spread on which Toussaint lay. He declared that Toussaint lived and died in solitude, and that he was found dead and cold, lying on the straw, his wood fire, however, not being wholly extinguished. The dreary impression of the place saddened our minds for long after we had left it, and, glad as we were, on rejoining our party at Lucerne, to report the complete success of our enterprise, we cannot recur to it to this day without painful feelings. How the lot of Toussaint was regarded by the generous spirits of the time is shown in a sonnet of Wordsworth's, written during the disappearance of L'Ouverture. Every one knows this sonnet, but it may be read by others, as by me, with a fresh emotion of delight, after having dwelt on the particulars of the foregoing history. Toussaint, the most unhappy man of men! Whether the whistling rustic tends his plough within thy hearing, or thy head be now pillowed in some deep dungeon's earless den. O miserable chieftain, where and when wilt thou find patience? Yet die not, do thou wear rather in thy bonds a cheerful brow. Though fallen thyself, never to rise again, live and take comfort. Thou hast left behind powers that will work for thee, air, earth, and skies. There's not a breathing of the common wind that will forget thee. Thou hast great allies. Thy friends are exultations, agonies, and love, and man's unconquerable mind. The family of Toussaint were first sent to Bayonne, and afterward to Agen, where one of the sons died of a decline. The two elder ones, endeavoring to escape from the surveillance under which they lived, were embarked for Belle Isle, and imprisoned in the citadel, where they were seen in 1803. On the restoration of the Bourbons, not only were they released, but a pension was settled on the family. Madame L'Ouverture died, I believe, in the south of France in 1816, in the arms of Placide and Isaac. End of Notes and Testimonies, Part 1. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Notes and Testimonies, Part 2, of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Notes and Testimonies, Part 2. 3. By John Bigelow. The following description of a visit to the Château de Joux was published 2 years ago in the New York Independent. It is from the pen of John Bigelow, Esquire, the accomplished associate of William Cullen Bryant, in the editorship of the New York Evening Post, who is now, in 1863, a consul of the United States in Italy. It is not necessary to point out the few errors of memory that occur in it, for the reader of the preceding pages will notice them at once. Returning to Paris by way of Lausanne from a hurried trip to Geneva last winter, I took the somewhat unusual route over the mountains to Pontarlier. I wanted to get a view, if possible, of Mont Blanc from the heights of the Joux, to become better acquainted with the people of this department of France, whom of all the French I most admire, and above all to visit the famous Château de Joux, where Mirabeau was confined at the time he contracted his scandalous engagements with Madame de Monnier, the Sophie of his Vincennes correspondence, and where Toussaint L'Ouverture died, a victim to the treachery of the French government and the severity of an alpine climate. As the diligence passed under the Fort de Joux, the chief object of my pilgrimage before reaching Pontarlier, I dismounted, allowing my baggage to go on to the Bureau de Poste. The fort, now more than 7 centuries old, stands upon the very summit of a solid rock about 500 feet high, which descends very abruptly on all sides, and, by its position at a defile in the mountains, commands the approach from every direction. With 300 men it was impregnable in former times, notwithstanding which, in consequence of its great value as a frontier fortification, it has changed hands more frequently than almost any fortress in France outside of Paris. I found a small garrison at the fort, consisting mostly of soldiers just returned from Italy, who were lounging about in the last stages of disgust with the monotonous perch to which they were condemned. A chatty old woman, who acted as concierge, promptly responded to my request to visit the castle by running for her keys. She then led me over the portcullis, the ornaments of which showed that it was built before battle axes and bows and arrows went out of fashion, into the courtyard where the commandant resided. The first curiosity to which she invited my attention was the well of the castle dug through the solid rock down to the level of the little river Orbe, which winds along the base of the hill a depth of at least 500 feet. My cicerone, to give me some idea of the depth of the well, threw in some stones from which no sound or echo of any kind came up. This well was built for the use of the garrison during a siege, though in ordinary times they are supplied with water caught in cisterns. It has not been used for many centuries, if ever, the citadel, when it has changed hands, having generally been betrayed or shared the fate of battles fought elsewhere. The well was built, my guide told me, and her information I have confirmed from other sources, by the serfs and vassals of the feudal proprietor of the fort in the 9th century. She lowered her voice when she added that multitudes who went down to work in its abysses never returned to the light of day. Indeed, the tradition is that they were told when they were sent to their work that they were not to return till it was finished. They were obliged to dig large recesses at regular and convenient distances in the sides of the pit as their excavations progressed, and these were their homes during their frightful imprisonment, from which most were relieved only by death. Of all the dreadful shapes which man's inhumanity to man has ever taken, there are few which feed the imagination with more fearful visions of misery and despair than were reflected from this dark, impenetrable mirror, framed 500 feet deep in granite. When I considered that all the enormities of which this structure had been the occasion and the theatre were perpetrated in the quest of water, in all ages and countries the consecrated emblem of truth, I was struck for the 1000th time with the resemblance which runs through all the forms of human perversity. While pondering the question whether France had gained any more substantial advantage from her endless and sanguinary ecclesiastical wars than from the sinking of this dismal pit, which the dews of heaven, that fall alike upon the unjust and the just, made superfluous, my guide led me to another part of the fort, where she showed me an opening, like a closet in the wall, about 3 feet deep and high, and perhaps 4 feet long. Here, she informed me, Amaury, one of the earliest proprietors of the château, confined his wife, a young woman of only 17 years, for infidelity to him during his absence with the Crusaders in the Holy Land in 1170. he hung her suspected paramour upon the mountain immediately opposite, and confined Bertha, that was her name, in this mural sepulchre, which was too small to admit of her standing erect or lying prostrate, or indeed of stretching her limbs in any direction. The only view of the outer world that she could get was through a little window, cut so that she could see the remains of her lover dangling from a distant tree. After some 10 years of indescribable misery, death released her from her prison and from her brutal jailer. The good old woman, who related this legend tearfully, although I have no doubt she had told it 1,000 times before, gave great force to her denunciation of the cruel crusader by adding that, after all, Bertha was innocent. I fear, however, that this was a slight rhetorical embellishment, which, as a woman and a sister, she felt at liberty to indulge me with, for I have since seen a historical sketch of Pontarlier and its neighborhood, made by M. Giraud, the librarian of the city, and a most diligent and faithful archivist, in which Bertha's frailty is conceded. This fact, however, does not in the least diminish the horror which such a monument of cruelty and brutality inspires in our day. Crossing the court, and passing along the gloomy corridor of stone, I was next led to a door which, as my companion proceeded to unfasten, she informed me was occupied by the Negro. It was the dungeon of Toussant, first called L'Ouverture by a French officer because of his military prowess in opening the ranks of the English soldiers with his sword during some engagement. Though of African origin and 48 years a slave, he took advantage of the revolutionary troubles in France and subsequent hostilities between France and England to make the blacks of Saint Domingo independent and himself president for life. Bonaparte, who approved of the lead he took in saving the colony from the English, was solicited to approve the action of the Central Assembly which made him president. Toussaint's letter bore the following somewhat memorable but not altogether conciliatory superscription: "The first of the blacks to the first of the whites." Bonaparte's answer was taken out by Leclerc, his brother-in-law, and 30,000 of the best troops in France, who issued a proclamation apprising the islanders that the French general had been sent out as the first magistrate and captain general of the colony. Toussaint bade him and his master defiance, set fire to the Cape, retired to the mountains, and resisted the invaders with such success that, at the end of 8 months, Napoleon's brother-in-law had but 3,000 effective men out of the 30,000 that had landed with him. Finding it impossible to conquer Toussaint, Leclerc invited him to a conference under the usual pledges for his safety, and when in his power, regardless of his own honor or that of his master, or of the nation so gravely compromised by his conduct, he hustled the too confiding negro on board of a ship and sent him to France. After a brief confinement in the Temple at Paris, Napoleon ordered him to the Fort de Joux. The room which he occupied, and to which I was now introduced, is some 25 or 30 feet long by, say, 12 broad. There was a fireplace on one side near the middle, but no furniture of any kind. Its walls were all of stone, and arched with stone overhead. Near the ceiling, one end was pierced by a small window, which admitted what light and air the inmates were expected to enjoy, but which seemed enough to keep the place sufficiently dry for habitation. On the mantel, over the fireplace, was the lower half of a skull, most of the brain cover having been taken off, and resting on what remained was the following avis, which my guide forbade my copying, as contrary to the orders of the commandant, and for a transcript of which, as for many other gratifying attentions, I was indebted to M. Giraud, to whose archaeological and historical labors I have already made allusion. Toussaint L'Ouverture, who effected the enfranchisement of the negroes of his country, and in the day of his prosperity designated himself as the Bonaparte of Saint Domingo, and who wrote to Napoleon, the first of the blacks to the first of the whites, terminated his career in this casement of the donjon of Fort de Joux. It is pretended that he answered an aide de camp of the First Consul, who came to ask him where he had concealed his treasures. "Say to your master that I will die before he shall know anything from me." The chef de bataillon Amiot, commandant of the Place du Fort de Joux, found him here in a corner of his fireplace, struck with apoplexy foudroyante, the 17th terminal, the year 11. Some days before his death he declared that he had buried 15,000,000 in the mountains by slaves whom he had destroyed. I felt indignant at finding such a gross calumny as this upon the character of one of the bravest and, according to his opportunities, one of the most remarkable men of his day, perpetrated by the authority of the government. And when I was refused permission to take a copy of it, my inference was that those who placed it there knew it was one of those lies that would not bear ventilation, and therefore kept it from the public, but left it to do what it could, quietly, to poison the minds of all who made the pilgrimage to his tomb. I was afterwards satisfied by M. Joux that I did the French government injustice, at least in one respect, for he assures me that no orders to prevent copies being made of the paper on the mantel had ever been given to the concierge. It is a shame, however, for the government to perpetuate such an absurd scandal upon the memory of Toussaint, as that he destroyed the slaves who helped him to hide his treasures, for the story not only is supported by no evidence, but it lacks the first element of plausibility. That he may have said he had treasures buried in San Domingo, and that he may have added, for the purpose of being sent back to find them, that there were no living witnesses of their burial, is not impossible, but it is preposterous to suppose that such a man as Toussaint would have perpetrated such a gratuitous crime, or, if he did, that he would have told of it without any apparent motive. This story, to the prejudice of the first of the blacks, is as unfounded as another which has been current ever since Toussaint's death, and which is generally credited in Haiti now, that he was poisoned by the orders of Napoleon, or at least upon the supposition that his speedy demise would gratify the Emperor. Even supposing there was some motive for getting Toussaint more completely out of the way than he was, which is hardly credible, the circumstances of his death are not matters of conjecture or suspicion, but of public record, and exempt the authorities of that day from any other responsibility for his sudden death than naturally attaches to his treacherous arrest and removal in midwinter from the climate of the tropics in which he was born and had lived 60 years, to a bleak alpine region more noted than any other in France for the severity of its winters. The day after his death, 2 physicians of Pontarlier made an official examination of his remains, and certified that he died of apoplexy and pleural pneumonia. Their certificate, or procès verbal, as it is termed, is filed among the archives of the Hôtel de Ville in Pontarlier, from whence M. Joux was kind enough to procure for me a copy duly authenticated, under the seal of the mayoralty of Pontarlier. As this certificate has never been in print, and as it finally disposes of a very painful suspicion which is still widely credited, I give it to you entire. Copy of the minutes of the post-mortem examination of Toussaint L'Ouverture. We, the undersigned, doctor in medicine and surgeon of the city of Pontarlier, pursuant to the invitation of Citizen Amiot, commandant of the Fort de Joux, and of Renaud, justice of the peace of the canton of Pontarlier, have gone to the said Fort de Joux, when, in their presence, we have proceeded to the opening and the examination of the body of the negro Toussaint L'Ouverture, prisoner, whose death yesterday we have verified. Post-mortem examination. A little mucus mixed with blood in the mouth and on the lips, the left lateral sinus, the vessels of the pia mater gorged with blood, serious effusion in the lateral ventricle same side, the choroid pleurus infiltrated and strewed with hydatides, the pleura adhering almost entirely to the substance of the lungs, sanguineous engorgement of the right lung as well as of the pleura corresponding, but of a purulent nature in this viscera, a little fatty polypus in the right ventricle of the heart, which otherwise was in a natural state, emaciation of the epiplume, pathological state of this membrane such as it presents after a long sickness. The stomach, the intestines, the liver, the spleen, the veins, the bladder, exhibited no alteration. In consequence, we declare that apoplexy, pleural pneumonia, are the causes of the death of Toussaint L'Ouverture. Made and certified to be true at the Fort de Joux, the 18th terminal, Anno 11 of the French Republic. Signed, Tavernier, Doctor of Medicine, Surgeon Major Grisset. Certified to conform with the original by us, the undersigned Secretary of the Mayoralty of Pontarlier. Pontarlier, 5th December, 1859. Signed, Joux, etc. Through the kindness of M. Giraud, I was enabled to derive from the archives of Pontarlier some further particulars respecting Toussant's condition and treatment during his confinement here, which seemed worthy of exhumation. They are embodied in documents, the originals of which I inspected, and of which I enclose to you copies. The first simply acknowledges the notice sent to the prefecture of the department by the sub-prefect, that Toussant had arrived, and informs that functionary that the arrangements for the security of the prisoner are to be under the exclusive direction of the general in command of that division. The second notifies the prefect that the Minister of War had given orders that Toussant should receive healthy and suitable food, and that he should be clothed suitably for the season, with the understanding that he must not wear a general's uniform. The estimation in which their prisoner was held by the French government, and the rigor of treatment to which they deemed it necessary to subject him, are revealed in the third letter from the prefect of the department to the sub-prefect at Pontarlier. The following extract from it might have been clipped mutatis mutandis from one of Governor Wise's heroic appeals to the chivalry of Virginia against John Brown. "I recommend you," he writes, "not to lose sight of this important object. If any man imprisoned for the rest of his days, whatever the degree of his guilt, did not appeal to our humanity, I would say that this person, who is known only by his repeated perfidy, murders, pillage, incendiarism, and the most frightful cruelties, did not deserve any. But whatever be the opinion we ought to entertain of him, the orders of the minister are precise. Toussaint must not see any person, nor must he be permitted to leave the chamber in which he is confined under any pretext whatever. The guard of the fort should be set with the greatest exactness, and without the relaxation of vigilance. The general of division only can modify the rigor of these orders, and I know he will not do it without being authorized by the minister. The commandant must sleep at the fort unless specially authorized to the contrary by his superiors. The supplies of the prisoner have been prescribed. They must not be exceeded upon any pretext. Every excess will be stricken off from the account." The next letter, No. 4, was written immediately after receiving intelligence of Toussant's death. In it the prefect says, "You will also please, on the receipt of this letter, make an inventory, in the presence of the commandant d'armes, of all the effects used by the prisoner, and sell them at auction to the highest bidder, after the customary notices. You will prepare a report of the sale for me, and remit the proceeds of it to the widow Benedict upon her receipt, deducting the sums due her for her supplies." From these documents and the other enclosed, of which I will not trouble you with an analysis, it appears, if the facts are reported faithfully, first, that Toussant was guarded with unusual, if not excessive, rigor, and that the view taken of his character and career at that time by the War Department, whose agent declared that if there was an exception to the rule that pity was due to the unfortunate, Toussant was the exception, was very different from that which is taken of him now by the world, and indeed by the French themselves, who, through the mouth of the most inspired of their modern poets, have said of him, "C'est un mess d'une nation," and, within 50 years after his cheerless death, accepted the lesson of his life by striking the chains off every slave held under a French title. Second, they show that he was not poisoned, but that he died, in all probability, of a disease contracted in consequence of his involuntary removal to a colder and more intemperate climate than at his age, over 60, his constitution, used to the warmth of the tropics, could endure. Third, it appears that he was abundantly supplied with fuel and artificial light, for in 2 months these supplies cost 156 francs, which M. Joux assures me is a very large allowance, for wood then was much cheaper, he says, than at the present day, and now several lights and 2 fires could be sustained 6 months for ordinary necessities at an expense not exceeding 200 francs. Fourth, that he had a servant for a while after his arrival, whether a negro or a Frenchman does not appear. From the general character of the instructions in reference to him, and in the absence of any special provision for the access to him of one of his own color, it is to be presumed that it was a Frenchman. Fifth, that he was allowed to write and have some luxuries, such as nutmegs, sugar, bath, etc. These, I presume, came out of the 4 francs a day allowed him from the first for board, washing, and mending. Sixth, it is apparent, unfortunately, suggests M. Joux, from the moderate sum of 128 francs 70 centimes, which the effects supplied by the government brought after only 7 months' use, that his wardrobe was not probably supplied as it should have been for such a severe climate. Seventh, and finally, it appears that a woman was provided to keep his apartment in order. The order forbidding Toussaint to see anyone not attached to the service of the garrison seems to have been unnecessarily rigorous, but it was probably aimed at Rigaud, Toussaint's ablest and most trusted aide in Saint Domingo, who was captured very soon after his chief and sent to the Fort de Joux, where he remained until after Toussaint's death, when he was released. They never saw each other, though sleeping so near together, after they separated in Saint Domingo. Upon the walls of Toussaint's apartment I was surprised to find but one inscription from the hands of visitors. That was the name of Catalin No, a man whom I remember to have met at Port-au-Prince in 1854, where he discharged the functions of an Assistant Secretary of State in the Department of Foreign Affairs under Soloquet, and who had the credit, which I do not doubt he deserves, of having written the telling and statesmanlike dispatches of the Haitian government in reply to the agents sent out by Fillmore and the English and French governments many years ago, to compel the Emperor to acknowledge the independence of the Spanish or eastern part of the island. Monsieur No is probably the only Haytian who has ever made this pious pilgrimage to the prison and tomb of the most renowned of African statesmen. Monsieur No, I understand, died within the last year, much regretted by his countrymen, whose interests he carefully watched and tended during his life. Toussaint's remains, consigned to a grave under the chapel of the fort, were discovered by a captain of engineers in 1850. The top of his skull, which had probably been sawed off at the time of the post-mortem examination and replaced, he deposited in the city library of Pontarlier, where it was shown me by M. Joux, and the rest of the head stands on the mantelpiece in the room where Toussaint was confined and died. 4. By John Greenleaf Whittier. 'Twas night. The tranquil moonlight smile with which heaven dreams of earth shed down its beauty on the Indian isle, on broad green field and white-walled town, and inland waste of rock and wood and searching sunshine, wild and rude, rose, mellowed through the silver gleam, soft as the landscape of a dream, all motionless and dewy wet, tree, vine, and flower in shadow net, the myrtle with its snowy bloom crossing the nightshade's solemn gloom, the white cecropia's silver rind relieved by deeper green behind, the orange with its fruit of gold, the lithe Paulinia's verdant fold, the passion flower with symbol holy twining its tendrils long and lowly, the Rexia's dark and cassia tall, and proudly rising over all, the kingly palm's imperial stem, crowned with its leafy diadem, star-like, beneath whose sombre shade the fiery winged cuculo played. Yes, lovelier was thine aspect then, fair island of the western sea, lavish of beauty, even when thy brutes were happier than thy men, for they, at least, were free. Regardless of thy glorious clime, unmindful of thy soil of flowers, the wasting negro sighed, that time no faster sped his hours. For by the dewy moonlight still he fed the weary turning mill, or bent him, in the chill morass, to pluck the long entangled grass, and hear above his scar-worn back the heavy slave whip's frequent crack, while in his heart one evil thought in solitary madness wrought, one baleful fire surviving still the quenching of the immortal mind, one sterner passion of his kind which even fetters could not kill, the savage hope to deal ere long a vengeance bitterer than his wrong. Hark to that cry, long, loud and shrill, from field and forest, rock and hill, thrilling horrible it rang, around, beneath, above. The wild beast from his cavern sprang, the wild bird from her grove. Nor fear, nor joy, nor agony were mingled in that midnight cry, but, like the lion's growl of wrath, when falls that hunter in his path, whose barbed arrow, deeply set, is rankling in his bosom yet, it told of hate, deep, full, and strong, of vengeance kindling out of wrong. It was as if the crimes of years, the unrequited toil, the tears, the shame and hate which liken well earth's garden to the nether hell, had found in nature's self a tongue on which the gathered horror hung, as if from cliff and stream and glen burst on the startled ears of men that voice which rises unto God, solemn and stern, the cry of blood. It ceased, and all was still once more, save ocean chafing on his shore. The sighing of the wind between the broad banana's leaves of green, or bough by restless plumage shook, or murmuring voice of mountain brook. Brief was the silence. Once again pealed to the skies that frantic yell, glowed on the heavens a fiery stain, and flashes rose and fell. And, painted on the blood-red sky, dark naked arms were tossed on high, and round the white man's lordly hall trode, fierce and free, the brute he made, and those who crept along the wall and answered to his highest call with more than spaniel dread, the creatures of his lawless beck, were trampling on his very neck. And on the night air, wild and clear, rose woman's shriek of more than fear, for bloodied arms were round her thrown, and dark cheeks pressed against her own. Then, injured Afric, for the shame of thy own daughters, vengeance came full on the scornful hearts of those who mocked thee in thy nameless woes, and to thy hapless children gave one choice, pollution or the grave. Where then was he whose fiery zeal had taught the trampled heart to feel, until despair itself grew strong, and vengeance fed its torch from wrong? Now, when the thunderbolt is speeding, Now when oppression's heart is bleeding, now when the latent curse of time is raining down in fire and blood, that curse which through long years of crime has gathered, drop by drop, its flood, why strikes he not, the foremost one, where murder's sternest deeds are done? He stood the aged palms beneath that shadowed o'er his humble door, listening with half-suspended breath to the wild sounds of fear and death. Toussaint L'Ouverture! What marvel that his heart beat high? The blow for freedom had been given, and blood had answered to the cry that earth sent up to heaven. What marvel that a fierce delight smiled grimly o'er his brow of night, as groan and shout and bursting flame told where the midnight tempest came, with blood and fire along its van, and death behind. He was a man. Yes, dark-souled chieftain, if the light of mild religion's heavenly ray unveiled not to thy mental sight the lowlier and the purer way, in which the holy sufferer trod meekly amidst the sons of crime, that calm reliance upon God for justice in his own good time, that gentleness to which belongs forgiveness for its many wrongs, even as the primal martyr kneeling for mercy on the evil dealing, let not the favored white man name thy stern appeal with words of blame. Has he not, with the light of heaven broadly around him, made the same, yea, on his thousand war fields striven, and gloried in his ghastly shame? Kneeling amidst his brother's blood, to offer mockery unto God, and if the high and holy one could smile on deeds of murder done, as if a human sacrifice were purer in his holy eyes, though offered up by Christian hands, than the lone rites of pagan lands. Sternly, amidst his household band, his carbine clasped within his hand, the white man stood, prepared and still, waiting the shock of maddened men, unchained and fierce as tigers when the horn winds through their caverned hill. And one was weeping in his sight, the sweetest flower of all the isle, the bride who seemed but yesternight love's fair embodied smile, and, clinging to her trembling knee, looked up the form of infancy, with tearful glance in either face the secret of its fear to trace. Ha! Stand or die! The white man's eye, his steady musket gleamed along, as a tall negro hastened nigh, with fearless step and strong. What! Ho! Toussaint! A moment more, his shadow crossed the lighted floor. Away! He shouted. Fly with me! The white man's bark is on the sea. Her sails must catch the seaward wind, for sudden vengeance sweeps behind. Our brethren from their graves have spoken, the yoke is spurned, the chain is broken. On all the hills our fires are glowing, through all the vales red blood is flowing. No more the mocking white shall rest his foot upon the negro's breast. No more at morn or eve shall drip the warm blood from the driver's whip. Yet though Toussaint has vengeance sworn for all the wrongs his race have borne, though for each drop of negro blood the white man's veins shall pour a flood, not all alone the sense of ill around his heart is lingering still, nor deeper can the white man feel the generous warmth of grateful zeal. Friends of the negro, fly with me, the path is open to the sea. Away for life! He spoke, and pressed the young child to his manly breast, as headlong, through the crackling cane, down swept the dark insurgent train. Drunken and grim, with shout and yell, howled through the dark like sounds from hell. Far out in peace the white man's sail swayed free before the sunrise gale. Cloud-like, that island hung afar along the bright horizon's verge, o'er which the curse of servile war rolled its red torrent, surge on surge. And he, the negro champion, Where in the fierce tumult struggled he? Go trace him by the fiery glare of dwellings in the midnight air, the yells of triumph and despair, the streams that crimson to the sea. Sleep calmly in thy dungeon tomb, beneath Besancon's alien sky, dark Haitian, for the time shall come, yea, even now is nigh, when everywhere thy name shall be redeemed from color's infamy, and men shall learn to speak of thee as one of earth's great spirits born in servitude and nursed in scorn, casting aside the weary weight and fetters of its low estate in that strong majesty of soul which knows no color, tongue, or clime, which still hath spurned the base control of tyrants through all time. For other hands than mine may wreathe the laurel round thy brow of death, and speak thy praise as one whose word 1,000 fiery spirits stirred, who crushed his foeman as a worm, whose step in human hearts fell firm. Be mine the better task to find a tribute for thy lofty mind, amidst whose gloomy vengeance shone some milder virtues all thine own, some gleams of feeling, pure and warm, like sunshine on a sky of storm. Proof that the negro's heart retains some nobleness amidst its chains, that kindness to the wronged is never without its excellent reward, holy to humankind, and ever acceptable to God. 5. By Wendell Phillips. The most elaborate and eloquent tribute to Toussaint L'Ouverture is the celebrated oration of Wendell Phillips, published in his Speeches, Lectures, and Letters, first series, which every one who has read this volume should not fail to find. We have space for the peroration only. I would call him Napoleon, but Napoleon made his way to empire over broken oaths and through a sea of blood. This man never broke his word. No retaliation was his great motto and the rule of his life, and the last words uttered to his son in France were these: "My boy, you will one day go back to San Domingo. Forget that France murdered your father." I would call him Cromwell, but Cromwell was only a soldier, and the state he founded went down with him into his grave. I would call him Washington, but the great Virginian held slaves. This man risked his empire rather than permit the slave trade in the humblest village in his dominions. You think me a fanatic tonight, for you read history not with your eyes but with your prejudices. But 50 years hence, when truth gets a hearing, the muse of history will put Phocion for the Greek, and Brutus for the Roman, Hampden for England, Fayette for France, choose Washington as the bright consummate flower of our earlier civilization, and John Brown the ripe fruit of our noonday, then, dipping her pen in the sunlight, will write in the clear blue, above them all, the name of the soldier, the statesman, the martyr, Toussaint L'Ouverture. The end. End of Notes and Testimonies, Part 2. End of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.